We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
Welcome to Dynaground! Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin! Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
During PMPL Europe, we were able to witness the fact that you guys are very focused around your macro playstyle and mainly getting those placement points. But as you know, with the point systems and especially going into the championship, eliminations are going to be a big portion of the points that you're going to require if you want to make in first place and hopefully PMWI. Are there any new changes, adaptations and strategies that you guys have made approaching the championship now?
Турецкие команды играют агрессивно, это пойдет им на руку, учитывая то, что совсем недавно в игре появилась новая система очков. Так что думаю, что и нам придется добавить в плане агрессии, что мы отлично умеем делать, и мы покажем достойный результат.
What would you say would be the overall goal/objectives you have set up for yourself and your team heading for, the championship and also the rest of 2023?
На предстоящем турнире мы планируем сыграть достойно, показать наш максимальный уровень игры, удержаться в топ-5, топ-4, если хорошо сыграем даже в топ-3. На следующий сплит мы планируем проходить на PMGC, предварительно улучшив коллектив и исправив все ошибки.
Well, great to hear. But Ashipa, as always, this is the opportunity that we give you guys to, say anything you'd like to share with the fans out there of yourself and, of course, of Sly Europe that are going to support you during the tournament. The floor is yours.
Своим фанатам хочу напомнить о существовании своего телеграм-канала Ashipa Config. Там вы всегда можете пообщаться со мной, попросить мою чувствительность и следить за моими результатами. Болейте за Sly Europe.
Well, thank you very much, Ashipa, for the answers here during this interview, and best of luck heading into the championship.
Thank you too. Good luck.
It's the final day of PMPL EU Spring 2023 Championship. Today, we crown our winner, and today we also have 6 maps once again. I'm Ginny, your host, and I'm joined on the desk again by Max and Kalaris. How are you guys feeling? It's coming to an end.
Yeah, 6 more games, and then we're going to say, we're going to crown the champions, as you said, and who's going to be going to PMWI, which I'm really hyped to see. The list of teams already in PMWI is pretty massive, a lot of big names, so one more to add to the tally.
I'm excited to see if FLUX can continue doing what they're doing, man. It's been ridiculous yesterday, and obviously Ketch looking great during all of this. I won't get ahead of myself, of course, we've got lots to talk about.
He's already in the analysis.
Really
cool.
Hey, we're right. I mean, it just shows how excited and warmed up we are and just ready to jump right into it. But before we do so, a little reminder to follow us on social so you can stay up to date with everything that we're predicting, with everything that's going on. A little bit of extra spicy, funny meme content as well, thrown in, sprinkled in a little. So if there's anything as well related that you want to tweet about it or post about it on Instagram, use the hashtag PMPL EU Champ and we can stay up to date as well with what you guys are sharing with us. Don't forget, voting is also going to be an option. So you can vote for your favorite team, you can vote for your favorite analyst, not really, no, just your favorite team. There is 16 of them. We kind of already said which teams are our favorites, so now it's down to you all in the chat. And one more thing that I'm going to have to ask from you guys. You know, I just keep asking things from you. I'm really sorry, but there's a survey. Feel free to fill that out as well. We are continuously looking to improve and get better. So whatever feedback you have, send it our way. Yesterday, you guys didn't want blank on the predictions. We made it happen, right? So we can make something else happen.
We have the power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys have the power. So let us know what you want to see. As we already said, 6 maps happening today. So we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of things by the fact that, again, only 1 Sanhok, 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars. And so far, this has been quite spicy in terms of which teams do best on certain maps.
I gotta say, I have enjoyed pretty significantly this map rotation compared to previous iterations of this. No, good little bit of Erangel and Miramar in that one. Once Sanhok, as the Sheepa said during the speed session, he would buy Sanhok and close it off to the public, so no one could use it. That was a really good speed session. But no, Erangel overall, we see some teams like, I mean, FLUX have been hyper consistent on the 2 most played battlegrounds right now. So if you're good on those 2 maps, you're first place, and maybe they can remain up there.
I mean, who's going to argue with having your own private island? I think that'd be all right. I think that'd be fine. But yeah, taking a look at how things went down, not only FLUX looking great and consistent across the battlegrounds, but also NEXUS as well. And I think now, after we have watched them, you know, this roster kind of shape itself, mold itself over what is 2.5, 3 years. It's great to see them being able to challenge for the very top spot in, you know, in a collective amount of regions that we're seeing here so far, and especially with Dorin looking oh so good up at the top.
I feel like they got a plethora of experience with, of course, Octavian and Kapahala with the events they played in the past, and the new blood with EXO and Dorin now was just a perfect just mix of raw talent from the new kind of generation of players, and of course that experience from previous players, and it's been working great, and Dorin has been just popping off alongside EXO, and I want to see if that can continue. Right now, FLUX is looking as the favorites to secure the trophy, secure that spot into PMWI, but I would not be disappointed for NEXUS to take that spot because they've just been so good this event so far.
Yeah, they've been good, they've had that consistency, but I feel like both of you at the moment are kind of in the FLUX camp.
A little bit. I mean, as we go on throughout the day, the list of teams that can compete with FLUX, if they remain consistent, is going to dwindle significantly. Yeah.
I'm usually a region supporter when it comes to my region. Hopefully they're going to do well. A team like Gladiators, a team like NEXUS or whatever and stuff like that. But FLUX have just looked phenomenal. It's difficult to argue with what they've been able to put out on the battleground, and I really do appreciate the strategical depth of what they're bringing to the battleground as well. They're very keen about preserving 4, obviously, first off and foremost, but then from that point on, just take the fights that they take. I said it about Ketch yesterday with effective APM, just very clean, very methodical in his execution.
Even if they are not as a 4-man team, like they're 2 players on that Sanhok game, they're still really efficient at being aggressive, making sure teams cannot take those fights as easily as they would like. So FLUX, even when they just unfortunately are not in the best situation, can make things work out, which has helped them remain consistent throughout, especially these last 2 days.
And what makes it even more difficult is the lead that they have gained over their opponents. Sure, NEXUS Gaming sitting in second, but it's still a 22-point difference, which either means you need to have a chicken dinner and a pop-off game in terms of getting double digits in the eliminations, or you need to consistently get a couple of podium finishes to be able to knock them off their spot.
Shows how much 6 games of a difference can make. I mean, if you think about where we came in from day 2, we were like, okay, there's Top's on 98 points, and then all the way down to 4th, it was about 90 points. So very, very close. 6 games made this amount of difference here, with FLUX looking oh so strong up towards the top. NEXUS trying to clip at their heels. A little slight fall off from Gladiators, but they can still kind of recover, as we do still have those 6 games. So still all to play for.
Yeah, I do feel like Gladiators have been trying things out throughout these last 2 days more specifically. I think they've been struggling immensely on the rotation side of things. They've just not been able to enter these circles as efficiently as they usually did in the past, especially after day 1, and we'll see if they can improve that.
Yeah, the consistency, though, that we were seeing a lot is from the side of NEXUS. They've kind of stayed towards a 50, 45, 71, really getting them pop off yesterday. But, oh, that's FLUX. Haha. Make sure you read your charts before.
Even changed the colors.
Yeah, they even changed the colors to make it easier. See, anyways, looking at NEXUS, though, they had a bit more of a dip in the second day after a really good performance in day 1. They were able to bring it back in day 2. So if they stay on that trend, potentially today, they can bring it in more consistently.
You said it, Kalara, I think on one of the days, you don't want the Eastern Stars roller coaster from the past to come back, right? So, I mean, the thing is, even on that second day, Dorian was performing still significantly well. I think he was the top 2 player on that day, but it's just the rest of the team maybe struggles from time to time. So yeah, that roller coaster needs to stop, because they had a good day yesterday. If you follow that kind of theory, today might be the bad day, and that would really hurt them to try and catch up to FLUX.
Absolutely. It is difficult to find day-to-day consistency in PUBG Mobile sometimes. Sometimes circles don't go your way. Sometimes all the other teams have had a better day of VOD review than you have, and they're trying to kind of look at you because you're on the top of the mountain. You've got a target on your back as a team like NEXUS, as a team like FLUX, etc. here, because they want to catch up and they want to take those podium positions. So you've got to do effectively extra research. You've got to anticipate what your opponents have done and then kind of match that, and if not progress further than that when it comes to your research. So it is difficult when you're at the top.
Yeah, it's basically suffering from success.
Agreed.
Pretty much.
Which is so far, when we're looking at FLUX, they've been suffering quite positively, really. It's not really suffering at all. They are continuously being able to anticipate what's going to be thrown at their faces, but especially having players like Etch on your roster just makes a whole lot of a difference.
Yeah, almost 2 average eliminations from this guy. He's just been popping off, especially since day 2 and day 3. He's been now 2 times top player. He's not currently MVP.
True.
Dorian is above him, which I think.
Oh, why are you spoiling?
Are we gonna have it later? Oh,
No.
We'll show it later. It's okay. It's okay. But it's down to just literally a few eliminations. That's how close it is between those 2 players.
We're so sorry, guys. But it is really close between the 2 players, and we're going to have a look at those statistics later. But first, we need to have a bit of a look at Gladiators up against Sly. Because when we were looking at Gladiators, one of the things that they were really good at was just their pop-off performance in day 1. Sly came over on day 2, had a pop-off performance themselves. But one thing that Gladiators does seem to be better at is consistently trying to stay up and top with the competition.
Yeah, they're still trying things out. I feel like we can expect potentially the day 1 rotations they had from them, because they've clearly been trying to go for these huge, massive rotations, but teams have not been that forgiving these last 2 days in particular. They've been taking a lot more space. They've been trying to adapt somewhat the Gladiator strat to their own gameplay, so Gladiators has less space to expand in these circles. So a little bit of a rough time, but I mean, yeah, Sly after day 2 really just, they disappeared.
Yeah, a pattern in how many placement points ultimately you're going to be gaining, and you can kind of anticipate how many elimination points you're going to be getting with that as well. So if you kind of budget coming into the last day where you think you're going to be, as Gladiators, for example, if you have a decent day, you could be expecting similar numbers to that 68-point mark if you're really popping off. But the main key about it is when you look at Gladiators compared to Slyers, Gladiators is more consistent overall, just generally in terms of international performances and experience. But the problem with today is they're not going to have as much room as they did in that day 1. So you're going to have to, once again, try and carve aggressively out room for yourself here as Gladiators. They're capable of doing it, but whether they do or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, moving on to Slider, as we also saw them on the graphic. I did do some VOD review yesterday of pretty much all of the games and the map feed, what was going on. When they're on the edge of the circle, we know this team, if they center circle, they can start clearing teams pretty efficiently. When they do edge, they're just so passive. It's just, it looks like a completely different team. If they're on the edge position on the circle, I want to see them trying to carve away in the circle, similar to what we can expect from Gladiators, and start playing aggressively and not idle on the edge. Because if you do so, the Turkish teams will take you down heavily here.
I don't know if they're capable of that. We'll see though.
Yeah, we'll see today. I mean, we have 6 maps, so they have 6 chances at showing us whether or not they're capable in doing so. But this is kind of like one side of the coin. When we're looking at the complete opposite, is teams that like your RÜYA and your REGNUM that are consistently getting the damage. They are getting eliminations in place, but the one thing that they're not getting is those chicken dinners or podium finishes.
Yeah, they got a few podium finishes here or there, but the thing is they just get himself a decent amount of eliminations that allows them to stay in the race. If they get a pop-off day here, Kalaris, clearly I feel like NEXUS, REGNUM, CARYA could be able to compete with FLUX, Gladiators, Nexus at the top, but we haven't seen those finishing moments where they get the win, and that's truly lacking for these two teams.
I think both teams have had to battle against adversity in a lot of circles where even they've got podium finishes, I would say. I think both are excellent rosters. They've shown it being able to get podium finishes despite the adversity that I'm referring to. But maybe if they just get a little bit more fortunate about how these circles are playing out, maybe that they can convert even more and, as you say, get to that kind of top 3 spot and rival the top dogs.
Yeah, that conversion is what we're expecting from them, especially I want to say REGNUM, CARYA, because when it comes to the damage, they are on top of that leaderboard consistently. But we are yet to see them have a chicken dinner, and that is impacting them so hard in regards to their overall standing.
Yeah, I think you called them on day one silent but deadly, you know? which has kind of been relevant.
I remember that. Yeah.
I do remember that too. But it's kind of remained relevant throughout the entirety of this championship. There's been some good individual performances too, I'd say. I think Loxy in particular has been a standout player for REGNUM, CARYA. He's been doing some really good, strong individual plays, but as you said, the circle's not coming their way. I don't want to use that as an excuse for, like, you know, Sly, NEXUS, and REGNUM, CARYA. Like, if you don't have the circles coming your way, I want to see them being as proactive as they possibly be. Try things out, try and aim for better positions, breach compounds, just not being idle, if possible.
You need to make your own opportunities happen. Across a series of 24 games, the circle's not going to go against you every single time. You know, it averages out. So you make your own opportunities in the games that they do come your way, and then you're able to get the points.
You create your own luck.
Yeah.
Wise words from Kalaris on the broadcast today. We can add that to your quotes. I'm not gonna
on the tombstone again, yeah?
I knew you were gonna say that. We're not gonna go there. We just add it to your list of quotes. But one thing, we've already had a little bit of a teaser from Max in terms of the players that have been performing.
Oh, no.
Spoiler, a leak.
Surprised.
You know, Max leaked something. Woo. But yeah, looking at these players specifically, Doran has been doing incredibly well. I mean, you said it, surprise. You said it yourself.
I didn't expect that.
Oh my.
Oh, wow. When you look at the difference between Doran and Catch, it's going to be really difficult to catch up to them.
It is. It's going to be a 1-game difference, maybe even a 1 elimination difference at the end. You got to keep in mind the survival time, of course, is coming into play pretty significantly for some of these players. Like Doran is making it to the late game, Catch too. So it could be any of those two players, and I would be happy. Really, I feel they both deserve the MVP award, but as we know, only one can be called the MVP.
That's kind of the point. Well, yep. Another surprise face. Amazing. The point that I want to make here, though, is that I don't think anybody's catching up to Doran and Catch. I think it is unless a huge pop-off occurs, it is a 2-horse race here at the moment. These two are going to be going head-to-head with one another for the last day. These two rosters have been playing phenomenally. Not only that, but they've also been enabling these two to do well when they need the time as well. So yeah, I think we'll see the Doran and Catch head-to-head continue today.
Yeah, because I feel like the success of these two players is mainly down to a fragging duo for the two sides. You've got Doran with EXO, of course, you're looking at, and when you're looking for Catch, it's Catch and Solis a lot of the time. You see performing extremely well. So just having a solo player is not enough. You need to have players behind them. So Solis and EXO, for me, are like the players in the shadow, assisting them be the MVP.
I will say, whilst we take a look at the highlights as well, considering Major Pride's not really had the best tournament, No Me has been playing spectacularly. For him to also be up here, I think he's in 4th right now, correct? And showing the skill he's able to exude on the battleground as well. Very, very impressive.
Yep. All in all, yes, as you said it yourself, you have those individual players that are able to do the pop-off. You need that support system behind them, and it feels like when we're looking at FLUX, when we're looking at Nexus, they have a support system down to a T. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to compete so consistently at the top of the ladder.
Exactly. I mean, the communication's on point too. I feel even when they go for these splits, they still can direct them properly. This is something the Nexus have been doing a lot, actually, is sending Doran and EXO as a fragging aggressive duo, typically in the thick of the fight all the time. And you would have Kapahala and Octavian maybe on the more passive side, supportive side, trying to get angles so that they can be as aggressive as they can in specific scenarios. I feel like there was one Miramar yesterday, potentially the last one, that was very, there was a good way to display that, where they had players defending a ridgeline and they couldn't get pushed up on EXO and also on Doran. So I like the synergies happening for the side of Nexus, and I want to see more of that throughout today.
All right. Well, synergy on the desk has maybe not been that great when we're looking at our predictions. We tried to be on the same page, but it feels like, you know, every now and then one of us tries to be a little quirky and it doesn't really work out. I will give it to you though, Max. Like, you did really manage to climb up the ladder. I'll give you that much.
Thank you. I appreciate your words of support.
That's all you're getting today.
Oh,
Pushing it.
To be honest, I wasn't expecting much more from you. Though I want to say we would have all done so much better if only we listened to Kalaris and picked Sly.
Maybe
where would we be now?
Maybe not yesterday, though.
It's like that meme, where would humanity be if this didn't happen? You know, just like flying cars and everything.
Yeah.
Listen to Kalaris. I feel like the older you are on this graph, the lower you are in points. It's a hard time for the oldies. Sorry.
It happens. We have our top 3 as well. No one actually put Nexus up there. I want to talk to Kalaris because you put FLUX in there, and you're the only person who has done so. And considering how well they're performing, what does your crystal ball say?
Based on my previous predictions, you don't ask me that. I don't know. I mean, ultimately, I always see FLUX as a championship contender. I mean, of course, you know, be it, you know, extreme internationals like PMGC in the future and stuff like that. Okay, sometimes, you know, they're not able to convert at those kinds of levels.
Yeah.
But when you look at this kind of tournament, they are so adept. We saw it at the beginning of the last iteration of this tournament as well. So that's why they were my pick. They've not really had extreme talent rosters and things like that. They are just, roster changes. They have just, you know, consistently always been there, always in that upper echelon.
Yeah, and something I think we've mentioned on every event, if it's PMWI, PMGC, PMPLs, is the fact that they stuck as this same roster for as long as they have has truly allowed them to just evolve so much as a team. So you're seeing that from Gladiators, you're seeing that from, of course, the side of now FLUX, which is surprising that Nexus is doing so well for a roster that's been put together as those 4 players for such a short amount of time. So even more impressive when against the behemoth of Gladiators and FLUX.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Nexus as well, because by the looks of it, none of us actually put Nexus on there as a top 3. It would be nice if we can bring in our casters, especially Blank, considering he's been doing okay with predictions
he's all right,
he's not doing too bad. Maybe we can have a little bit of an insight in why Nexus specifically wasn't picked. From my side of things, when we were seeing them compete in Europe, it felt like your Major Pride, your MADBULLS, your Gladiators were consistently outperforming them. Nexus was there, but they had some games where you're like seeing glimpses, but they were never really able to continuously push that.
I'm going to predict why they also may not have picked them. And I think it's the inconsistency factor. I think it is the roller coaster that we've mentioned from this roster that is mostly made up of previous Eastern Stars members, where they've just been, oh wow, they look amazing. Oh, where are they? Oh, they look amazing. Oh, where are they?
Not a fan of roller coasters?
I actually love roller coasters personally, and I'll take them to Energylandia down the road.
Guys, clip that.
Yep.
How many viewers? I think I saw like 2,000 on YouTube, so that's you're going to have to take
You're gonna have
Wait, whoa, the whole audience.
Just everyone at home.
Read the fine print, okay? You gotta make sure that when you're signing or looking at something, you read the fine print. But yeah, that inconsistency from Nexus, that I was surprised that it didn't translate here into the championship. But then on the other side of things, Sly. It felt like what we've seen throughout the entirety of the season with Sly Europe, specifically in EU, where they weren't very consistent and they had like this really great performance throughout 1 or 2 weeks, and then they kind of fell down. We've seen that in like more condensed version in the last 4 days.
I feel like Sly are pretty much the same than what we saw in PMPL. We haven't seen a real change from them. It's still that central circle strategy that they just play, and if it doesn't go their way, they tend to not get a good placement. Though Nexus, I feel like they used everything they learned of PMPL EU, and also included in the finals, and have iterated, improved upon that basis, and to now expand as much and to improve going into this championship as much as they have. So I feel like the synergy was not as strong in PMPL, but now the synergy is looking amazing. As I said, those 2-2 splits in particular are looking great, and they just brought the whole package here in the championship.
I think Dorian and EXO have really hit their groove. Like they've really hit their stride, and when you're seeing them taking these edge fights, it's almost like they're almost sweeping. They're almost sweeping through the other teams, knowing that they can take the fight confidently and aggressively enough to put their opponents off kilter a little bit. So yeah, I think that evolution for Nexus has been a big determining factor here coming in for success.
Okay, well, we heard from the desk. Let's bring in our casters and see what they have to say. Especially want to start off with their opinion on FLUX, because neither John nor Blank put them in their top 3. They should be... Oh, there we go.
Whoa.
Hello, guys.
Oh, wow.
Surprise! I'm going to throw this one to you first, Blank, because you know what? Your predictions are actually all right. They're not too bad. I think you're doing great. Give yourself a little pat. Leave yourself a little pat on the back. You know, you should be proud of yourself. Yeah, there you go.
Let's go, shall I? Jeez.
FLUX, though, was not a team that you had put in your top 3. What was the main reason behind that being the case?
I think for FLUX in particular, you know, it definitely could have been in my top 3, but I wanted to go with BEŞİKTAŞ. I wanted to give them a chance there. I think they're a very up and down team, so you got to have that spicy pick in, as you were talking about earlier on the predictions. But coming off that championships last year, doing such an incredible job, and Ketch obviously still looks like he has it. They could have definitely been in my top 3 there, and I'm a little bit sad that I didn't pick them.
Oh, John, are you sad too?
No, I think given the opportunity, given what we knew at the time, I don't think I would have put them in there again. But you know what? It's easy to look back on hindsight. So let's go with yes, absolutely. I'm devastated. I definitely should have.
So well, I'm gonna give you a little treat so that you're not devastated anymore. First of all, thank you, Monster, for making all of us energized and giving us the opportunity to go through all of these things. I'm gonna give you the treat of you're gonna be able to cast the first map of Erangel, the first map of the final day. So John and Blank, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to be getting into that first Erangel to say goodbye to the studio. We're taken off of the Zordon wall, and we are now gifted with the first of the final day.
Absolutely, you know, Morpheus Jadiru sends us in here, John, which is absolutely okay. I'm ready to go. Hopefully some of these teams can unplug themselves from the Matrix and get back on board, because we definitely have a little bit of an odd scenario going on with Gladiators at the moment. But this day, this final day, is really where they tend to step things up just a little bit. They always eke it in right at the end. That's exactly what they did over in the league stage of EU. Let's see if they can do it here. But as Max was saying on the desk, you know, FLUX just look absolutely unbelievable right now, almost unbeatable. So I think for some of these teams, it's going to be difficult, especially if FLUX are able to start the day well. And Erangel typically has been one of their best maps so far.
The Gladiators 36 points behind FLUX right now. Nexus a little bit closer on 22 points difference, but still an opening for FLUX to just play consistently, and that's what you wanted to see from them, and that's what they've shown so far this tournament. Lipovka down to Primorsk on the plane path. Ferry pair drop maybe for the Gladiators to kick things off today.
Yeah, probably not Ferry Pier. We have NEXUS holding in that situation. So Primorsk, yes. And I think that is a big thing to talk about. We'll go back to it in a sec, just because we do have, obviously, the Nexus guys dropping out nice and early over towards Milton Power. They get themselves a decent amount of loot early on as they're out the plane quickly. But I think that Primorsk here is definitely a hot spot right now for Gladiators. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to happen to them, considering this rotation out of North George has been so many times made problematic by teams like ARR as well as teams like MELİSE Esports, who both seem to be out to get Gladiators. So we'll see what happens exactly. And right now, I think there is a team very close to Gladiators dropping out, but next RÜYA, I think, is that team indeed, and they'll be dropping around Ferry Pier, heading a little bit further north.
With this circle popping, though, they might head up to old familiar territory in the next couple of minutes. We'll see if they're going to be slowed down at all by on that northward move. The area around Rozhok a little bit more open, I'd say, this time, Blank.
Yeah, for sure. I think further down towards that south side, though, is much more cramped. With MELİSE Esports taking farm, Sly Europe will have a slightly more difficult time ahead of them. Nexus will be at their rear, trying to push them in whilst they're fending off MELİSE Esports in the front. So very much a difficult rotation for both Sly Europe and particularly Nexus. I think if Nexus can press the issue over towards Sly, which we've seen them do many times before, they're a very aggressive team recently, and looking like they can take absolutely any gunfight. And with Doran on board, you could be certain they're going to win most of these engagements. Even if they lose 2 or 3 players, Doran's always there to clutch things up. Again, that's not exactly what they'd like to happen here in this final day. You know, getting 4 points is amazing in terms of eliminations, but it's not going to be what you need to catch up towards FLUX. If we look at the leaderboards, though, looking all the way down into 9th place, 100 points, that triple been found over there. But that is not that far behind a lot of these teams at the top. There's still a big potential at a jump up. And you even go down from 9th place, 100 points, all the way down to 13th of 82. It's only 18 points difference between 9th and 13th, and then barely anything up towards 4th place. It is very, very tight in terms of the standing. So even if we do crown a winner today, and even if it is FLUX because they are so far ahead, there's still a lot of cash prizes to be meted out for in between those spots, because it's still very, very much malleable in terms of a leaderboard.
Definitely opportunity to strike for quite a few teams. Get a little bit higher on up. MADBULLS so far in Rozhok, not really going to have too much to worry about in their location, really. I said that before, right? It's a lot more open right now, and definitely some opportunity to rotate west. The question is, when do they go for it? Are they going to try and stick it out in Rozhok, control some teams from Yasnaya, or try and play for a little bit later into these games? Personally, I'd like to see them rotate towards some of the ruins positions from this current circle.
Yeah, definitely a possibility for them there. Sly Europe already taking a knock for themselves. This is very much unexpected for them. Not often do we see MELİSE Esports in this position down towards farm. So already finding a pick off onto Tenchik is pretty bad for them. And this is a team that we thought really could challenge out for the top. They've done so fantastically well, really controlled a lot of endgame circles, and then have slipped up just slightly. My little Sly guys just not really taking it to task against some of these teams. And I think it has been quite frequently now we have seen them losing a player early on. I think that is just not being cautious enough on their initial rotates, and particularly with a playing path like that, which is very much down towards that south side, you have to be careful. You have no idea what kind of teams are going to be dropping down this position, which was not their original drop spot. So sending a player like that out so early on to get some scouting done, very dangerous, in my opinion. I think you have to rotate as a 4 in these types of circles and these types of playing paths.
ARR, BRA, extricating from one another right now, but BRA might re-engage out to the west in Gatka with Elementrix a little bit further through. They are going to drop a little bit short. Do BRA go for this engagement? Do ARR try and take this engagement? It looks like ARR are just going to try and control this central position.
Yeah, with them being kind of split in this 2-2 either side of BRA, not an ideal position to be playing in, not an ideal fight to take for themselves. And as much as AAR has multiple times taken fights, which I would say were ill-advised, they're just going to dip out of this one, head further up towards that northern side, pick up some decent compounds for themselves. In the meantime, we do have this move coming through from a lot of teams over towards the east. Obviously, a lot of teams towards Rozhok side can comfortably move. They know that they're further along than a lot of these other teams that will have dropped out early over towards the east. So getting out early, understanding that there's still a lot of compounds that can be taken up, a lot of compounds that should be free in this circle. I think taking that real estate now is fairly important.
REGNUM CARYA moving out west now. As teams, as you say, starting to make those decisions to move on up and into the circle. Sly still on the back foot, though, and Nexus might run over them if they're not too careful. On the screen right now, you can see REGNUM CARYA, their 2-2 split, currently getting severed by the line of ingress from foot. They are dilly-dallying around in the center of that 2-2 split. Not the easiest of positions, but they're safe for the time being. The spread is such that they have that cover, and they've got a lot of room to work with for now.
Yeah, this is still very doable. And with Sly Europe towards that northern side too, I think that for them, they'll most likely be just chilling. They know they're down a player. They don't want to go for anything too drastic, which means that Nexus rotation even easier here. We can see their stats over on that left side for just a short amount of time, but 21 minutes average survival time is absolutely something to be desired. It's really, really good overall. Foot rocking up towards BRA, who are desperately trying to get out of this situation alive, but they find themselves in a spot that is unescapable.
The 2-2 split on Gatka Fields first, finally being punished. I think this is now 3 teams we've seen go for a 2-2 split in this position. Not that it's a bad decision, but it is the first event that we've seen where it is going to get cut down. ARR had that 2-2 split either side of BRA. BRA now on that 2-2. REGNUM CARYA controlling a lot of ground, but ARR now with a potential to third party onto the spot, but Elementrix does not have the backup. The cavalry not ready to ride on into the engagement when they know there's all 4 players ready to go for foot.
Yeah, REGNUM CARYA have been stepping up things a lot recently. It's not quite sent them barreling towards that top side, but a 6th place position at the moment is still very decent. I think they're one of the teams that puts out the most amount of damage multiple times over these days. I think they've always been in the running for the top 5 in that sense. So I think for REGNUM CARYA, a little bit careless in terms of their approach, but at the same time, that can be a scary thing to come up against. I think all the players on that team have some serious firepower behind them, and they've started to lock down some of these rotations as well. So a bit of a fearsome team to come up against. This split that they're currently playing up towards Ruin side and down towards the south is decent in terms of where their initial rotation will go. But with this one, I imagine we'll see a rotate off from Ruin side down towards the south to regroup with the rest of the team.
You can see the teams now almost shrinking onto the center here as Gladiators moving in. OZAROX sending down through past Novo. They have Storm on the east bridge. SBG just crossing through Rozhok now, was vacated by the MADBULLS. They should be fairly safe there. It will be fully picked through. BEŞİKTAŞ on the northern point of the foothold. And Sun HP goes down first. Owen hits the deck and stays alive. Really, really important here as Savian was not in a position to get that res just yet, but now might have that opportunity. A smoke blooms on the ridgeline, steps up, and Sun HP is flushed.
Yeah, for Foot, they need to be really stepping up the performance. They have kept up just about between the major pack towards the middle of the leaderboard. They're on 96 points. I think for this team, a championship finish as the champion is very unlikely. However, they can redeem themselves coming into the end of the day, end of the tournament as well, by getting maybe a top 5 finish. It would still be possible for them, but a lot of work is going to have to be put in here. I think Arwin did a great job from yesterday on the final Erangel of the day. It's kind of unexpected that we see Arwin being the one who does the most work, even though Kairos was coming off being MVP. But still, you always need a new player to step up when things look bad, and Arwin has certainly been in that player.
We're talking about players that are stepping up. It's Loxy for REGNUM CARYA, who has been such a force to be reckoned with in this lobby. 2nd place on that MVP standings, only to Doran, who, I mean, we don't even need to cover that because the desk talked, sung his praises so highly. But yeah, Loxy has been putting in that work for REGNUM CARYA. It is a little bit unfortunate they haven't been up there with the top pack, with that top group of going 1, 2, 3, I would say even 4 for next RÜYA's performance as deserving of being one of those tops. But REGNUM CARYA is sort of just outside the door, and with Loxy ready and raring to go to try and take Doran down at the top of those tables, you've got to imagine that this is a team with a great future, if not today, then in the rest of this season.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely think they have improved a lot during this tournament as well. I know it's been a short tournament overall, but like I said earlier, I think they've been locking down these rotations a lot more, and then they're able to take more advantage of how strong their players are in that late game, which is where they really start to shine. It's just been a little bit difficult for them recently getting towards that late game, making some ill-advised rotations early on, but much more prioritizing the center of the circle, and I think they can do a lot with that. They're a team that's fairly comfortable taking this 360 swivel, taking shots at a lot of other players. Circle heads down towards the south side, which certainly benefits Gladiators here as well as OZAROX. There is that nice little bit of a ridge side that looks out over the fields for Gladiators now to play against. Can be easily backstabbed, but I think for Gladiators being a team that is so incredibly cautious, they will try and eliminate that issue from having happen. Now, it's funny for me because I do think a Primos drop for them is the best scenario at the start of the day, being forced into this one. one as well as every other team, just because they have been blocked out so many times on that northern side by several teams who seem unwilling to get to the circle and instead just to fight with Gladiators themselves. So this time it gives them a bit of a more comfortable start to their game and a bit more space to play around with. Next, RÜYA are, in this case, very uncomfortably close to them as Kitsune tries to rally the team around him.
Kitsune has to hold off and maybe look for a knock here. A lot of damage found, and there's Tixi to rally through. Find one, find two, line them up. Kitsune through the window. Does take a little bit of damage, but should be safe for now. Furia getting peppered through the upper floors of this window, and Kitsune is still going. Burnt away, maybe the fire spreads there, but all of his teammates are going to fall here. Peace lines up, and BEŞİKTAŞ third party devastating to Kitsune, who goes down with a really quick flush. The push out from Meku has to fade away, but it's, excuse me, to falter. Kitsune to fall, but, or excuse me, going to stay alive on the inside.
For Gladiators now, with BEŞİKTAŞ rocking up towards this position, they desperately want to get rid of Furia from that high ground building. Tixi sends away in his vehicle, worried that they're going to start losing many more players, and tries to get a high ground position to look down towards BEŞİKTAŞ. Peace goes forward. Meku has a nice nade through the window, and it will bounce back off. So very unfortunate, because that was going to be very well placed for them. Meku realizes he has to get out of dodge as he hears the pin being pulled on that grenade.
Ooh, Furia will be spotted by Zessi from BEŞİKTAŞ to be able to pick that one up. Tixi's high ground spotted by Solus and flushed. Gladiators, it looked so good for them on the hold, but they were just a little bit exposed from all of these angles, and everybody decided to descend on them almost all at once. It was, excuse me, it was BEŞİKTAŞ, and now it's FLUX as well. There's still a duo going, and they are not out of it just yet, but Zessi holds the corner, and Meku wins the 1v2. Perfectly timed and necessary for Gladiators' continued survival with 2.
Yeah, on their run here, Meku had to pull something magical out the bag, and that's exactly it. But FLUX looming off in the distance is not a fun prospect. This is one of the few very strong compounds that Gladiators are currently holding. I don't think FLUX will push this one too aggressively, considering they have this high ground to their advantage. But for Gladiators, it did look so good. They were great on the initial hold. BEŞİKTAŞ go for a third party. FLUX get involved as well. So that's 3 separate teams all sending this location, and now even more unfortunate is this shift, because Gladiators could have had such a good game, but it's FLUX to take that position, who they're directly competing with.
And this is an awful spot, not only for Gladiators to have FLUX in, but also you consider NEXUS's chase, because they are on the opposite side of the circle. They are back of the queue right now to get into this one, so they are going to have to pull something out as well to try and make it work. It will be a tough road, but they have got all 4 of their players alive for the time being.
Get another salvage game coming through for Gladiators, sending both either side. You can see there on the map, one to the north, one further down towards the south in the middle. They're just going to hold on some of these unlikely compounds, these little shacks, maybe some buildings on the high ground to try and play together. But this is such a nice lineup coming through from BEŞİKTAŞ. Luckily, Meku was there at the end with this incredible play versus 1. Takes a lot of damage and then just commits for the trade. That takes a lot of confidence to make happen when you're on that low HP, but Meku certainly does.
MELİSE and OZAROX going at it right now on the southwest side, and seemingly both suffering casualties here. MELİSE more so, though, because Swain is the only knock sent back their way. Lewis wants to try and even the numbers, even the odds as well, as Kenzie does go down, but needs a whole lot of ammo to do it, to make that one happen. Pops the first aid, starts to get that heal up. CEO knows there's a player pushing close, and the DBS is good for Storm. And MELİSE fall in the face of OZAROX. Swain down, but only 2 players now.
Fairly amusing we go from that engagement for Gladiators, where they were really sweating hard and try-harding, to over that fight, which was very sloppy indeed. Even the attempted rundown didn't look so great between OZAROX and MELİSE Esports. Luckily, OZAROX do come out on top, but AR are in the wings right now, moving down off that western edge to maybe pick themselves up a position in the circle, and they'll be facing off against a very much weakened OZAROX.
They only have 2 players to worry about, and OZAROX are already trying to get out of there. A wide sweep for ARR, and we'll have high ground against that FLUX position to push on in north. REGNUM, CARYA also situating themselves favorably in the hills just out to the northeast side of these fields.
If we get a center up on this circle, it will be very hard not to predict FLUX on this game, considering the kind of sightlines they'll own after that, out and over into a lot of these open spaces, these barren fielded areas that you essentially would have to crash FLUX, but even then they would see you coming from a mile off. It's very, very difficult to go against them now. I think most teams would have to hope for a very hard shift down towards their location, because FLUX has dominated a strong position within the circle and now can start to play out from this spot. I think they did a very good job of not getting too heavy onto that engagement between Gladiators and BEŞİKTAŞ. They realized that, you know, this is a strong spot for us to be in. All we really need to do is make it hurt over on that side, cause some casualties, because that was one of the only other positions on the map that maybe had some chance, squandering their chances in this game.
Tapok out wide for ARR, so they've got a base of fire from the south side. Nexus, in the meantime, are pummeling their way through this guard on the north side. The shift does keep FLUX in, but I would say it isn't as strong as it could have been. I mean, it's still going to be very, very difficult to take them down here, but if they have to move out in the future, which now is much more likely, they can have a much better time.
Yeah, I think this is the shift that most teams up towards that northeastern side, where a lot of them have congregated, unable to get through the mass of players, basically creating a barricade in this situation. This is the shift that they were looking for. It gives them more time to plan out their next routes into the circle. FUT only has 2 players left remaining, and Nexus looming in the wings is not ideal for them. A couple of grenades here on Kairos could open things up nastily over towards Nexus, but unlikely you'll win the 4v2 there. Currently just using the buggies to scout out, figure out what's going on in this area, because RÜYA could instantly capitalize on a third party if Nexus start taking this fight with FUT.
But you've got to worry about teams like Major Pride off to the side. Kapahala, though, not going to have a worry in the world, seemingly. Into the buggy, hops out the other side, tries to give him the slip on the spray downs, but it's not going to help you. Not in the face of Nexus, who move FUT aside. RÜYA, though, pushing out from the west, might have an impact here if they can crest the ridge in time. Nexus are now next up to try and push to REGNUM CARYA.
Nexus have an idea of where Major Pride are currently playing, so definitely a chance for them to get involved here. AR on the backside still, not making too many moves for themselves, but very much keeping out of dodge, and could come in and maybe sweep the game away from under everybody's feet. FLUX happy that their compound is still in the circle for the time being, but a lot of conflict on this northern side.
Certainly a lot to worry about. Nexus wary of their back flank, and they know that they're going to have to defend from a crunch any moment now. The question is, how effective will it be? Hang on a minute. Major Pride has decided instead to go for REGNUM CARYA. Potential to third party for Nexus, but RÜYA will capitalize.
RÜYA certainly able to spot the quick rotations coming through from Nexus and maybe look to take their position off them. Goodness me, this is going to be a lot of 4-man teams all going out and get together. And I think REGNUM CARYA is definitely got the biggest target on their back at the moment, considering they are this far in. But it is Tron to start things off well over towards Nomi. One of their best fraggers this tournament, been taken down from the get-go. And look at this, Nexus, yeah, getting involved.
Trying to keep that suppression on where they can, force these engagements, wither the teams in front of them. As Major Pride step up, if they can get a knock onto Major Pride, even those numbers back towards them, it's going to be so much better for their position on that north side. But their backs to the zone. They'll need to find something special to push through. ARR lose someone on the south in the meantime.
Yeah, FLUX spotting that one out as they try to ride on past. They will get the res, but FLUX all situate themselves down towards the south side of these buildings now to try and hamper this rotation. They want to make sure this south side is as clear as possible. Their main sticking point here is the fact that a lot of these teams up towards the north side will have to engage one another first. Nexo comes through and REGNUM CARYA still hold on to this little patch of land, which a lot of these teams will have to move into. But there are so many opportunities that if you take a fight to try and clear space, someone's instantly going to come in and start causing you some problems. RÜYA finally making this rotate, and it's a fast one at that, directly dead center.
They're going to go right over the top and straight into REGNUM CARYA, rolling up 1 and 2. Knocks are going both ways, but at the moment, it's next RÜYA getting torn asunder. 2 for 2 right now on the trade, and yep, they are just going to sail straight on in as the next 2 get picked up. Next RÜYA fall, and now the lines can start to move in. The third parties from Major Pride, from Nexus as well, can start to become effective.
It's a good hold coming through from REGNUM CARYA. Loxy once again stepping up tall. Exomachina drops into the vehicle and back out again, really throwing Dino for a loop there as he heads back towards the rest of his team. Major Pride at 3 right now. They did lose a player earlier on. Nexus looking to capitalize though. They have 4 players still left remaining. They can clear out Major Pride. It becomes a 1v1 between them and REGNUM CARYA. And I think they could potentially confidently win that fight.
I mean, REGNUM CARYA have 3 players remaining as well. They lost a player on that next RÜYA Wild Crash. The Gladiators eliminated in the meantime, but that really wasn't too much of a surprise. They only had 2 players left to move on in with. Nexus are outside on the zone, and they will have to crest this ridge. Their western flank is a little bit safer, but MADBULLS are going to have to leave this high ground as well. Once they do, that avenue opens.
REGNUM CARYA, I think that they're sort of locked into this position, John, just purely with having MADBULLS on this sweep, with 2 teams behind them. There's the run out coming through from Gladiators. Matic tries to get as far as possible, but spotted. Great shots coming through from Zerish. This guy has been performing at a high level this entire tournament.
Nexus have taken another knock on that north side. They are swelling around to commit for these reses. They do need all 4 of their players alive. That's not who I went for. I went for Nexus, but okay. On the north side, I did choose Nexus. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much, production. That was a hot swap. But yeah, I liked their position on the north, and now with next RÜYA out of it, they do have a lot more ground to play with.
They try to stymie you there.
They are.
Send you back to the Shadow Realm. Again, like you say, though, I think things start to get slightly more scary for the guys on Nexus as this circle pushes them further in. Kapahala makes a bold move here, and he has done very well as a solo to hold off singular teams before, and setting himself up over this ridge side where he can toss grenades. He's got 5 of them to keep MADBULLS back whilst the rest of the team tries to face off versus REGNUM CARYA. It's a smart decision. Doran down from the get-go though, and MADBULLS, I think they understand that it's just a solo holding on this side. They do drop the smoke to try and give themselves a bit of space, but a beautiful nade coming through from Kapahala will keep them at bay. Nexus single-handedly taking on 2 teams at the same time right now.
That nade from Kapahala is the only thing keeping Doran alive at this stage. A beautiful timed nade to get a perfect amount of damage. Doran rezzed now. And Nexus losing... Oh, no, wait, hang on a minute. Is he? Yeah, he is back on his feet. Getting that heal off. Octavian moves in, and Tron is not going to be traded for. That is unfortunate. Octavian flushed away, but REGNUM CARYA really starting to flag now as Major Pride put the pressure on. They tighten screws here, and just the 1 player now remaining for them. Tron wants the challenge. Is he going to be able to find the shot? Not quite. The nades will bombard in from Major Pride.
Nexus really having a bad time of it. Doran barely alive. You just have to blow on him and he'd fall over here. Exomachina behind the tree, very low also. Kapahala did go down earlier, but I think the fact that Nexus have been able to live in this situation for so long, despite there being so many teams around them to cause them problems, has been fairly incredible. This position of the map was so packed with teams who all moved up towards Rozhok. It was the area that was the easiest to get to from the plane path. FLUX, on the other hand, make a really long rotate actually down towards that southwest side to stay out of the action as much as possible. They know today it's all about just keeping up those averages with how far they got ahead yesterday. It's been very, very well done. They move further up towards the northeast side. I think they're going to start capitalizing.
Nexus are done for this game. I mean, with all of those teams fighting off against one another on the north, all FLUX had to do was not die, and they've done that very effectively here. Major Pride eliminated next. Eastern side, ARR with 3. Everyone else with 4 players alive. MADBULLS have been containing the action fairly effectively from their western point. But MADBULLS...
Soulless!
Just going to lose out on that trade. Soulless nails it on top of the rock.
I think they've been hitting some real nutty shots this game. A lovely nade down towards his side. Almost blows up the vehicle in front of them. and will be taken down by another. This has been very, very good coming through from MADBULLS to keep FLUX at bay. Yes, they were able to move up, but it's an extremely precarious position to be in. I think both AR and MADBULLS are very happy to cooperate here to remove this team and then take their fight between one another.
Ketch goes down to a nade from Aces. ARR are moving across this hillside. Sulke spotted. And Aces again. Just slowing down FLUX. Sulke knocked. Lutz now last member alive for FLUX down the hill. Molotov on his position as well, so at least the MADBULLS know where he is. I don't think you're going to last too long there. As strong as Lutz is, I just don't know if he has it in the wheelhouse.
Yeah, this is probably not going to be a game for FLUX that'll win. I think, again, it was a difficult rotation out towards that northeast side. I think the main benefit they got from this game was the fact that they didn't die, and they weren't able to be embroiled in all this action over on the northern side. Sulke does get flushed out. Lutz desperately trying to live. AAR struggling to find him, though, on their off angle purely because of the sightlines coming through from the MADBULLS themselves. And I think they're going to turn tail and start focusing on the problem at hand, which is ARR.
Lutz will present himself, and to be honest, it's more of a problem for MADBULLS on their angle than it is for ARR. As soon as Lutz starts shooting, the MADBULLS will look down, but he has the backstab onto MADBULLS' position if they push towards ARR.
Becca, Aces, Elementrix. I think Elementrix and Aces have been doing incredibly well this tournament. Becca being able to play that backstop role for them. Lutz slowly just backing up slightly. Zerich here just will not give him any kind of a break. If he sees that he's moved out just even a little bit, he looks to see if he can take the shot. Both teams still delaying things as much as possible. They want the other to come to them, and they're waiting for the next circle to see who it favors. It will be coming through shortly, and it will push both of them together at zone 9.
Got that tripod down, so Lutz will be able to take a very effective duel with ARR if they open up an angle. But the blue zone will be starting to close for the final time here in just about 3 seconds. Becca needs to launch one of those nades. He's got 10 smokes, Blank.
It's going to make this a very misty finish, that's for sure. Both teams unwilling to face first. Lutz most likely the first to go here, as he will be enveloped by the blue very shortly. Can't really leave his position behind the vehicle. Will have to crawl out, and Zerich keeps spotting that position as well as he keeps looking down towards that south side. I think he's finally spotted him. Will take him down, and now just a full fight between MADBULLS and ARR. They realize that the biggest problem for them, as you said earlier, would be that backstab coming through from Lutz. Now they can fully focus over towards ARR, who will have to crest this ridge towards them. No nades to be really seen. They use most of them down towards FLUX, so utility is slightly lacking, but they have that man advantage.
Look at that smoke line, just rolling down the hill for ARR. So much mobility afforded to them because of it. Aces has a nade, and Zerich eats one from his teammate, I think. Yeah, Flique takes a little bit of damage there. They're bursting them high. Becker had, I think, 4 HE nades in his pocket as well to try and pick up some damage. Aces ducks behind, and the blue zone right behind Flique forces him to move forwards, but luckily Frozen has his back. The 1-2 peak is going to be enough to find the first. Frozen now in and up to the tree. Becker last standing. The nades aren't going to help you now, but the gunplay might. That's a DBS shot through, but unfortunately cannot turn it around for a second. The MADBULLS able to play the numbers game from the western side, and too little too late maybe, but a chicken dinner's a chicken dinner nonetheless.
Absolutely. I think, second one they've got now, this one a little bit more deserved, I'd say, overall. Last one, the circle just slowly moved up towards them on Sanhok, but this time around, I think they played that western side very nicely. I think a lot of other teams were very much aggressive, maybe a little bit too aggressive to get in on that fighting, whereas MADBULLS just allowed themselves to get pushed in slowly by the blue, but maintain control over on that side. And they took shots over towards Nexus a few times, got a couple of knocks, just caused casualties, caused a bit of pain, and by the time they moved in, it was really just a couple of quite ragtag teams to deal with. So overall, very well done to MADBULLS on that match. FLUX, a tough rotation for them to head up towards that northeast side, and I think they'd hoped that they weren't going to be running into 2 very much full force squads. If they were able to take down ARR earlier on, maybe that's a different story, and they're able to make that same rotate they made up towards that northeast side.
Well, the Mad Bulls were able to get a chicken dinner. Well controlled, well played, all things considered. A difficult hillside finish for FLUX. They fell just that little bit short, but they still posted the numbers that they needed.
MADBULLS, they're keeping the dream alive to an extent. They get the chicken dinner, it's a convincing one. Elimination sprinkled in as well. So all in all, looking good. Looking like the aggressive MADBULLS that we've kind of been waiting for.
They're going to need a lot more of those games if they want to catch up right now, fair to say. But yeah, a good game from them. Though if I had to go on to the instant negative side of things, or criticism a little bit there, I'd like to ruin the fun of everyone here. I feel like they could have done more with their position. I do feel like they should have allowed potentially ARR to get into that final position. I don't feel like they should have allowed FLUX to get even remotely close to that position in the first place, but they just held on to that position. At the end, they took a good fight, but this could have been like a 15, 16 maybe elimination game here.
Yeah, FLUX is the more egregious one. It's like,
yes,
they should not have let them get out of that compound. There should have been a holding of that compound, knowing that there is going to be a team in there. Even if you haven't spotted someone, you know, in that compound earlier, you know there's going to be someone there eventually trying to move through those fields, and then that moment you can kind of bring them down. I mean, maybe they were focusing on other things that were going on, like maybe the north side, all the conflict that was going on up there. Maybe that was what was kind of really drawing their attention, but still, I mean, a win to win though, 21 points going their way here with the eliminations as well. It's about time MADBULLS is able to post something big.
Yeah, that's definitely what we wanted from them, and 11 eliminations on top of those 10 placement points. That's a good place to be in. The damage, though, very heavily favored in the side of ARR. It felt like they played a little bit more aggressively than MADBULLS in general.
I like that they took kind of their destiny in their own hands at the end there. They wanted to avoid staying in the fields that entire game. They knew they had to go for push-up relatively early, which is what they did going on to have that REGNUM CARYA major pride position. They sent Tapok and Elementrix, I believe, which was a really good play that time around. But yeah, Frozen also doing pretty good for the MADBULLS side and bringing in 5 elims this time.
Yeah, staying on the topic though of FLUX and them getting as far as they did, they had actually only gotten 1 elimination. So those 5 placement points are absolutely crucial because that totals to 6. Whereas when we're looking at NEXUS, they had a much better game when it came to the elimination side of things, and therefore they get 8 points. But still, because they allowed FLUX to get so far, that just makes it so much more difficult for NEXUS to keep catching up.
It's a gamble play for FLUX. I mean, if the circle goes south towards their compound, then they have an absolute field day, literally, with being able to deal with all of the teams trying to move at them through the fields. But it wasn't that case there, so they don't... It could have been the difference between what is a 6-point game and a 25-point game, basically. So sometimes you make these gambles and sometimes it doesn't pay off.
And Gladiators not getting as many points as they could. That's allowing NEXUS and FLUX then to distance that lead a little bit more up in first and second place. So not looking great for Gladiators this time around because teams are just taking those points of interest so much earlier. So not that good. The REGNUM CARYA, I mean, we had a good conversation about it there, Kalaris, that game. They've done a lot of work to hold on to their position. I still feel like Major Pride were a bit slow in their approach because they could have third-partied after RÜYA just full sent it on their spot.
They had one knock go the way Major Pride had lost one person initially.
It was Nomi too.
Knocked and actually moved back. And I think they were a little bit scared about what was lurking there. But I mean, I picked REGNUM CARYA to potentially win this out. It's not a bad spot. However, once you're in there, you're in there. It's difficult to get away from. And if the teams on the northwest side, northeast side all battle one another and kind of eliminate each other before they have to get to you, you're sitting pretty. But that did not happen in this lobby at all. They got collapsed in on. It's a very, very vulnerable position if you're being attacked from multiple
Very
angles.
nadeable, right? The
very
moment you saw
nadeable,
Major Pride get so close, they just threw, I think, 3-4 nades and the entire team was just decimated instantly. So not easy to hold on to, but they still did the most out of that position, got a fair decent amount of eliminations, which comes back to REGNUM CARYA can't get those podium finishes, but still getting consistent points remaining in the conversation.
Next, RÜYA as well, coming out with the skr strat, just like making my way downtown.
Yeah, not a fan of the skr strat, as you called it, Jiniro. Not the best. I mean, they tried to go for play similar to yesterday on Erangel with Frozen. Didn't work out this time around, but a valiant effort, I'll have to say.
Reality check. There we go. English.
Snap back to reality.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
In regards to the total points that the teams have, I mean, we're looking at MADBULLS. They had a phenomenal game, pushing themselves onto 8th, but it's still a 70-point difference between that first place.
I feel like after this next game that we're going to be happening on Miramar, we're going to have to start counting teams out on this first page that can compete with first place. It's still possible, I would say, for pretty much anyone, but you're going to need a huge game. Like, we're talking podium finish after podium finish, double-digit eliminations, chicken dinners After this next game, I would say potentially the bottom 2 teams on this list might be out of the conversation.
I mean, if you want to challenge for the championship, anyone outside top 3, I think, is out of the conversation.
I want to keep some hope a bit.
Okay,
I'm big copium right now, but I'm like, there is a chance.
you can catch up to top 3, but catching up to FireFlux
That's rough.
Very difficult with the position that they found themselves in. And even in a game like this, which is kind of a salvage game, considering, you know, you go for the gamble of the compound, you're hoping that the shift comes your way. It doesn't. They still get a few points on the board. They still somehow got up towards the hill, which, again, I don't think should have been allowed by the lobby, but they did. They did.
They got their opportunities and they capitalized off of them. But like you said, this next map, Miramar, I think is going to be quite a big turning point for a lot of these teams. I like how there's a little bit of a split difference. Like Kalara's like, yeah, contention for top 3, that's a little bit difficult. If you're out of top 3, you're not going to get that first place. You're on the other hand thinking that there is an opportunity. So my question is, if you had to pick 1 or 2 teams that are not in the top 3 right now that could be competing with FireFlux, who would that be?
REGNUM CARYA. I feel like is one that comes to mind because they have been hyper consistent. It's just I need to see those wins, which they've done a good job here. Wasn't quite enough to get that chicken dinner or get to that podium finish. I would say they're the only team that comes to mind that can compete in the top 3.
But then the issue is they haven't converted those wins.
Exactly.
Right? So
which is what we need to see.
Hello, where you?
What's going on? Well, we're going to be figuring exactly what's going to be going on as we're going to be heading into the second map of today. It's going to be a Miramar showdown, made possible by Monster Energy, and we're gonna be heading over to our casters again, John and Blank. So this is your second gift of today, John. Enjoy it.
It's great. So it's the second gift it's a present that I've been given, and I feel very grateful, you know, for this this new Miramar opportunity, you know.
A lot of gifts today. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I got gifted 1 point on that last game, but Janira once again is following suit very well. I'm kind of scared because she is incredibly good at predictions and not sure what's going on. I think she's got a crystal ball back there or something. I don't have anything such like that. You know, I'm all just about logic at the end of the day, but that's fine.
Why have you just palmed her up? Goodness me. Give us some credit. She's done well.
I did. Yeah, no, she's good. She's good.
Yeah.
She's really good at 100%. Heading towards Miramar now, though. Second match. Only 4 more after this. So I think that really we are getting down to it right now. With Gladiators not getting too many points out last game and FireFlux upping their points total to 172. Ooh, it's getting scary now. I think that it puts you in such a nice position as FireFlux on that 172 point barrier, because you are just in that situation of like, we just need to get to the end game. We just need to keep putting up those average points every single time.
Staying ahead of the pack, 20 points. The difference. Really only Nexus now with their eyes set on that top spot goal. That PMWI qualification direct. Plane path cuts out the southwest corner here of Miramar, so difficult approach to places like Al Azhar, like Torre Hamada. The northeast side of the map, inaccessible really.
Yeah, quite a significant plane path here, which does cut off a large portion. I'd say right from here you are struggling to get there without vehicles, and even so, like, this is really your barrier for parachuting downwards. I think for a lot of these teams, they're going to struggle slightly getting to some of their ideal drop spots. Certainly on this western side, a lot of these rotations are made slightly easier by this road that heads all the way up, but that is a pretty cruel circle down towards the southeast side, which means a lot of these teams that did want to play up towards this edge of the map now have a long rotate down, and it's going to be pocked with a lot of different teams all holding these locations just to get there. So I think for most teams at the moment up towards that northwest side, it's going to be a slow game for them. FireFlux actually ends up dropping over towards Chumacera, which works out perfectly for them. They have a very nice little rotation inwards. It does put them slightly in the line of fire, because a lot of times we will see FireFlux go for a rotation that's up here and slowly work their way down into the circle. This time around, they have a lot of targets around them that they'll have to deal with.
They have plenty of teams looking that way. With this circle, Blank, it's actually fairly likely, even at this stage, that we get a Los Leones finish. It sprawls so wide that it's covering probably about 10% of the circle, which is pretty significant. But then you consider the fact that the water covers a further 30%, and you're already sort of pushing it up to being a really solid chance that we're getting an urban finish on this.
Yeah, I think that would be very much a good prediction to make, John, that we're going to be heading over towards Los Leones way. We could still head down towards MADBULLS in Puerto Paraíso. This is the original knock that happened right at the start of the game with the SKS there versus Storm on OZAROX. SPG able to pick up that point for themselves. But yeah, I think that this is one of those games which becomes a little bit difficult to quantify for a lot of teams up towards that northwest side who are outside of the circle. You know, figuring out these rotations for themselves is going to be difficult, especially with the playing path that comes through. They know that, well, we know right now because we can see the map, there is practically no one up towards El Azahar, Junkyard, Cruz de Valle, Torre Armada. So there's an extreme mass of teams and mass of players down towards the southeast side. You can already see that just because of how cramped it is and the forced rotational drop spots from that playing path, there is teams getting absolutely in the thick of it.
It will be quite the firecracker of a game here, I imagine, for our first Miramar of the day. Kisyu has seen Swain moving on through with the monster truck, but Swain, a little bit of a difficulty with the defilade, but does manage to navigate it, get over to the other side. No harm, no foul. Kenzie on foot out in the open here. Yeah, I think OZAROX just struggling around SPG.
Yeah, they have gone 1 for 1 apiece at the moment, but this is typically SPG's drop spot. So the fact that OZAROX has gone here, this is a change of pace for them. MELİSE Esports always close by to anything that is a little bit out of the ordinary, which is fine, which is absolutely acceptable. I think looking at this, though, I am most excited for Nexus Gaming because I really do want to see them do well here from the eastern side. Like you said before, you know, they are very much still in contention for taking that first place spot away from FLUX. And just for the country overall of Romania, it is a big win if they're able to secure that spot over towards PMWI, because I think it will be, I think Max has said it as well, and I think it will be the first Romanian team that makes it to an international stage of that caliber.
Yeah, obviously they're playing sort of continental right now, but expanding your horizons, getting experience against the teams from Southeast Asia, from South America. Some real strong contenders from those regions as well to be worried about. And to be a name amongst those up in lights is absolutely a massive accolade. But even if they were to fall short of the mark, I think that Nexus is a name that we'll be hearing a lot more from.
Yeah, they have really improved as a squad overall. Right now, OZAROX taking its task with SPG. Swain already starts things off strong. Right now, SPG are completely floundering. Just Victor left alive, tries to clutch it out and can make it as well. Goodness me. This boy has been very good for the team recently. Robs has really taken them through the PMPL league stage, through to the finals. Carried them here almost, and I think that Victor finally paying back his respects to his teammate. He's popped off a fair few times this championship.
Didn't save him though. That would have been even better, but SPG down to 2. I had SPG in my top 3, Blank, and so did Max. I valued their stalwart togetherness, I would put it, the time that they've spent together as a roster quite heavily back in PMPL. I knew they were coming off a slightly poor performance, but I believed in them. They proved me right back in the PMPL EU, but here at the championships, they have not proven me right. In fact, the opposite. They've proven me kind of wrong. They are now a middle pack team. Sure, they're in good company with MADBULLS, who are performant in most metrics, certainly in, well, most of the time, except for these past 4 days. But they have fallen short of that consistency that I had come to expect from them from the earlier tournaments.
Yeah, I think they're still showing that. I think it is a pattern of mistakes coming through from SPG a lot of times, and it occurs quite frequently where I think everything goes right for them. They make a decent initial rotation. No one stops them on that. They're able to get to the end game, and they're essentially gifted that position. They will get the win. But even when we have seen them take these chicken dinners, we've seen them have very big missteps towards that end game, being able to pull it off by the skin of their teeth. I just think for SPG, there is just this sense of, carelessness about them. And I'd like to see the ship tightened up just a little bit, because that's something that we are seeing a little bit too frequently for my liking. Next, RÜYA topples the buggy, gets straight back in though. Frozen's on his way. Looking at the circle, heads down towards that south side again. And looking very much likely that we're going to see that Los Leones as we see the blue start to encroach further inwards. Not quite on stage 2 yet, as we know that is the biggest shrink. Most teams trying to get themselves situated over towards the mountainsides, down towards Puerto Paraíso. Smart, to be honest. You don't want to go into Los Leones too early. And this gives you the best chance that, you know, if the circle heads your way down that position and you're in one of these high ground spots, you can just chill out there for the majority of the game if it keeps favoring you.
Circle fairly soon to close. SBG with their duo now getting rolled up on by Gladiators, who may not be aware of the position and could lose a player if they don't keep their wits about them. ARR very late from Cruz de Valle. That is a hard shift yet again out to the west side. Actually keeps some of Los Higos in. And maybe that South Island could be sanctuary for teams that have lost a player or two to try and just hide it out, wait out the game. But that south coast blank, that's rolling away hills, right? You've got downward slopes towards the ocean.
Yeah, we've seen actually a Los Higos finish in PMPL EU, so, you know, maybe we see one again here. Unlikely, but it would be an amusing finish to say the least. A lot of teams now pushing their way out that way. Honestly, for right now, it is Gladiators just a bit in the struggle bus with the blue starting to tick a little bit harder than they are used to, but very close to Sanctuary right now over towards the zone itself. It hasn't quite started to close as of yet, so they should be able to get ahead of the pack here. AAR moving in behind them, though, is a scary prospect, but I think they should just be able to get out of dodge soon enough.
He's just about getting away, but no, finally the vehicle goes up in smoke. And with it, the chances for BEŞİKTAŞ to have a fourth player. However, they do have that south side position, and they should be happy for it, because not a lot of teams have been afforded that opportunity this early.
Absolutely not. I mean, Foot's in a strong spot, overlooking down towards this roadside. It's a really good position. The houses afford you a lot of sight lines upwards. I think the only thing for excuse me right now is the fact that they're looking uphill towards Foot, and they have to be a little bit careful about jumping out these buildings and taking too many shots down below, because a quick step up from Foot could lead to one knock. And again, it's not likely they'll crash upon it.
But if Foot lose a player uphill, other teams can crash on that position, right? And if it's timed, unfortunately, it could prove to be a disaster for the foothold on the north. I do like that it's foothold. I said it last game, and I was like, ooh, that's quite pleasant. This game, similarly appealing.
I like that you've had to bring it up. It went unnoticed. Time to let everyone know about it. Fair enough. Gladiators still holding outside. I think they might have heard the vehicles coming through from AR, who once again are hunting them down. They really hate the Gladiators, apparently. Tixi Kitsune already moved forward in towards the circle and gave them a base of operations to maybe start looking at the rest of the game with. It's not ideal, but it is something, and that's all you get sometimes. FLUX towards the middle, and Nexus yet to make their rotate down. They were in Impala, and I think they have had a bit of a difficult run ahead of them, because so many teams, as they would have known, playing this position so many times, will have set themselves up towards those high grounds. So they had to wait it out just a little bit, but at least they can start to play the coastal line now. Zone 3 about to come in, and we'll see if it heads further down south towards Los Higos. Maybe. We never know.
Could happen. But it does shunt a little bit further inland. This is good news for Gladiators, right? It means that they don't have to continue to deal with these hard shifts away, but they have got ARR to deal with on the north side. Unlikely that too many teams will actually crash on that north part that the Gladiators now hold. It's the teams on the south that are going to get noisy neighbors.
Yeah, realistically, for Gladiators, their biggest problem will be ARR coming in from that northern side. That's what they'll have to be most wary of. Most teams, as we said before, were split along that mountain range, so they will have rotated down towards the southern edge. I think there's a huge amount of teams here, and more likely we will start to see more and more engagements happening. For Gladiators, they do pick up a nice bit of high ground towards that northern side, and a vast amount of space to play around with too.
SBG on 2, still up by Graveyard, making their southward trudge now. BEŞİKTAŞ on the south coast, playing on with 3. They're the only teams who are taking casualties, except for the fully eliminated OZAROX, who are the team to take down 2 of SBG. But all of these full force teams just looking for position, sharks in the water.
It's a pretty difficult finish for a lot of these teams to play around with. You can see there's a lot of teams that don't want to head towards the center. That's because it is just barren fielded area. Most teams posted up around on these high grounds now. If we do get a center up, it's just going to push more and more teams closer together. A nice initial shot coming through from Tulika. Doesn't quite connect the way you wanted it to. But now they have information. Realistically, who's their biggest target to get through? They're not in the circle as of yet, so this will have to be the launch pad for them.
And now they know there's a threat from this angle. Going down low for Tulika, quite smart here, but I thought they were just going to roll up on the side and he was going to suppress the edge, but no, they actually just want to skirt underneath, undetected, and see if they can get through without taking the fight. MADBULLS playing a little bit more passively here, but they're spun out on the cliff by Sun HP, and Zerich gets knocked out. The rest of them, they're just going to keep on going. Frozen, trying to bank across that ridgeline, but yeah, into the water you go. You're going to have to swim from here. FLUX now in the vehicle. Can it survive the spray? The ammo runs out. I don't think they're getting another.
No, they are not getting enough over here, but Zerich will go down. Arguably the most impactful player there on MADBULLS, so they'll be sad and they will miss him going forwards. AR up towards that northeast side, John. Now, AR is an interesting team because I said they had a lot of self-destructive tendencies. I still believe in that. They're currently 4th place, though, with 79 eliminations, 39 placement points. Very similar result there to RÜYA, who are tied with them, 118 points. And I think the thing that's carrying AR through a lot of this is that although, yeah, their rotations aren't always the best, aren't always the smartest, they do take a lot of control and they win their engagements. I think as a team, in terms of mechanical skill, they are very good when it comes to that.
I think probably only second to NEXUS at this stage. I would argue that they could definitely claim a second spot. Maybe FLUX also, but they've just sort of been outperforming across the board and taking stronger fights potentially.
Yeah.
In those scenarios. And if you set yourself up, it sometimes looks effortless, right? If you've already put in the work.
I think looking at FLUX at the moment, though, I really hope that they don't fall into a false sense of security here, because I think that this happens to a lot of teams. They get to the final day, they've got a big buffer, and they start playing like this, which is sort of scared and a little bit more cautious than anything. They're really bunkering down a lot of these compounds, not looking for big fights, just slowly moving their way in, not looking for those big chicken dinners to really extend that lead. And I think that can come back to bite you, because if a team suddenly comes online, starts hitting those 20 points that they were replicating a lot of times yesterday with FLUX, but are now taking a bit of a back seat, you can quickly get outdone. And, you know, shifting from this playstyle, which is very slow, to one of momentum this late into the game, it's quite difficult.
They just need to stick to their guns, do FLUX. Gladiators spot Victor from SBG. Currently, Gladiators playing a 2-2 split on that northwest side, and Kashi will go down next. That was picked up by BRA, actually, from all the way out east. ARR moving underneath across these roads that Meku and Matic currently have sightlines towards, but if they can find this outpost duo for Gladiators, might spell a little bit of trouble, but it looks like they're going to regroup and make the decision timely.
Yeah, I think playing this kind of angle across the valley does work out sometimes, and AR slowly making their way up might spot these players as they're escaping. I'm not sure whether they're going to regroup on top of Meku and Matic, though, because Tixi looks to be sending out that way. But there is a bit of a timer now, because if AR come up on this one, we know how quickly they can decimate 2 players at a time. It looks like Matic and Meku just realized that the best idea is just to get out of there.
They are sort of turning around. I mean, they haven't fully committed to the cross yet. Matic's going first across the road, and Meku actually maybe just trying to get some information before he fades away. They know that ARR are close. They will have heard those vehicles moving. and just trying to get any more information that they can, because they're most likely going to have to move east, and ARR holding this hillside have complete oversight on the direction they're most likely going to have to move.
Yeah, and it's through that open ground we spoke about earlier, as we do center up towards that position. It makes it a very uncomfortable endgame overall. ARR, I think that they're a little bit put off right now by the amount of noise that MECU's making at the moment. But if you can lock them in place for a lot longer, cause them not to be able to make this crossing, you know, these players and Tixi and Kitsune might just be able to have a decent broadside over that way. And clearing out that team would create a lot of space for Gladiators in the future. Circle heads down towards the south side, so Gladiators most likely will have to push through next RÜYA. There's not a lot of available positions left now, and this is a fairly disgusting finish for a lot of teams. Down towards REGNUM CARYA, they're very much on the low ground, and there's a lot of high ground around them that most teams are posting up on. MELİSE Esports might get themselves into an altercation between them and next RÜYA, which Gladiators could potentially regroup on top of. At the moment, FLUX are just settling themselves behind REGNUM CARYA in a fairly defensible position.
The question is, do they settle there, or do they want to try and take the fight to REGNUM CARYA, wrest control of the compound and of the buildings to try and leapfrog into this circle? Foot also out on the west side of this, in a solid defensible position to try and keep some control, and probably a more central position as well, looking at the lay of the land.
Yeah, for Foot, it is always a strong compound in this circle. I do not rate REGNUM CARYA's position as much as some other people might, just because I think that it's one of those spots that, yeah, it's fairly easy to defend from, but you are still on the low ground and can get shot out. And when you start to defend against people trying to push up towards you, you often have to leave the warehouse, which opens you to broadside shots from other teams that might have sightlines down towards you. In the meantime, AAR has taken a knock, and I think that might have come from one of the players of Gladiators. It is being rezzed in the meantime.
Yeah, they have managed to get that res off. It could have come from BRA as well. There's two of those teams on that pincer. Will be tricky. FLUX now with Major Pride to their north to worry about, but they have got this alley. You can see it sort of cut through the landscape there. That little trench that's rolling down the hill to move along and be quite effective, hopefully, from.
AR are just sending it now over towards this ridge side. Very playable. Dangerous to get over towards, though, in the meantime. Sly Europe do find a couple of players from Nexus. Like we said earlier, they have had a tough time getting to this circle. They were right at the back of the queue playing an Impala. MADBULLS were able to get much further along, being supported by the ESO, practically in the best spot to start moving into this circle. They are on the south side now, just purely because this has moved very far away from stage 2 in terms of the circle shifts. But we are heading into Zone 6 very shortly, and a lot of teams are still trying to figure out where they'd like to play. MELİSE Esports has yet to crest the circle barrier, but again, they are worried as next RÜYA are posted up in a building and compounds that they are currently attacking.
Enjoy close to Nexus. They want this res, but they'll need to force their way through if they want to find anything more. Another shot in the meantime over towards ARR from Gladiators to slow them down, and Major Pride actually opening up as well from the northeast. Triple FLUX prediction. We don't have confidence in REGNUM CARYA after that last game, but Kalaris does. He thinks he sees a glimmer in their eye.
I think he does, yeah. I mean, FLUX currently are just chilling out down towards this area. BRA are putting a lot of work in over towards Major Pride, especially with the M249 in the pocket. Effect is down, should be resible though, as Monkey tries to cause a little bit of pandemonium over towards that way. BEŞİKTAŞ also taking casualties as Nexus have just about fielded themselves up into this spot. Still a little bit further to go, but this is a resilient team looking to breach into that first place position. Gladiators, a little less well situated now, do have to continue to move. And Foot, we said before, strong compound, they will stay here. It's not likely they'll move anywhere anytime soon.
Unless they get pushed aside and taken down. FLUX lighting up Major Pride, 1, 2, and 3. The nade over the top is beautiful. And Ketch is on an absolute tear. 3 of their players down, and Monkey just sending away. Major Pride all but done for in this spot. ARR up the top of the hill don't have sightlines just yet, but they know his position. BRA have spotted that as well. The question for me is, where do FLUX go now? Do they just take the fight with REGNUM CARYA?
It's a difficult crash to make over towards REGNUM CARYA, but there are some ditches and divots that you can play in, and they will just slowly move their way up into position. AR will have to deal with BRA. They already have found a knock. That came from Kitsune, actually. Taking some long shots. We'll pick up Coursera as well, just stealing away these points.
As time ticks on, the Gladiators get closer to an end game with 4 of their players alive, which on Miramar is a dangerous thing to come across. Nexus sweeping out to the west, looking towards the MADBULLS at the bridge's opening. The mouth of it, and they might be able to swallow them as the MADBULLS drop all the smoke they can. REGNUM CARYA, they get the first pick onto Solkay. Hasn't been flushed just yet. The nades are coming back and answer, but Ketch should be able to get this res, unless Wild can land a long one here. Puts out that nade that looks to be fairly targeted. Can they get the angle? It's Sly Europe actually chiming in over onto the off angle. As Solus is down, should be flushed here. Sly Europe across the way from the south.
Yeah, like I said before, it's very difficult to push on towards REGNUM CARYA's position. You're fighting uphill into a spot where they can just chill, and specifically because they're right on the edge of the circle as well, with the warehouse to the west, it means that they can maintain the majority of this ground for themselves. Gladiators are doing an incredible job at the moment to force this fight between both BRA and ARR. In the meantime, Ketch is really lighting things up. 4 eliminations total found for him, the highest in the team, and also every single elimination in the team going his way.
Sly Europe just sent 3 people north of the road blank to try and get ahead of REGNUM CARYA in their compound. Tron's now moved out to try and slow that down, but Reflect and Tashipa are right there and up and personal. That alleviates some pressure on FLUX, allows them some routes forward, and we'll see what more they can do with 3 here, because REGNUM CARYA's position has been compromised now. Nexus suffering on the south edge, because look at that, there's shots coming from every angle that can spot them. Nexus are out for now. And it's all to play for on the eastern side, but Foot really the only team that has gone unchallenged in their position.
Yeah, very difficult to deal with Foot here. Matic under a lot of pressure. Ketch down, Solkay down, just Lutz last remaining right on the edge of the blue. Will most likely be shut out here by Wild, an extremely strong player coming through, but gets the rundown into Slide as he leaves.
Reflect caught out as well. That is FLUX falling. That's would be good news for Nexus if they were still alive, but it's the only team that really looking at this now is Gladiators. Can they convert here? 7 eliminations.
Incredibly difficult now for Gladiators, purely because Foot has a really good read on their location. I think the best thing for Gladiators to be able to do would be to move eastwards. You can see here that they're currently just hanging out on this shack. The sightlines from Foot are very, very good. And I think Gladiators need to commit over towards the eastern side. They can't really take this fight with Foot at the moment. They know how much pressure they put on BRA and ARR. They're not entirely sure how many players are left remaining. We do. It's just 1 apiece from either side.
Becca spotted. And they will...
I hear those.
Cut that in half. Yeah, they definitely do. And now, you can see Tixie already repositioning here. Circa already knows that he has to deal with Gladiators atop the hill. He has stirred the sleeping giant from its slumber on the north side and might have to suffer. Looking up and into the sun as well. Saving grace, of course, on your screen is Tron has angle on this ridgeline to suppress, so they can't roll down over it just yet.
Yeah, REGNUM CARYA do have to leave, and Tixie slowly but surely backs that buggy out of there. The blue is currently pushing them. They need to figure out a way into the circle, and a lot of their routes are now blocked. 7 eliminations is still good. Most likely not going to be a Gladiator chicken dinner unless they pull something magical out the bag. Foot in a strong position to win this game.
It needs to be a crash. It needs to be a directed attack and make a decision. They have been biding their time a lot. They're down to just 2 buggies by the looks of it. Matic picking up Meku. Kitsune still... Oh, no. They're going to hop out. Try and get more sight lines to REGNUM CARYA, but they already lose Kitsune. That is unfortunate on the timing. Loxy not quite able to get the flush just yet, but you've got to imagine this isn't resable with the blue zone pushing as it does.
Yeah, they desperately needed these knocks, and it looks like Circa's going to help out in a big way. Loxy does find it, but now it's Tron down. But yeah, look at this. Gladiators are in such a world of hurt right now. Tixie also down. Loxy's doing an unbelievable amount of work over towards the Gladiator side. Just 1 player last up. Looking to survive as long as possible here. This is a salvage game. Matic incredibly low, careening through the fields. Might have to get out soon. Just about makes it.
Makes it to some cover, but it looks like REGNUM CARYA are going to have sight on this very, very quickly. Has to get that first aid off, moves onto the inside, so a little bit less visible now, but the nade almost takes him all the way down. The tick will be noticed, though. But now REGNUM CARYA trying to send around to the north side. Potential challenge onto Foot. Matic in a central spot here. If Excuse Me and Foot take each other down a peg, they might be a chance for Gladiators to take this one home, but it's all the more unlikely now.
Yeah, Matic has been in some situations before where he's pulled out some crazy little finishes. I think that the amount of nades going his way, looks like REGNUM CARYA is going to look for that position as well. But the eyes are down towards that position coming through from Foot, and he's just going to let them light them up.
Oh dear, Loxy. He really wants that MVP position, because with Doran going down, that door was open slightly. Unfortunately, though, could be a little bit less impactful here. Downed, needs a teammate to come and res, but they don't really have the resources to go for that. They can't commit to that push. You can see Tron still up the hill trying to spot out towards Foot. Excuse Me, the only other 4-player roster alive now.
Yeah, down the hill. Difficult position to play from, but certainly doable. In comes Tron for the res. The backup is here.
I think there was a side swap. Yeah, Furia is right at their back. The smoke has been dropped out. Wild is there for suppression, but with Furia in position, it's going to be pretty tricky for them to slow this one down. They can't really take effective fights. They can't hide on the other side. Tron draws out aggression with the angle, and Furia is careful. He's cautious that there's players looking to third-party engage on this. The final zone soon to close.
I think, Excuse Me, probably more than likely going to take an engagement between them as well as REGNUM CARYA. Furia takes a big amount of damage, as does Havlik. Black, as well as Beck, down towards the south side. Havlik's down to shots coming through from Foot. Matic's still alive here, looking for a third place finish. That's where the points start to get really juicy.
As soon as Excuse Me lose 1 or 2 players here, Matic is so much more under pressure from Foot. They are just going to careen forwards. Look at this. Kairos wants to send in a glint in the sun from the pan on the back there, but he's already taking flak from Excuse Me down the hill. Has to hit the deck and will be falling fully. Matic eliminated by Foot up the hill.
I think he definitely anticipated them to be going for a full-on send towards his position. Now REGNUM CARYA look to finish off this game. Kalaris maybe believing in the push here. 2 players down, but a good shot over towards Rip 7 opens things up nicely.
They are evening the odds time and time again, but with 2, it's going to be really tricky to handle. Shots over towards Black, leave Excuse Me down as 2 as well, and it's even now. Tron from the top rope, able to find Kairos. Foot eliminated down to 1, but another knock sent back over towards REGNUM CARYA. The res was being committed towards. 1 player from Foot, 2 players from Excuse Me, and 3 available for REGNUM CARYA, but 2 of them are on the floor. 1 does get back up, and Wild committing for another.
That's a nade going their way as well towards REGNUM CARYA. Does a lot of damage. Doesn't quite finish off the down player. Excuse Me, still have to crawl up the hillside. Arwin, unbelievable player, finally gets put down by Loxy. Now just Excuse Me in the way. 3 players, 1 knock, but all back up on their feet for REGNUM CARYA. They still have medical supplies too from the defensible position they were in earlier on. Furia lobs a grenade over the top. It looks to be on target, but the damage is already done.
Furia now last standing with a nice pop-up from Loxy. No body armor, but no fear either. And an aid over the top. Looks for more. Furia now cowering behind the hay bales here as REGNUM CARYA might seal the deal. They have indeed. They prove that they have got the chops for it. That previous game, just a misstep. Miramar is made theirs.
Well done for REGNUM. Honestly, a hard position to play in. I don't think this is one of the spots that, you know, gives you the most maneuverability because you go straight across open ground. But I think with REGNUM CARYA being in this spot and so many teams around them being in very awkward positions, the safety it provided them for that time being was the really important part. And again, an excellent hole versus FLUX. I think they realized that with that warehouse behind them, it provided them so much cover versus any angle, they could fully commit to dealing with FLUX, who they heard rolled upon them earlier on. A really good game overall. Foot maybe could have done a little bit more with this one. Gladiators were harrying them slightly. I think Gladiators could have maybe just committed towards that eastern edge. I think that might have been the smart play. They'd done so well earlier on to cull the amount of members on that side, and maybe they might even be able to careen over towards REGNUM CARYA, but it just took a little bit too long. And honestly, there were some really good players in that last circle, so I don't blame them.
Yeah, it was a tricky last circle as well. Not too much cover to play with, sort of bounded by these isolated positions of cover that you have to roll over and go for a full-on crash. A difficult spot, I think it is safe to say, as you said, with some difficult players to handle.
100%. Either way, though, that game leaves Nexus not getting too many points, neither did FLUX. Gladiators really the only teams to get far into that game. Not only that, they got a lot of elimination points. I think it was around about 8 that they finished on, with a 4th place as well. That's not bad. That is not bad. It's not enough to catch up, though. As of yet, it's not enough to catch up, but it's a good start.
It will keep them in the conversation there, because it is now the time where teams will start to drop off, will start to lack the power to jump up towards that top spot. I think we've isolated it down to 3 with that last game, but FLUX still very much in charge as REGNUM CARYA take Miramar.
Was a long time coming for REGNUM CARYA. They finally managed to get themselves their first chicken dinner here at Spring 2023 Championship. I mean, they had the damage, they had the eliminations, they had the strats, they had the circle. Everything this time around worked out for them.
Yeah, there's still a few things you could iron out, but at the end of the day, we finally saw that game converted in an actual chicken dinner, double digits too. So we were speculating, how does that put them on the overall rankings now? I feel like potentially a 4th, 5th position, at least catching up to that top 3 is what we can expect after a game like this. And only Kalaris got himself the prediction.
Yeah, Kalaris,
job.
Please do explain.
They surpassed my prediction. They surpassed my expectation. This was not an easy win by any stretch of the imagination. When you've got that warehouse location that they weren't actually fielding any players and they were kind of trying to control the high ground, I did think maybe it was too bold a statement to have 4 controlling the high ground and creating a barrier position and not controlling the warehouse. I mean, the circle didn't even really end near the warehouse anyway, so they had to flex out from that position to try and make it work. Wild's dip was the most important dip. I'm surprised Loxy went a little bit further than that during this game. If they'd have all stayed where Wild was, I think it would have been a little bit easier overall, but this was a very grueling victory. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, and not only Wild having a good angle, Tron also got the off angle a little bit higher north uphill, so he was making sure that he was denying that rotation in circle from FUT Esport. So really, I think that Wild and Tron really just enabled the team to get the angles and secure that win and making sure Excuse Me cannot push away from that ridgeline. So yeah, finally, strong performance we wanted to see from the squad. At the bottom, seeing some teams, no Sly still not bringing back the results, and unfortunately, yeah, slowly being out of the conversation here.
Yeah, it's becoming a little bit more difficult for the teams that are consistently going towards the bottom of the rankings to really fight their way up and claw their way up. But when we're looking at REGNUM CARYA, this was a long time coming. They have consistently getting a lot of points in terms of eliminations. They were in the top 8, and they were the anomaly, the only team that didn't get a single chicken dinner. They now are joining that group of teams that have done it. So, a little pat on the back, because this is what they've been working towards, and being able to actually finally manage to secure it, even though it's that final day. It's a good stretch, and it also gives them, hopefully, a bit more of that momentum going forward.
It definitely puts them in the race for that PMWI spot, I would say. Right now, if we can see more of this kind of game, potentially they can be up there. Though we did see the stats from Excuse Me. Amazing spread on the southern side, really. Sure, the circle not really going in their favor on the very last shift, but they had this massive split where they were downhill of the road, and they made sure they had so many angles that so many teams like FUT Esport, even REGNUM CARYA, struggled to some extent. So yeah, Excuse Me, no, valiant effort, really dominant showcase of what they could do in this game, and were aggressive as hell.
Yeah, when we're looking at Excuse Me, though, I think one of the things with them is potentially they get to certain positions where traditionally, as Kalara said yesterday, teams would be able to close it out. That is a great position to be in, and they should be able to do so, but they haven't yet. Was this one of those games where they could have potentially made it happen?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And that's an astute thought by you, Janiro, because once you've got the south side control that they did have, I thought that they should be able to convert on that. Wasn't the case, though. The slight high ground position that we saw from REGNUM CARYA really put a thorn in their side. The 2-2 split that they went for across the south side is actually pretty strong. It's pretty strong if you're able to get those initial knocks and then try and apply pressure from there. But the gunning wasn't with the choice of location for them in this situation.
Yeah, the gunning wasn't gunning, but we're looking at the likes of FUT as well. They had a good performance this time around. It feels like we're seeing glimpses of what we can be expecting this new updated four-man roster to be capable of. But again, you are in that position where it's the final day. We've already been through 2 maps. Potentially a little too late here, Max?
I'm not sure. I mean, we're starting to get to that point for sure. Like, especially after we get the next game done, we're going to be halfway done with the day and 3 more matches remaining. So that time to have an impact on your rankings is not going to be there for too long. But here we go. REGNUM CARYA catching up to the big top 3 here and might be able to be up there in the next game if they have another good follow-up performance.
And if Gladiators plays as slowly as they did in the first game and how they did yesterday, because the second game here now in Miramar, Gladiators still managed to get double digits in terms of eliminations, so they played a little bit more aggressively, but again, that makes sense of are they consistently going to do so?
If I have to be a little bit nitpicky about this previous game and REGNUM CARYA's victory, they are quite fortunate that Major Pride pushes south against FLUX. Not that they really did much damage to FLUX, that didn't happen at all, because Ketch actually destroyed them, but it's enough to slow down the potential moves from FLUX enough to give REGNUM CARYA the advantage in a situation like that when this kind of game happens. So the last team that you really want to be going up against is FLUX today or throughout the last couple of days at the moment. So yeah, that is a slight fortunate scenario that goes their way, but that's PUBG Mobile. That's how this game works out. There's a lot of teams and a lot of dynamics playing out around you, and you've got to adapt to it all.
Yeah, adaptability is key, but so is consistency. And you know what we've been doing consistently today? That is we're giving John little treats, some gifts here and there. And we now have the gift of TDM coming his way. It's going to be our first TDM of today. He's absolutely stoked to be receiving this one. It's going to be on Warehouse. There is only automatic weapons. There is grenades this time around.
Grenades.
No grenades.
Grenades Islands will not make
Unfortunately, that has been taken out. But as a reminder of the prize pool as well, the first place gets $3,000, $1,500 for second place, and third $500. So if my math does add up correctly, that's $5,000 in the prize pool, which is not too bad. It's pretty good, actually. We're going to be looking specifically at REGNUM and SBG to determine which team is going to be the third place winner.
Chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to get those eliminations on the board. You know, you got to get.
Yeah.
And if there's one thing that REGNUM CARYA is good at, it's getting eliminations.
True, but SBG do pretty good too.
Here comes
on my predictions, SBG were my top 3 is actually for the TDM predictions. So that's what I meant by my prediction.
Can't wait for that to go wrong too.
Nice try.
Yeah. You're at least trying to, salve this situation.
I'm big Kobe.
Well, actually, this is quite apt because you completely lost faith in REGNUM CARYA in the last game, and I didn't. And now they're going up against SBG, your favorites. So
I've been hyping up REGNUM CARYA the past 2 days. Okay?
But then you gave up on them in the previous game, so
yeah.
I predicted them in game 1. Okay, well.
So you know what, guys? You can't please everyone. So we're going to be heading into our first TDM of today, and once again, it's going to be with our casters, John and Blake. John, enjoy the present 3.
Hey, thank you very much, Morpheus. We are going to be jumping into that TDM, the first of, I think we've got 2 today, right?
Yeah, we're going to determine third place right now, and then after our next match over on Erangel, I believe it will be, we'll be determining the winner. But right now it is SBG versus REGNUM CARYA, and I think SBG's luck might have just run out in their last TDM match. I think they were very good at eking out a win right at the final moment. But I think versus REGNUM CARYA with Wild as well as Loxy, it's going to be very difficult, man.
Yeah, it is a pretty fearsome setup to be coming across in the warehouse. Not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. So we'll be seeing how they're going to get on with one another. Are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to take a back foot? REGNUM CARYA on board with them for Loxy at the moment.
Yeah, REGNUM CARYA do love to get in your face. That is the main thing. I think for SBG, they're a much more reserved squad on TDM, that's for sure. Nade's already out from the get-go. Loxy just unwilling to hold that angle. Robs actually starts off strong with a nice nade. He's very good. I think he's one of the big dogs when it comes to TDM, alongside with Victor, who's really stepped up recently.
Certainly is a big dog with a bite that backs up the bark. Narvalo pushing forwards for SBG. I feel like this is a little less reserved than we've seen from them before. Narvalo absolutely taking the fight to them. We'll go 1-for-1 on the trade, but absolutely SBG in control right now, 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, they've decided to leave nothing in the tank today, apparently. 5 eliminations already found, but REGNUM CARYA do respond with 3 of their own. Victor looks for the nade over the top towards Wild. If you can hit that one, should be a good chunk of damage. Doesn't quite get the elimination, though. Another one goes through, and Wild is just living.
It's just surviving. He's just keeping on going. There's nothing slowing him down. And we'll be able to start that healing coming through as well. Rob's actually trying to suppress that corner, but yeah, Wild backing up and into the fight. Moves all the way up into the middle as well. Rob's going very low. Wild still not afraid to take the challenge. Akashi backs him off the corner, but not before he tucks back in.
Finally goes down to a nicely placed nade there from Narvalo, 6-9. Does spot out one of their players, but Akashi also living it up here big time. Loxy, luckily though, with the double, will come through, setting this 8-10, so not too far behind now.
3 eliminations for Loxy. Rob's launching the nade over the side there, jumps up and into the crate as Zelikon spots that and will be able to take it down with the spray around the side. Nice little headshot to find. Wild backs off the crate, or tries to, as Narvalo, not pulling out his weapon, had the line up on 2, will be able to get 1, but it's traded off.
Look to assist there with the flashbang, but does not come to fruition. The stun grenade just not helping out here. 11-12, so that lead is diminishing now for SBG as REGNUM CARYA get back on the bike.
Rob's down and we'll be looking for that respawn. 14 points for REGNUM CARYA, 15 now racking up. This is a nice little turnaround. 3rd place on the menu for both of these teams, whoever takes this one home. 17 eliminations to 14 right now, but this is good to see REGNUM CARYA taking this one back into control.
Absolutely. After that nice little finish they had last game over on Miramar, taking their chicken dinner home, now looking to finish off in 3rd place.
Wild going down forwards. REGNUM CARYA trying to keep this lead alive. 19-17 now. They are not going to be given this one easily here, because SBG certainly a challenge in their own right. Akashi evens the scoreline. Halfway mark now reached for both of these teams.
Just over half time. 6:42. Nades coming through now. 20-20. Zelikon, the Grozer in hand, tries to get through, but he's put down as he pushes through mid-side. Tron moves up, wants to gain that point back versus Victor, but he is holding on strong. Finds Loxy in the process, and Akashi holding the backstop excellently well. Pushes forward very aggressively. Will not find what he was looking for, and Akashi now put in an awkward position.
Will be able to find some cover, but Tron lights up the sidelines. Not quite able to get more than 1, but that is going to be enough for value. Will be able to stay alive for the time being as well. Victor trying to flank around the side, swipe it through, but 24-23. It is very much even Stevens at this stage. Pushing forwards and around. REGNUM CARYA are going a little bit more aggressive now. Narvalo getting lined up. Zelikon tries to hit the drop shot, but there's no more bullets left in the mag. Will fall down, most likely, and will be out of it for the time being. 28-26, so SBG are keeping up pace.
Nice nade there comes from Robs. He's been consistently putting them back on the menu here with those nades coming through, getting them back up to the tie after Zelikon came through with that horrible little side swipe that he went for. Another nade from Narvalo, and a long one at that. Hits horribly hard over towards REGNUM CARYA. 29-28 and full blind from Loxy. Cannot see a thing, and he's put down in the process.
SBG 1 point ahead now. 10 points remain for them to accrue that 40-point goal for 3rd place. This is the lower bracket of the finals, so taking this one home. A nice little consolation for dropping out of the upper bracket earlier. Victor, Tron going 1 for 1, but Akashi falls, and that evens it at 31 apiece. Opening up a lead seemingly impossible for both of these teams.
33-32. SBG still holding on to it as they did at the start of the match. Robs love to even this up. Doesn't have a nade though, which is what his speciality has been, and he drops down into the open arms of Wild, who picks up that elimination, looks for one more onto Akashi. 34-33. We're getting close to the finish now as we tie up once again. This has been such a close game, down to the line.
5 points for both of these teams. Robs crucially winning out that trade, trying to evade the bombardments. Pouring back from REGNUM CARYA, 36-35. A nade loosed by a Zelikon will find the shot onto Robs. Perfectly placed there, and 4 points now. A full wipe would do it for either of these two teams. Victor around the side, not giving ground.
Just holding on to concrete. There's a lot of players looking this way, trying to distract them as best he can as everyone starts to push up now from SBG into position. Both teams unwilling to give ground, holding on to their positions, digging the feet in. Tron looks upwards. They know there's a lot here. $500. Still quite a bit of money. Tron takes a little bit of a tickle. Not too much, though.
Staying up and on the boxes, not jumping up to the higher level to try and get some down shots. Knows that he will be shot out almost immediately. Victor, they'll know he's here. A little bit low on the Groza ammo there, but if you get a trade, it might be worth it. You want to be ahead on the tempo on these eliminations. Loxy, breaching forwards. Wants to find an angle, find a pick, and this is the first move we're seeing in this final phase here. Navallo with a crucial challenge wins out against Loxy. There is no backup here to find a Zealot on an unequal trade, but Robs now is isolated. 2 barrels pointed his way, fades back up to the crates.
Yeah, the no trade there was pretty unfortunate. Now 2 more nades put into the mix.
Ooh. Refreshing ammo and nades?
Oh dear, okay, well that works out. We'll take that. Much needed as well, I imagine, for some of these players. When that's a tactical move and a half. Only 40 bullets left for Victor.
Maybe he could go for the nade sacrifice, but 3 points remaining. You don't need that many bullets to get those 3 points. Loxy, refreshed with that nade, puts it over the top, eats it into Victor's health bar. Not really going to find too much more than that. The stun grenade around the edge for Loxy. Looks to try and slow things down. We've burnt more at this scoreline than we have, I think, on the rest of the match.
Yeah, no one wants to let up here, and Victor knows he's short on bullets. His spray down has to be monumental and make it count. Still just bouncing around the sides. Moves to a different position on concretes. 1 minute, 58 seconds left on the clock. Rob's not out of position, but there's a lot of damage to Loxy. Navallo's not there to clean it up. Wild steps up, but he's forward. They're into the base of REGNUM CARYA now, starting to oppress them just a little bit.
Moving around, Loxy repositioning into the crate. Nakashi finds the first, a second as well from Navallo. And it's 1 point now for SBG. They just need to trade each other. Navallo looking for the challenge, and the lineup from Loxy keeps them alive for the time being. It's 1 point. It's a crucial fight, and Navallo falls first. It's REGNUM CARYA to take home 3rd place. And right at the end there, SBG falter and cannot quite close it down. Unfortunate, but it is the closest match we've seen.
That was really, really close indeed. I think that as soon as SBG saw that they got those 2 eliminations, they were scared as anything, because they know those 2 eliminations means 2 nade refreshes. And you saw the guys from REGNUM CARYA coming out of the base with the nades in hand, just forces them out of position. And because they were so close to their respawn, it was an easy 3-piece with them all basically running out of the woodwork. So very unfortunate, but well done to REGNUM CARYA to bring that back from what was a dire situation.
Yeah, it was really quite close all the way, and REGNUM CARYA claim 3rd place. But we've still got 1 more TDM to go, Blank. That's Nexus Gaming and MADBULLS. 2 EU representatives, one of whom definitely with the pace in this tournament. MADBULLS faltering a little bit, but they've managed to see it through on the TDMs.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an exciting game. I'll tell you that right now. Nexus versus MADBULLS is going to be absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Zerich versus Dorin. I mean, we couldn't hope for a better lineup essentially at the end there for 1st place and 2nd. But next match we will be heading into is Erangel once again, and we're back to championships because we've got stuff to talk about here, John. We've got to lay the things down on the line, which is that we are looking towards these teams to jump up. REGNUM CARYA put themselves up a massive amount of points, headed towards that 4th place. Gladiators flagging a little bit, but are able to put up some form of a performance on that last match. I think they got double digits, so around about 10 points, I believe, that they were able to put up in that last match, maybe just a little bit more. FLUX going out early, as did Nexus, which allowed Gladiators to catch up just some, not a huge amount, but just some.
A little bit. I think keeping in the conversation is a good way of putting it. It's just about staying inside, but a tall order, and with fewer and fewer games in the back pocket, they cannot afford to allow this gap to maintain. It's definitely something you want to eat in towards. Playing path, Severny down to Sosnovka. A little bit east leaning, but should be just fine. FLUX out early. They'll be heading over to Stalber and Kameshki. Gladiators also going to drop out. Might stop off by Severny to grab some vehicles if they aren't challenged out by MELİSE, which actually it looks like they aren't going to be.
This always worries me. I think that there are so many teams that love to take precedent around these areas that you just have this roadblock, these spikes put in place versus Gladiators to get out. FLUX, on the other hand, this drop spot over towards Komeshkin Stalber isn't the most amazing in the world, right? It doesn't give you the most valuable rotational paths. I mean, you still have down towards Komeshkin Lipovka to move in. You can head over towards Yaz Lake and potentially towards this crossing over in Rozhok. But you are behind the queue a lot of times. I think despite all that, FLUX has played a very beautiful game from that position at the end of the day. Just slow and steady, taking pace there. Doran and Ketch, you can see on your screen on the left-hand side, most eliminations, they are tied. I mean, it's still a ridiculous number to hit 37 eliminations in this championship. I mean, if I just quickly take a look right now at Nexus's total eliminations, which is 106, you know, right now, Doran's making up a third of that on his own. It is fairly crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of crazy to see Ketch equaling, you know, on those totals as well. You've got FLUX at a similar standpoint, so both of these two players absolutely devastating. And it is really a race for MVP right now, Blank. We thought Doran had it all locked up, but Nexus haven't had the success that they've had in previous days in these first couple of games, and they'll need to re-establish that lead for MVP if they want Doran to be able to achieve it.
Yeah, been very much on the back step a lot of times for Nexus, not able to quite get themselves into some of these circles. They haven't favored them hugely. I think on Miramar, there's definitely a bigger chance for them to get into a position earlier on towards Impala. Yes, they are at the back of the queue in terms of that playing path, but I still think they maybe could have had a better game. Just a bit more aggressiveness was required. Just looking at the team as well, we said before, they just win engagements. And I think this is where you have to take that advantage and just send in for some of these priority compounds and just try and battle it out.
Taking that control. Southeast side of this next circle, Blank, well, they're kind of on the east of it, actually. So Nexus not going to have to go for a long rotate. They are slightly suppressed by Sly Europe's position in Milta, but I'm sure they're aware of how to handle this. The danger, I think, is going to come through for them on that north side, from Foot, from REGNUM CARYA, if they are looking to crunch down through shelter, through that east coast as well, to try and find that position into this next circle, because there's still a decent chunk of the military base in this, yet it's unlikely to finish there. So a lot of teams are going to be compressed around the mouth of that eastern bridge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for FLUX, it's the way they play this out, it does circumvent a lot of those issues because they are so slow to enter Zone 2, which means a lot of these teams have already moved down in towards these priority compounds by the time they're all the way on the edge side. I think the reason behind them having such a bad game over towards Miramar was purely off the back of, you know, they were very much in the center of it. It's not what they're used to playing. It's not what they like playing either. And I think that they did well despite all that, just because they are a very good team, but that is not what's in their wheelhouse at the end of the day. They are an edge team, and that's where they find the most success. So again, they're put in a position now where they're close to the circle and are able to rotate in and comfortably hold that northern edge. So I think this is a really good opportunity now for FLUX to basically send everyone home packing with some very good performances here, because people are starting to catch up, and I think now's the time to start sprinting off.
Changing the skin on the sports car, very nice. Bright red, a little bit attention drawing, but you know what? Why not? If you're going to go loud, you might as well go loud, you know? Center of the circle, kind of unoccupied right now, but MELİSE going to try and spread around those yellows on the south coast.
Yeah, MELİSE Esports very much changing their drop spot now. Could have headed towards Severny, where we usually see them head up to. Instead, opting to head down towards Farm, really put a spanner in the works of Sly Europe's day. They have very much become cramped in, right? It's a claustrophobic situation down towards Milta, as even Foot's heading towards this location now. Before, they always had that fairly easy rotational path outside towards Farm. Now they are locked in. And I think that has become quite the problem for them, because no matter where they go, they have been losing a player early on, as most of the rotational paths out of here have to be made very quick, and there's already setups being made. And with the circle even being down here now, even more teams will start to surround Milta, meaning, well, leaving Sly Europe in a very awkward spot.
Nexus trying to move Doran down south. I feel like almost if you're playing in Milta Power, you kind of don't want the circle to shift out your way. It's easier to push in than it is to play out when there's teams right in front of you, guarding you out in such a fashion.
Yeah, you 100% locked down by just the lumberyard over towards that western side. As you walk down, it's not the tree line that you're looking for either, just because it's very sparse. Most of them are cut down. It's quite open area as well, easily spotted, and you're playing uphill. So for Nexus, I think this most likely will be a case of maybe pushing out towards that northern side over the top of Prison and playing from there. It's going to be difficult, and they know it's going to be difficult to push out towards Milta. In the meantime, Foot do take a knock, and Sly Europe are going to push on this. I think that we talked about this before. They were cramped, they were locked in, and they needed to find a knock at the start here to engage upon one of these positions and try and take it to allow them for a little bit more breathing room. Already, though, Foot has been able to turn the tide slightly with a single knock going back their way towards the Sheeper.
So Sheeper should be resable here unless Rip7 plants the nade, right? It looks pretty good and on target. He fades away from the nade, and the damage just protected there by something. Might have been one of the vehicles that they'd used to roll up there, but the res goes through nonetheless. South of this, MELİSE have crunched in around the mouth of the bridge. OZAROX as well have made their way in from the south side. Milta is becoming more and more dangerous by the second.
Absolutely. I think this is very much a focal point for a lot of these teams. I don't think anyone really wants to hang around shelter at the moment. They'd rather head towards these compounds that do flit around this side of farm itself. Gladiators yet to move themselves. FLUX, like I said before, most of those teams that were in their way have now moved down towards that south side, so they can take very big control over towards the northern edge, perhaps play around the rocky outcrops on Prison. That gives you a good position to take intel from, so that's definitely a possibility. Right now, for those teams towards the northwest side, excuse me, AAR lacking a lot of information so far. They probably don't know that they can just send it directly through school over Potato Hill and just get into the circle, no problem.
Foot, I think, have effectively established their position, although they have lost a couple of tyres on that buggy. Not ideal. More teams on that northwest side than I think I would have expected given this circle. Excuse me, and ARR both sticking around there. FLUX moving past Mansion now. We'll be moving south past Prison as well through shelter territory. You'd imagine that they're going to pull up short there, but the shift out to the west keeps the military island still in and puts Potato Hill on that north side of the circle in quite an important spot.
Yeah, shunts a lot of teams off towards that western side. And I think Gladiators usually play that compound just to the south of Potato Hill. Likely that Excuse Me is going to get there first. And I think for Gladiators, they have missed a beat here by not going as quickly. It's fair enough, though. With the circle the way it was, I don't think they expected this to come that far over towards their western side. So speed wasn't really a factor in their planning process. But if they had moved faster, goodness me, they could have had a really good spot within the circle and essentially leapfrogged absolutely everyone over towards this eastern side. Excuse Me look to be taking that compound down towards the south. In the meantime, OZAROX will take down one of the players from MADBULLS. FLUX tries to get some kind of retribution, but just won't find it.
This is probably good news for Nexus. It draws all of these teams who were guarding them out away and into conflict with one another. They can then go back to their original game plans of moving westward from Milta Power position and be much more familiar with the territory. So hopefully for Nexus, they can start to eat into that gap for FLUX, who are still all alive though, and they are going to be pretty happy with their diversion much more central.
I think Nexus are practically ruined, though, by this circle. You know, you want to head up towards that northern side and then kind of breach inwards, but they are so back of the pack. Yeah, and there's a huge amount of teams already holding space in an area that has little to no compounds available at this point in the game if you're outside the circle. I think for Nexus, making this rotate in, it's going to be 3 or 4 fights before they even find themselves a place within the circle. They're forced to play edge, something that they don't typically enjoy, I would say. I think they love to get themselves a position in the circle and then just fight everyone off it. Usually when we see them have the most success is when they have a lot of control over a certain edge. So I think if Nexus can bring out that Nexus power, where they're able to get a lot of eliminations, clear out a good amount of space, take some extremely good fights, maybe we we see them do well here? But realistically, at this point in the game, I would say Nexus has a real tough time ahead of them.
Not easy, but the path to greatness is littered with obstacles, Blank. You know, that's a saying, right? Something like that. I don't know who said it. It might just be me, but I don't want to claim ancient wisdom and make it my own. That's a faux pas.
You definitely have not said that. I'm sorry.
It was me. I've invented it.
Okay. Either way, the obstacles are great and many at this point in time for Nexus. So they will certainly have to get their Olympic running shoes on so they can maybe vault over a couple of them. But with that shift again, difficult news ahead. Gladiators currently up towards Potato Hill, in that extremely strong position that we talked about earlier. Keeps you safe on the western side as you have the hillside behind you holding this one out. And I think that this is a smart move from Gladiators to head over towards the western side. They assume that most people will be guarded out by players on this ridge down towards the eastern edge of them. So they can just take a huge amount of control over towards Pachinki. ARR are here though. And that is their kryptonite.
Foot playing close with Major Pride right now. Looks like Major Pride, yeah, they have 2 players alive and Savian cuts them down to 1. A shave too close for comfort for Monkey. Needs to find a nade knock somewhere. I was going to bring up as well that FLUX have lost 2, and that was good news for Nexus, but unfortunately they've run into REGNUM CARYA, and the rumpus proved to be too much. Too raucous for them, and they're down to 1. So Kapahala finished on the game. And this is the Gladiators' opportunity now, right? That's the value of staying alive in those standings, right? You have these opportunities given to you. Sometimes it just lines up. So can Gladiators convert? This is a big opportunity.
Yeah, again, this is what Gladiators are very good at, especially on last days of tournaments, is just keeping the door open all the time. It's what led them to their victory over in the PMPL EU finals, and it's most likely which will give them a good chance here. Again, ARR are in their wings. I think that Gladiators have suffered to this team in the past, but this is a 1v1. A lot of times when Gladiators start to get flustered is when they take an engagement, another team starts taking shots their way. But a huge amount of space now claimed by Gladiators, which they'd love to start taking a bit more of a long split over, but with ARR being scouted by Tixi earlier on, they're looking to just try and pick up a few of these eliminations and then extend from there. But the longer this takes, the harder their endgame becomes. BEŞİKTAŞ, FLUX, RÜYA, all on the Paradise line past this ridge side. No one really wants to move too much.
No one indeed. Would be very difficult to make that summit on the ridge. Gladiators yet to go fully for that engage. Kapahala finally spotted, so Nexus are out here. They can no longer out-earn FLUX on the game, who still have 2 players alive. They're on the road, and they are in that line of 4 teams currently that is quite immobile.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere, but they're also not going anywhere in the standings right now just because of how safe they currently are with this circle. I think Gladiators right now are just trying to keep ARR in check, waiting for the next circle, because being able to get this team to push in outside the blue is going to be fantastic. Right now, the ARR is rocking up on a single player. 2 players coming through from Gladiators. Meku already takes a nasty hit, and Kitsune gets run down.
This is so brutal from ARR, just giving no quarter. Matic goes down as well. Meku falls 3rd, and Tixi now left with no teammates and very little hope here, but he's not going to give up that easy. Shots onto Aces are good for 1. Roll up on a 2nd. Are you going to be able to find it? The weapon swap hit the deck for the drop shot. Elementrix and Tapok now next up on the menu for Tixi, but he just doesn't have it left in the tank. Gladiators eliminated. They have their chance given to them, and they expend it on a team that has given them so much grief throughout this tournament. ARR ruined their day.
They're just such a weird team. Basically, I think for Gladiators, they expect the logical, and every single time ARR brings something out the bag that just makes no sense. Like that rundown there, the 2 rundowns, it just doesn't seem like it should work, yet it does, and we've got to give credit to ARR for that. The fact they come up with these creative solutions, creative in quotation marks, that work, you have to congratulate them. And Gladiators just cannot handle them.
They are throwing their shoes right now, and it is just so hard to predict that sort of gameplay. You're right, it's unfortunate, but Gladiators once more shut out. So, can FLUX now survive long enough to open up more of a lead against NEXUS? They started the game 20 points ahead. They've managed to get 1 point now. Can they keep themselves safe in this second Erangel of the day? After this match, they've got 3 games to play in this tournament. If you can open a 30-point lead, if you can get 10 points on this game, it will be absolutely indomitable at this stage.
Absolutely. They've already got 1 point, but again, only 2 players and in a position that likely will be cleared out soon. I think right now what they're looking for is maximum placement points. I think for AR though, if it's anything to go by, I wouldn't be surprised to see them crashing directly into that position in the center. First, they will have to deal with SPG though.
SPG might be able to succeed where Gladiators have failed, but not on a 2-2 split, not as it stands. BEŞİKTAŞ might third party as well from all the way over up on the northern hillsides, but with the blue zone crunching away, they're going to have to face Excuse Me.
Excuse Me, not likely to move from this position, are on the low ground, looking out towards that southeast edge. Elementrix, though, has a really nice lineup over towards the players running in from the blue from SPG. There's no way you get away from that one.
No vehicle, no luck there, I'm afraid. You have to be going fast to be able to get across that open ground, and they just didn't have that left to them. SPG playing on with 2. They are on the roadside, but FLUX playing with 2. They have probably a better roadside position. Very, very central, likely to end up in the circle, barring a hard west shift, but looks good for the duo of FLUX to keep that points up.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams looking to take this position unless you are another duo and you're hoping to just send it in and find yourself some kind of position in the circle. With that next shift, though, you're more than likely going to see some of these teams looking to pick up that spot. Maybe Excuse Me heads down there in the vehicles they have. Again, it's likely to be filled, and it's a dangerous spot to head over towards, a dangerous spot to crash. So I think FLUX is really being assisted right now by the strength of this position, and teams worrying that there's a 4-man squad in it. A couple of shots go over towards Becker and Tapok before they are sent away.
Going to be backed up a little bit, and their route forwards has been slowed significantly. Zessi lobs another nade over. The res is starting to come through, but I think the bleed out might already be in effect if they haven't tagged the right person for the res. Seems they have, though. And ARR keeping themselves alive for now, but their route ahead fraught with danger. At the moment, MADBULLS on the coastline playing with 2. Foot have all 4 of themselves alive, and they've already got 7 eliminations.
Yeah, they're in a good spot. BEŞİKTAŞ, on the other hand, dropped out of the vehicle like that in a very bad spot.
That's not going to be good for business. Enjoy next up for the chopping block. REGNUM CARYA all too happy to pick the point.
Somehow AR has survived, and they will live on. Which I didn't expect, but you know what? A resilient team, scrappy team, as we keep calling them. And they're happy to keep this one up. They go directly over towards SPG's spot. Once again, aggressive, no quarter taken, already 1 elimination found.
And in they go. Tapok just turns them into mincemeat there. Auto Shotty in the shack. 2 players very, very low, and Elementrix is down as well. Can Solus ruin the day from the shack here? With those sliver windows, it's still very possible for ARR to fall fully here if Excuse Me push in from the high ground.
100%. I mean, Excuse Me does have now a lot of control over towards that northern edge. And I think that if they take advantage of this, it could be a strong way to finish out this game. But again, Foot, strong position towards the center, a little less defensible, I would say. And right now, it looks like Excuse Me is wanting to clear a lot of teams on this northern side, try and take control of it as much as possible, hoping for a northern shift on the circle.
See if they can be given that opportunity to clear on this side. REGNUM CARYA want to challenge them for it. Not really going all in just yet. ARR staying up as 4, excuse me, did not push out that way, which means that they can play from that west side, but they are very much isolated in the shack that we saw them crash just before.
Yeah, there's a lot of sightlines going that way, and with the circle being the way it is, it's more than likely they'll have to leave at some point. Wouldn't be surprised again if they just go for a crash over towards FireFlux's position. It's realistically one of their only options if they want to be in the next circle, as we are heading into Zone 6 very shortly. REGNUM CARYA right on the edge of the blue, and excuse me, I think they will have heard a lot of the shots and the grenades coming that way, so hoping to catch them off guard as they start to move inwards.
Phase 6 just about to pop. And it shifts down south, so excuse me, will have to leave their northern sweep. Keeps foot in there. The next RÜYA position on the cliffs as well stays alive, and it's a pretty decent high ground to overlook that beach that sits out to the east side of the inlet.
Yeah, I'd actually say that now FireFlux's position is really quite strong. REGNUM CARYA just sending out the vehicles. They don't want to have any part of this towards Foot's divot in the ditch. BRA spots this as they all move in, and they successfully make that rotate. Unfortunately, will lose at least one player there, now down to just 2. And excuse me, has to rethink their options.
Excuse me, from the north, have to figure something out, but REGNUM CARYA under pressure from Foot right now. Wild almost gets the burst perfect. Another one over the top is good. And Arwin will take the knee. Another Molotov to burn it away and slow down these reses. Keeping themselves up as 4 is vital for Foot's survival at this stage.
Yeah, they need to have all the angles covered. Wild picks up Loxy. They can get 2 players tossing grenades over the top, then they have a much better chance. Loxy immediately re-knocked. Another nade goes through into the divot. This is the difficulty with this position. If you can get up close and personal, suddenly these nades become all the more of an issue for you.
And they can't push up to that ridgeline because look at where Storm has now managed to march out towards. The smoke at the back gives them more freedom, and now they can start to leverage their power. In terms of numbers, there is another nade for Arwin. Should be on target. Spots them. No, doesn't quite. They are a little bit further left than that. And Loxy getting re-knocked here. Unfortunate. OZAROX and BRA keeping each other occupied for the time being. No more nades from Foot across the road.
Some really good moves there from FireFlux, instantly leaving that position as they see the players fly over towards that spot. And they get further down the coastal side. In the meantime, AR have taken a knock coming through from, excuse me, they can stabilize from that position. Next RÜYA's even spotted them now as well. OZAROX pushing in. Slowly, more and more teams are leaving the lobby, and FireFlux just will accrue more and more points here. Wild down again. I feel like REGNUM CARYA is holding on by a thread at this point in time.
Yeah, with OZAROX unimpeded further, they will likely be falling. The question is how much of the Foot esports team can stay alive. I've predicted them to take a chicken dinner here. I think if they can clear out and handle OZAROX, as long as they can get rid of REGNUM CARYA as well, they might have a good chance there. The western side, ARR fall down.
OZAROX drops down to the ground. Savian hits a nice shot alongside of his buddy Arwin to make that one possible. As OZAROX knows they need to get a little bit further forward. Sephir crawling back up again. I think that is a bold move. And he gets through. Well done.
All right.
Little twist in the way as well.
Foot with a decent chance now. I think the nade resources expended by REGNUM CARYA, and they are going to have to leave first, barring a really quite dramatic circle shift that would cause a lot of chaos for pretty much everybody in the lobby. Still has 2 nades, actually. Wild pulling the pin on one. Excuse me, trying to make their break. They've been playing on the north side for a while, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. Soulless goes down in a cross-valley shot. Wild gets 1 and 2 knocks with a nade. Huge opening for Foot, for REGNUM CARYA, sorry, over on the northeast side, and they are doing so much work against this full 4 roster. FireFlux will finally fall as well, as excuse me push in from the northern side. Loxy finally falls as well, as Rip7 now last standing for Foot in a drastic turn of events that was prompted by a brilliant nade over the road.
Yeah, I think for Wild, he has played a marvelous job there, getting Loxy back on his feet multiple times and ensure he stayed in the game. But I think the biggest thing is he entered that fight with about 4 grenades, used 2 of them to start, nailed 2, got some big damage, allowed the guys to be scared, and then Foot expended practically all of their utility. Now he's got 2 still left in the back pocket, looted from Loxy himself, but he waited for the circles to start moving so that Foot would get a little bit impatient. Once he could start throwing those nades whilst the circle was pushing in, they were likely to make mistakes, and that's exactly what happened. And he will pick himself up. A couple of eliminations. OZAROX also spots Foot as they try to get out, and Wild will come to an end, a stop in this game. What a fantastic job he did, though, for REGNUM CARYA.
Yeah, really effective against Foot, adding up those points as well. Staying alive, they need to commit for the res right now. No, they're not going to. Kairos now has to send out for Foot, and will fall over on the northeast side. Foot out of the running. Excuse me, have managed to stabilize as well on their southward push. 3 players now alive.
Yeah, been some really good crash coming from Excuse Me. Slightly painful on a lot of their pushes, but regardless, I think they've done a really good job to take these pushes where they could. I think a lot of them were necessary, and they knew they were more than likely going to lose 1 or 2 players, and they had to be very fast on the process of these pushes. It was a difficult position to play from that northern side, and I think they've done very well with the position that they had. Haven't got a huge amount of eliminations, but rotationally, they've been very strong.
MADBULLS have been in the shadow of this cliff and the shadow of RÜYA as well for a long time playing as a duo. They've been afforded this safety, but that will start to turn around as they are broadside to a lot of the teams playing on the land. They've got cover for the time being, though.
We'll have to move down at some point, and that's the difficulty there for RÜYA. This little cubby, Excuse Me's playing in, very strong. They know they have to back up as much as possible. RÜYA has oversight over towards OZAROX. They used as many smokes as possible to try and get across here. Bit of ammo being passed across. 40 bullets left remaining for Yetka as OZAROX look to make their push now.
Nades over to Excuse Me as OZAROX want the push. 3 players and 6 eliminations on just Swain. Taking the lion's share of the points for his team. Into the buggy, rolls forwards with the nades to cover. Finds Black, a really good opening here for OZAROX to try and sweep Excuse Me aside. Another shot found from up on high. That's RÜYA to take down the back line for Excuse Me. Swain has the DBS and Havlik eats it. Not a healthy meal. Will fall down with Excuse Me going down in 4th. The MADBULLS duo has survived a little bit longer. They've got buildings, and if OZAROX are pinned behind these rocks, they can take care of RÜYA, and they might just be able to squeak out a win for MADBULLS.
Really good push here from OZAROX. Surprised they made it happen. Great smoke train into some beautiful nades. Swain up first with the DBS. Now in one of the strongest spots within the lobby. Very well done.
Dokkan Machine, last player standing, knows the buggy isn't going to last long, hits the deck, uses it as cover. Right on the edge of the circle, though, you're going to have to move. So that stage 9 will close it fully. 2 players from MADBULLS, Tulika and Zerich.
Swain has had an incredible performance this match. Look at that, 8 eliminations total. Seriously bringing some firepower to the table. MADBULLS with 2 players still have a chance, though, as OZAROX moving out of this position is basically into open ground. Dokkan Machine just slowly moving across. Nice nade from Zerich, does a little bit of damage and pushes him away. Finally, OZAROX deal with them and now can take a look at the matter at hand. Tulika taking shots, and I think the blue zone will not push OZAROX out soon enough for MADBULLS to take full advantage. And Tulika's already getting absolutely crunched on that side.
So Zerich. The zone now can be established, and they have nades to spare, seemingly. OZAROX just launching them over. Tulika, with the back to the blue, doesn't have a vehicle to play around here. The buggy at the back seemingly burnt out and just goes down. In the end, it was Storm to find the final shot. And the MADBULLS fall, but OZAROX stand tall with a massive chicken dinner. They got, I think, 12 eliminations on that game. So a really solid success. And that is their 3rd chicken dinner of this tournament, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, a great game from Swain overall. Really good nades. I don't know how they had so many at the end there. I think they just kept picking up a resupply after resupply, but they were very protected. And when it came down to it, they made a great smoke train and a great push over towards Excuse Me. And Excuse Me were mainly suffering because they were desperately trying to get away and outside of nade range from OZAROX. But Yetka, as well as RÜYA, just had oversight, so they couldn't really skirt too far around that rock face. Either way, OZAROX set themselves up for a very convincing win there at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that was really solid stuff to play out from the southeast side, to move past all the teams trying to compete for it. That rock push was really nice. They got those nades. So, yeah, very, very good stuff from OZAROX. That was, I believe, Max's prediction as well. And I felt when I saw that, I was like, really, OZAROX? But you know what? He's proved me wrong there. That was a stellar prediction.
Yeah, I mean, he's overtaken us all as well now. 24 points to 23. So congratulations, Max. You have proven the big brain that you actually are.
He is Neo. He doesn't see the numbers anymore. I think that leaves Kalaris' Trinity. But there we go. We'll have to see if he's... Sorry?
He does see the numbers. You're crazy.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's just go back over to them and see what they make of it.
OZAROX get themselves the chicken dinner, and with that, Max also manages to put himself ahead in the predictions. But I'm kind of like agreeing with what John said. It's like, why OZAROX? Because clearly, you're the only one who believed in them. And it was looking a little...
Not gonna lie, the last 3 circles were horrible for them. Like even I kind of gave up at some point. I was like, there's no way OZAROX transition from docks.
You're not supposed to say that.
Yes, but I'm building a storyline. You know, it's like it was not supposed to go their way, but they just they all go against all expectations at the end. Transition really well, take fight after fight. They clear at some point. I feel like it was which team? I wrote it down. They clear Excuse Me's position, and the moment they get access to that rock is just really hard to go downhill. Though next RÜYA, Kalaris.
Oh, here we go.
What was that all about?
Yeah, the send was a bit rubbish. Oh, hello.
Oh, we're going head to head.
Sorry, what's this
It's
about?
pronounced grenades. No, it was...
What? There was production.
Grenades. Oh, well.
XD.
Why would I? You know what? Actually, this is a pretty good head-to-head because, you know, I got 23 points, you got 24 points. So this is becoming a very fierce competition on the desk, just as much as it is in the server.
Yeah, fierce.
So why is teasing Maxman a win on your side? Why is this approved by production also?
Yes, of course.
Are they cool with it?
Yeah,
I guess so. Okay.
Because we do have to tease Max every now and then.
Is it part of your contract? Yeah.
I can't.
Because you're the youngest. You're like 15 or something, so...
Yeah. If I speak, I will be in trouble. But OZAROX with this though, they might not be in trouble, but are they getting themselves out of the hot waters?
It's a good start.
And they get top 8 is basically where we're thinking. Right?
Yeah, I mean that would be that would put them in the top 8 to make it to the LAN event.
Correct.
What is it going to be? We don't know.
Ooh, spooky.
Big surprise. But next REGNUM are able to bring it back a little bit. Though MADBULLS still not the dominant wins I want to see. They've been in that position for like 6 circles, not moving this entire game. I would like to see some more presence.
So what was the difference between MADBULLS last game and MADBULLS this game? Because last game they looked stronger.
Yeah. It's still not like the MADBULLS that we saw on the Erangel in particular, that chicken dinner. I wanted to see them gun down FLUX. I think that was the big point of conversation we had about MADBULLS. But yeah, I mean, central position, they played the sly strat, just center, not move. Yeah.
The spot that they're in this game is a weird dynamic because you've got the team that I went with, RÜYA, who has that high ground position, which technically is an extremely strong position and kind of pins you into those buildings when you're just below it because they have overlook over that really, really nicely. And then where OZAROX eventually takes, where Excuse Me was kind of chilling out and stuff like that, that kind of also then pinces them in as well. So for MADBULLS, there's not a whole lot of options in the late game that they can go with. It feels very constricted, very, very claustrophobic.
We did see in some of those replays, Swain put on an absolute clinic. That DBS. He cleared he cleared the entirety of Excuse Me, just going in solo. He was a one-man army in the entirety of this game, it seems. So yeah, the reason why I also picked them a little bit earlier in this game upon phase 5 is because leaving docks, you have that good ridgeline all north of docks, which was really good to take that fight onto a foot, onto REGNUM CARYA, onto especially BRA eSport that were just north of that location. And after that, they transition into then Excuse Me with, again, Swain with that DBS, as you see there, just absolutely clearing house. and whatever this was.
Just try and shoot them from distance, guys. Don't do this. This was it was a bit reckless. I get why you're trying to make these kinds of sends happen to make the hero play occur, but just, I don't know, shoot at them when they try peek you.
Frozen did it once and he was like, it worked, let's do it again. No, not twice.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Swinner because he got 8 eliminations by himself.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a good reference.
Oh, it's a Zoomer thing.
It is. I mean, you're doing really well. First you have the glow up, and now you got that lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a POG champion, right, guys?
Oh no. Oh no. Okay,
Why do you have to say it fully? It sounds so wrong. You should say PogChamp.
Yeah,
like
weird that, isn't it? Yeah.
It's going downhill, but at least the damage from OZAROX is going up. 2,890, that's a lot of damage, quoting our boomer on
the Great Kalaris, yes.
Quoting the boomer on the broadcast. 14 limbs as well, so with those 24 points, it's going to be interesting to see where that plays them in the overall. There we go. They're not even actually making top 8, so it is really scary.
Yeah, I mean, they're not in the race for first place. They just want to make in top 8. That is going to be their current objective right now, to make it to that LAN. As you know, top 8 teams will be participating in a special LAN.
Yeah,
see how that's going to be working out. I'm not going to spoil anything. I've done it once.
Anymore.
I've done it once, that's it.
Now I'm just below MADBULLS though, so to be able to push it up, they need another one of these pop-off performances, and on top of that, Foot needs to be sleeping behind the wheel.
Because the points have been soaked up by so many of the top teams, your FLUX, your NEXUS, your Gladiators at the start, it is relatively close towards that 8th position. So just one game will make the difference to see who makes it there.
Yeah, as Max would say, when OZAROX isn't getting a top 8, that's not very yeesh. So that's what he would.
I do not say that. What do you
hearing that hurt. That hurt.
I'm physically disgusted.
I am in physical pain right now, so we're gonna cut this short, and instead we're gonna be going to TDM. I'm gonna swap the conversation around.
Oh, great.
This is John and Blank's favorite thing about the entirety of the competition, and looking at the bracket specifically, we're actually gonna figure out which team is gonna be walking away with the $3,000. We have NEXUS up against MADBULLS. I mean, do you guys want to throw in a little prediction here just for the memes?
Oh yeah, let's do that. Max, you first.
I'll go NEXUS.
Who was the other team?
MADBULLS.
You only saw NEXUS, that's it.
Okay, while these two figure out which teams are going to be competing, we're going to be going after our lovely casters. We have John and Blank covering TDM, and then they're going to be right into Sanhok.
Thank you for the Omega Poggers throw there, Janero. We're going to be getting into a finals here for the TDM. What was that? Yeah, that's what Omega Poggers. That's a fun word, isn't it? Yeah.
I didn't like that.
No.
That was nasty. But we're going to head over to TDM, which is not sus or cringe. This is
base.
This is, I don't know what the good thing these days is, but that's fine. You know, this TDM's got a lot of riz behind it.
Max, feed me with lines. If you're listening, feed me with lines. I'll read them.
But $3,000 on the line, so a big amount of cash here between these two teams. NEXUS and MADBULLS have gone through the ringer to get to this point in the tournament of TDM. And we'll see who just is the best 4v4 gamers within the lobby. So far, MADBULLS had a pretty good time of it. It was a bit shaky on the last TDM. NEXUS, a similar thing as we got to these harder matches, harder engagements. But NEXUS, they do have Doran, the one-man wonder himself. But that's not to put down any of the players in the squad. He is just that good. He's outshining some very shiny objects.
It's pretty tricky, but Magpie is certainly envious of that shine. Kapahala up close. No eliminations just yet. Already spent 64 seconds. Make that more. Nade over the top. Kapahala shrugs it off. He's fine with it. And NEXUS open up the bidding. 1 point.
A little bit more HP recuperated. Frozen, I think, looking to toss an underarm here. Bit worried about it though. Octavian playing a good backstop, but some good shots from Frozen there to take him down, and Octavian has to reposition. And in that moment where the nade pin is pulled, Frozen escapes to safety.
Very reserved so far on this match. We are not going to be treated to a fast 39 to 40 point game this time around. It's a lot more calm, collected, tactical from the MADBULLS and NEXUS to claim that top spot. Zerich lines up, and Doran, the one-man wonder, hits 2. Nearly goes for a third as well, but Frozen was sneaky in the corner, waiting, biding his time.
4-2. Kapala looking to finish off Frozen here. Nade explodes behind him. And some good shots. The reload goes through for Frozen. So a trade-off to 5-3. So still a lead here for Nexus. MADBULLS play way more cautiously than we've seen them play before. They understand that Nexus is not an easy opponent. It's Tulika. Looks out towards the side. You know what I'd like in TDM? I'd like the blue zone TDM.
Ooh. Where it shuffles you around.
Just slowly pushes you in.
Ah. I could get behind that. I think that'd be cool. Maybe, maybe you could make it on a bigger map and then add in 14 other teams as well.
That would be great. I like that. We could call the map Erangel.
Oh, I like that because like angle.
E.
Maths. I like maths.
MADBULLS now. Still 4-5, so we're not quite at that end game as of yet. Down to 6 minutes 53, so a lot of time been burned through already. Frozen unwilling to take the challenge.
Maxman hasn't fed me any Zoomer lines yet, so I'm not happy about that. I have to get onto his agent. Still waiting on it, but Frozen 5-5 evens the numbers. The MADBULLS do pull ahead with another onto Kapahala. Exomashina close to Frozen, but the healing can start. Doran wants to suppress the position. He's playing disciplined. Frozen's health ticks up, takes the perfect timing on the fight, and that's going to be Tulika falling as well.
A really smart play there. Kapahala does find the side swipe though onto Zerich. 9-7. MADBULLS pulling ahead slightly. FLUX moves to the side. Kind of puts that nade off angle, but Kapahala's there on the reposition either way. Another nade pin pulled for Kapahala over towards Tulika. If he can get the explosion just right, should do a good amount of damage. Doesn't quite finish off the job though.
The Grianides not quite landing there. Tulika getting that healing done. Kapahala as well. Both backing off as MADBULLS lead by 1 with 5 minutes 39 on the clock.
A lot of money on the line. $3,000. Really good earnings for the team. $750 each. Quick maths.
You add that to the
Angle.
extra that add that to the extra that Doran might be able to get for MVP. That's a pretty hefty chunk just on the extras here. The table scraps from the chicken dinners, but still a hearty meal in their own right. A lineup though for MADBULLS opens a second, and Nexus might be denied here.
Frozen just has been so good this entire TDM tournament at just locking players down and going for these cheeky plays. Zerich as well, been a fantastic backstop to play around him. Tulika moves in, gets a bit more damage, looks over towards Kapahala, and 12-9. Nade pops, but does not explode the way he wants it to. Exomashina very low, pulls the pistol out.
Ready for the second challenge. Octavian now with 2 players up and in his grill. FLUX lands a shot around the side, but Octavian pushes, has backup from Kapahala, but Tulika handles it 1-for-1 on the trade. A lot of MADBULLS falling in the feed, but it's 13-13, and it did go even. 4
minutes 20. I think we're going to go right down to the timer on this game. Nice nade from Zerich, but immediately returned by Exomashina. Tied up once again, just as close as our losers bracket.
Excellently placed Grandinenda there.
Okay.
Both teams. I'm trying to beat Janero's record of mispronouncing it. It's going well.
You're being a great gratender at it.
What? Maybe I'll say you're not like the others.
Okay. Let's see if these teams can foo fight themselves out of this awkward scenario where both teams are just...
It's going to be a David grueling task, though.
It is.
God, these are such niche. No, they're not niche. They're fine. They should be all right. Tulika in his own little niche there, playing up the boxes. We've seen this position quite a lot across this TDM. The advantage it gives you, obviously, you can see the entirety of the warehouse on the inside. Can't really take the fights, and if you do want to, you have to hop up like Tulika just did, which does expose you to quite a lot of angles, but can be advantageous if timed correctly.
Look at taking some shots now. Both teams really unwilling to even fight. It's quite a peaceful game, actually, that we're watching. Tulika steps up, looks for Kapahala as he is just about to make the run out. Opts against it, back towards the train side. Right now, Nexus have found some ground here, forced MADBULLS into their spawn. See if you can get the jump up and pick up the level 3 helmet. That'll help out. A lot of these engagements are won just by some cheeky headshots coming through. Flashbang over the top side. Does blind massively. It's beautiful.
What a turnaround there. Kapahala falls. Doran as well. 16-15 in favor of MADBULLS now. With 2.5 minutes left. Can't really be allowing these point differences. Still very much achievable to take this one down. Zerich, Frozen, both breaking out wide. Frozen launching over the top. But nothing found. And again, it just slows up. Tulika getting all up and in that corner. Really has been playing that very, very frequently. Maybe prenatable.
16 eliminations is the lead, but only trailing by 1 point on Nexus. Kapahala found, and 2 points is actually quite big considering how slow this game has been. Could be the difference maker as Tulika backs it up. Sees Octavian pass by, and Tulika will drop out very low indeed, but he's supported by his teammates there.
1.5 minutes now, 90 seconds blank remain in the time. MADBULLS getting some healing done, playing on the back. Kapahala trying to bait out the shots. They know Tulika's here. Fleek up high to try and trade off into the warehouse. Frozen tries to line up through the open doors as well. Playing behind the cover. Up on the high ground here. Exomachina and Doran locked down by it. They can't move. Zerich doesn't want to push. Why would you? It's all going to be really on Kapahala and Octavian to make this match go a little bit faster for Nexus because they need it. 60 seconds left.
Flashbang. Banked off the side. Does pop. Out comes Doran. Tries to get some more points here. Just a minute remaining, but Fleek finding that shot over towards Kapahala. It's looking very deadly now for the team at Nexus, and they're looking just to trade these ones off. Tulika goes on the top side, doesn't find it. Tied up again. MADBULLS, a little bit of overconfidence, taking them down, but it's quickly traded once again. But now the nades are back in play for both teams.
A 2-point lead re-established for MADBULLS. A nade from the backline. Zerich not going to spot it out, but finally finds the better end of the fight. 3 points now is the lead with 20 seconds left on the clock. More frags starting to pour on through, and time is putting pressure on Nexus. They need to get a full turnaround, a clean sweep engagement to try and take all 4 of the enemy players down. Zerich is super low, will be hiding, but Octavian falls, and that might be the final nail in the coffin. 7 seconds remaining, and 6-point lead open by MADBULLS. They just need to run away. They just need to fall back, but they're not going to let sleeping dogs lie. 1 point found in response, but it will not matter. Nexus fall, and the MADBULLS rise to the top.
6-point lead as well. Goodness me, they just brushed the shoulders, taking $3,000 home there for their TDM Championship. Oof. What a way to win it. Very explosive at the end. Realistically, Nexus, they needed a bit more of that explosive action because they were very slow throughout it, and they just did not pop up in that endgame. Just like MADBULLS, they flipped the switch, man, I'm telling you, and they will be taking the winner's trophy home with them for TDM victory. Yes, it's not been the best in the tournament, but they have shown us that they are the best when it comes to a flat 4v4 here in the championships.
Unfortunately, you do need more than that to convert into this championship, as you highlighted there. And the MADBULLS, they're currently sat in 9th place on the overall standings when we're refocusing back over. I know, I've got to be a bit of a Debbie Downer on this one, but we're going back over to those championship standings where FLUX still sit almost insurmountably in the lead right now. They're 23 points ahead of 2nd place Nexus Gaming with 3 matches left to play.
Yeah, I mean, it will be sad, you know, for Nexus to get 2 second places in one tournament. That would be very rough indeed. So hopefully, either they drop a placement or they gain a placement. Either way, it's fine at the end of the day. But for Nexus Gaming, 156 points, trailed by 147 with Gladiators. But REGNUM CARYA, 143 right now, John. I think after the back of that last game on Erangel, where Loxy and Wild were really bringing out some killer performances over in that ditch behind that shack, looking over towards Foot. Whew, that was some spicy gameplay. Looking at map performance now for Sanhok, ARR currently performing very well on this one. 8.33 average eliminations, 1,340 damage. Foot still hanging on to the highest damage here, despite, you know, not doing so well. But it was that first game of the first day on Sanhok that they really showed their mettle. a bit more maybe today. I don't know. I say it every day. It doesn't always come to fruition.
They have brandished the saber, but at the moment it is firmly tucked in the scabbard still blankets. Not as efficacious as we saw it be back regionally. Still 3 more matches to prove. That metal needs to be tested. FLUX have shown us just how strong a team from the Turkish region can be, how consistent, how efficient, and how strong. And they have 3 games left to fend off anybody else who wants to take that top.
And Nexus have shown us that you don't need to get high placements at all. You can just go into these games and treat them like a TDM with a whopping 106 elimination points compared to their measly 50 placement points, which is kind of on par with everyone from 4th down to roundabouts 9th place. 9th place MADBULLS, 45 placements, just 5 points behind Nexus. But really, everybody is trailing in comparison to their massive lead in terms of elimination points. FLUX maybe can compare with their 99. But are they on triple digits? No, they aren't.
No, not quite. It's just not the same. It doesn't hit different. 99. Nah. 106. Excellent. Excellent news.
We are looking at, once again, another one of these hot drops over towards Bootcamp, OZAROX, BEŞİKTAŞ, I think are there as well. Alongside them, they do take a knock right off the bat. Gladiators, I think this is really time to shine for them. Here on Sanhok, they have had such horrific rotations that just get completely torn apart by a team reading into them. I think they're one of the teams in this lobby that just consistently drops Northwest Island. So I think for teams to read into that is not such a wonder, to be honest. But for them, I think they have been pipped at every single post by some other team looking for them, trying to locate them. AR have a player very close to Tixi right now in Tapok, and Tapok certainly wins those duels. So for Gladiators, this is a tough map for them. On the other hand, FLUX down towards Kampong and Docks, who typically can get a fairly decent finish here on Sanhok, and Nexus have consistently been very good on this map, which does 100% reward a lot of eliminations and a heavily aggressive playstyle.
Tapok and Tixi, I think neither of them want to take this fight, but ARR, crazy self-destruct button sometimes just gets slammed when you least expect it. So could definitely be a little bit of fireworks here on the Northeast Island, on the Northwest Island.
Pretty much AR is just sweating profusely all the time, wondering whether to press the big red button. And I think that it works out for them sometimes. They're pressing it a little bit too many times during these games, I'd say. You know, spamming it slightly, but that's okay. REGNUM CARYA, they spot, Beck flying on past in the motor car. Very difficult to pick up pace to catch him off guard. He's going to zoom straight past, leave you in the dust, heads over towards the rest of his team. Nexus on this northern side will have to move down. Quite clear on the south side of Paris Resort. We did used to see SBG, who are currently going against ARR right now, play down towards the south side of Paradise, but already Elementrix is in there. Very early rotate coming through from ARR. Again, unsuspected. This is what they are good at.
It's just about 20 seconds ago we were talking about them being near the Gladiators, but no, they shift across, as you say, very quickly.
Oh dear.
That's bad for business for SPG. You jump off a cliff, I mean, sometimes it seems like full damage doesn't exist, but if you're hitting the geometry wrong, then it can all come crashing down, as can your health bar. A scrap from Sly Europe with Major Pride. This is currently playing to the west of Quarry, east of Painan, as Major Pride try and leave there, but Sly Europe holding out very strong right now, taking a player of Major Pride down and looking for the res to boot.
BEŞİKTAŞ getting a sideswipe onto them, and I think Major Pride realised that, you know, it's time to leave. This has not worked out well for them. It's the first time in a while that we've actually seen someone get towards this high ground, this hillside, before Major Pride can reach there on a circle like this. And it's a good adjustment from Sly Europe, and we've got to congratulate them for it, because I think a lot of times they have got a little bit... they've got a bit doolally with the amount of space that they were given in this tournament on Sanhok, because they practically had Cave, they had the eastern side of Quarry, they had all the way up towards Boot Camp, and they just didn't know what to do with it. So they were taking all 4 positions on a really big split, getting taken down early. And I think this is the right adjustment, is that you just quickly send for the hillside, looking down towards Painan, control that, get information, and then go from there, rather than risking losing a player early on Sanhok, where we do have a lot of teams dropping towards that central arena.
Cow still sanctuary for Nexus, but they'll have to move south past MELİSE fairly soon. Still just getting some loot, scrabbling it all together from the northern side. Should be fairly solid. Level 3 helmet you could see already for Exo Machina to be getting on with. That's pretty healthy. More centrally, back over to SBG, who are now close to OZAROX after their engagement with ARR, who are still over towards Hattin.
They've gone back to Hattin. So they just literally went out, viciously attacked SBG, and then returned to Hattin. Very targeted is this team. Big bullies.
I mean, you do open up a rotation path in your future, right? There's some thought to it.
Yeah.
You clear out a team, or you do
rotate so early, right?
Yeah, you get into that fight, you force them out, and it means that you have that available to you later when you go back to your loot spot.
Yeah. We have a DBS. They are probably looting. Let's go.
I mean, sure, why not? When you put it like that, there's no real choice. You have to go for it. MELÍSE taking a little bit of a scrap with Nexus as they move south from Cal. And Exo Machina going down as well will get flushed. Octavian on the inside, trying to hold off against Poser, but there is a DBS in hand there for MELÍSE. There is an answer as CEO falls. A Molotov onto the inside from Poser might force Octavian to the out. Can't really spot underneath there. The angle's not quite right to be able to see Octavian's feet, but a teammate is just in the wings now. As Poser drops out the back, Octavian does go down to kiss you.
I like that Poser's rocking the 3x on the DBS, pretending
Statement.
like it could shoot as far as that. And he actually zoomed in through the doorway.
I mean,
so just in case you've got bad eyesight and you have a shotgun, there you go, the 3x DBS.
It saves inventory
weapon.
space, right? If you want to carry a scope for a weapon that you haven't got yet, then you can pop it on there to be able to carry a bit more ammo or a smoke more or two. But yeah, it is definitely a statement piece. Fashion, if nothing else.
Absolutely. Tulika from MADBULLS does find Major Pride. I bet they'll feel majorly good about that one, considering the amount of times in their previous tournaments the Major Pride have held out MADBULLS from making the similar rotation over the bridge. Lewis will finish off Octavian there. In the meantime, Gladiators are moving very assuredly down towards Trifecta.
That's one way of putting it.
Making sure they put one foot in front of the other and checking that there's no traps been placed down.
Very slow, though, and that's what we have criticized them for before on these rotates. Just a little bit in these early games.
Don't blame them.
Well, yeah, they have been cut out from that Trifecta before, right?
Yeah, many times. Poor lads. I think at this point in time they are... Look, they're even clearing the building where OZAROX took out one of their players before. They're being 100% about all this. But again, you are a little bit slow about this, and ARR are constantly hunting you down from their backside, so it's a little bit difficult. Kapahala spotted by Kisyu will be taken out, and I think that might just be Nexus out of the game. Ooh. Goodness me, that is bad news for the second place team currently in the standings. FLUX make their way over to Quarry side. No one's looking in as of yet, and the circle centers up around that area of the map too. Finally, Gladiators are able to make their way in over towards the other side of Trifecta and might just be able to start thinking about working their way through the map. And you're right, John, that was definitely a position that AAR went for, attacked SBG, cleared out that position, and now they know they have a comfortable rotational spot over that northeast side.
SBG may not have vacated the premises as early as they did before, but with the circle as it is, they would have shunted south anyway. But now ARR know that this side of the circle is going to be notably safer as well. So that's great information to be playing on with. MELÍSE, though, still over towards Tapmok and Cow even further north, have their 2 players remaining there. BRA central, foot on the overlook in these warehouses.
FLUX taking a knock there. Will be res back up again, but very much known that they're playing inside Quarry. Not a place you really want to be, and I think with the amount of teams in this location, it's going to be difficult for FLUX to get out of this scenario. ARR moving down now towards SBG, who are hanging around by the paddy fields just outside of boot camp.
Besiktas in the compound on the junction of the road leading south from boot camp, northeast of Painan. We've always talked about how strong a compound this is, because not only is it defensible, it is also a compound that gives you a lot of options for rotations into future circles as well. When it's this close to the center, it is primo real estate blank. It is really quite valuable. The question is, what can Besiktas do with it, with Gladiators knocking on the door as well from their west?
Dear me, FLUX managed to find a knock over towards for esports. They've managed to get out, and that's just 2 players there, and Sly Europe are happy to take the shots over towards Foot as well. As FLUX just continually take pot shots over teams. They are leaving Ketch and Solus behind in one of the most high ground positions around Quarry in that watchtower on the eastern side, just in case we do get an eastern shift on this circle. But at the moment, they're faring pretty well just as a duo on this side of Quarry. Ooh. Circle moves down towards Cave side, and now FLUX's position just on the outer edges becomes a little bit more valuable.
REGNUM CARYA might shimmy down that east coast. MELİSE certainly will with their duo that remains. You can see FLUX are going to be repositioning now out of the Quarry. They're playing that forward position with the backup of Solus on that high ground and Ketch as well. They were able to play that position knowing that they had a little bit of security, but now they regroup and see what more they can look for. REGNUM CARYA sending straight across the Quarry, actually. This is fairly reckless, I would say, given that they had a bit of a lack of proximity. Oh dear. The MADBULLS and Sly have spotted Gladiators, and that is half of their team gone in an instant. And the rest of them go. Oh dear.
You have to respect the fact that they try to go for one hell of a push into the circle. I think they realize that right now it's do or die time for them. I think this could have gone either way. This could either have been a very good push down towards a compound on the south side, or it could have ended in disaster. I think they'd hoped that it wouldn't end in that much of a disaster for themselves. That might just be their tournament from that singular play. They're going to have a massive game over towards Erangel and Miramar to salvage this one, and FLUX still being alive is a bit of a problem. Not many of these teams at the top have been able to find themselves many points here in these games. The standings have not really changed all that much from the start of the day. And right now, FLUX, again, is playing this cautious playstyle. They're playing for the end game as opposed for these big matches with the big numbers. They're playing in Watchtower at the moment, that high ground I talked about earlier. It's nowhere really near the center of the map, but it gives them a lot of information. And I think that is purely to keep them as safe as possible.
OZAROX will be drawn short by it as well. Most likely, they're going to be forced into Quarry with REGNUM CARYA, which is pretty dangerous, unless they go for a wide swing and try and get behind FLUX, but that is not the easiest route to take into this next circle. Mind you, there's not many of those presenting themselves for the time being. Blank, a lot of the teams on the northern side who were very, very central are now finding themselves in an unfamiliar position.
Yeah, it's a hard position to play, and you can see that there is just this hillside that cuts through up towards Quarry that Sly Europe were playing. This is where they held out Major Pride beforehand, before MADBULLS got into position to cause them major issues. And I think that high ground is going to be very valuable. It is on the northwest edge, as you can see here. Besiktas will have to move up that hillside, and Sly Europe might need to start centering their attention over towards those crossroad compounds at some point. But for the time being, it's a fairly decent spot to be in.
OZAROX will be going for that wide swing out to the east through the blue zone as well. Next circle just about to come through. Does center up towards Foot there. Keeps BRA in the compound position. Pretty solid. Sly Europe might try and move forwards and get a powerful spot on that northwest edge.
Yeah, certainly a possibility here. BEŞİKTAŞ taking a huge amount of damage. This is what we talked about earlier with FLUX also taking shots towards OZAROX as they attempted to make their way in. Sephir more than likely to go down next.
The Storm has made his way through. The lone player in this next circle has got some building to play around as well. Hang on a minute. No, he does have a teammate in that position as well. So 2 players from OZAROX have got into the spot. Miss You from MELİSE might try and push in from the south side. BEŞİKTAŞ have managed to move out of that compound on the junction, but at the cost of a player, and Sly Europe are in their way still. They're playing as 3, but that compound on the northwest will be so valuable for them.
Really will be. Taking a look at BRA, that is that incredibly good spot over towards the western side of Quarry. Very defensible to play in. OZAROX tried to get away from FLUX. They did manage to hold on to 2 players. Now FLUX starts to skirt their way underneath Quarry. A lot of teams have been removed, 3 in total. NEXUS, SBG, Gladiators. Sly Europe currently on the high ground compound. A fairly decent spot to play around with. And this is that shot coming through from FLUX over towards OZAROX. Very difficult to get away from.
That's the power of that high ground. Really nice tool to have in the arsenal. ARR will be dispatched on the northeast side. Not an easy path for them to get through and past this quarry. FLUX are trying to move around the south side of the quarry. REGNUM, CARYA are operating from in the center of it, actually. And Solke does get spotted by BRA across the way and flushed out almost immediately.
Yeah, it's not an easy position to play in. I think there's a lot of sightlines looking down their way at the moment. I think for FLUX, taking that spot over towards Watchtower, again, it really does represent this play style of just trying to survive as long as possible and getting a couple of points here and there. And it's working out purely because NEXUS, as well as Gladiators, have really dropped the ball today. Both teams really not doing so hot at all. Excuse me, try and get in from the northern side and struggle with it. Next circle, I think that's Zone 5 will be coming in soon. Foot playing with 2 players. Currently holding on to a fairly central compound. Sly Europe will have to move off the high ground themselves. And there it is, moving over towards Foot and MELİSE Esports. And FLUX throwing a bone here.
I am the lone FLUX prediction in a sea of MADBULLS out on the western side. That maneuver out east might be unimpeded right now, but the terrain not the easiest to navigate. But you can see BEŞİKTAŞ have this overlook on this position, with the MADBULLS forced to play on the south side of the ridge.
Yeah, I think most likely they're just going to move down towards the south, towards one of these compounds in play. BEŞİKTAŞ and Sly Europe are almost definitely going to get into an altercation between both these teams. Tenchik looks for a little bit more up towards Zessi, who drops and hits the deck. Sly Reflect is down.
Ooh. And another shot for Zessi. Tenchik keeps them alive. And the last player for Sly Europe active, the blue zone, will start to push them fairly soon. It will be upon them, and they might just look to commit for these reses. For the time being, though, the MADBULLS have shunted down south. You can see they're now in those buildings on the southwest side.
Taking this spot is very strong, and they can start to work their way in because there's not a lot of great positions in this circle. It is sort of cut off between elevated rolling planes as we head forward. Sly Europe almost certainly not getting away with this one. They were just so unbelievably hampered, and a great little pickup coming through from MADBULLS. Hearing that shot, hearing that engagement happening, they just take the advantage. Third party it, they clear out the western side. A smart decision in the moment. FLUX is just attempting to hold on from that eastern edge, and there's so much engagements happening on this northern side. They're pretty much safe because no one's looking their way.
I mean, BRA were their main suppressors from the position that they are in, but look at this. Next RÜYA, 3 players down, with 1 player left standing. 3 players sure that, well, they're actually losing 2 of them to the DBS shots there. Finally able to close down the angle, but Havlik shut out by Coursera. 3 players active for BRA, so they've managed to weather it fairly effectively. So far, FLUX still caught on the edge, might want to look for an opportunity to move, but MELÍSE have angle on them, and I don't know if they have any vehicles to make this dash. That is a west shift away from these quarry teams.
Yeah, they will have to move now. FLUX in this position where they have to come out of the tiny bit of cover they've been playing in. MADBULLS looking to circumvent MELÍSE Esports, who are playing on a small amount of high ground. They can creep up. It is two-man teams, so for MADBULLS, it should be easy enough to clear out these spots. But I think they're happy enough just to let these squads play from these positions and get what they need to get done. Next, RÜYA has to run away here, frozen from the Molotov. It's his greatest enemy, is fire.
No meds either, so we'll just have to play with the DBS. Gets a good shot around the side, suppressing one of the BRA players, but MADBULLS say enough of that. Playing around the rock, that's no fun. FLUX though, hang on a minute, have they managed to make a cross? They've left one behind. Solus did fall, but they're playing as two, and they're in the circle at the base of these hills.
Yeah, again, this is just a little bit of cover provided to them. OZAROX might just hear that happening. They have to move in equally. REGNUM CARYA, a similar spot, might be able to get the side swipe down towards FLUX, but it is Ketch and Lutz playing together. Two very fearsome players. I would not be surprised in a 2v3 that they could come out on top there.
A nade from OZAROX is all it's going to take, though, and they are within that nade range now. Lewis as well from MELİSE could just pop one in. You can see they're already bombarding through, but they're more preoccupied with REGNUM CARYA. Wild gets blinked away. Shut down. BRA also eliminated on that northern side. MADBULLS, the only team at 4 players now.
Could be a great nade over towards FLUX. Ketch left extremely low. OZAROX is a little bit worried to push too further forward. The circle moves off towards our eastern side, forcing MADBULLS to move across. FLUX being helped out by a lot of these other teams that are taking shots at one another. Seemingly really ignored right now, up to 4th place, so a good amount of points accrued here by FLUX just on terms of placement points. I think MELİSE Esports looking to put that to bed now.
There it is. They go down 4th place, unfortunately. I'm denied a prediction point. That's unfortunate, but more unfortunately for Nexus and for Gladiators is that they got deep into this game. They put 6 on the board, but that's enough to keep that gap opening and dragging away from them. It will be pulling up the tarmac on that race, and it's just going to spit it back out. These teams beneath them. MADBULLS, though, dominant in this circle. 4 players alive.
Yeah, they've had a very good time of it here on Sanhok, and we wondered if it was just one of those cases that, you know, they had the better side of the circle, and they have had the better side of the circle again. But they've cleared it nicely. I think that they've made some good movements. They dealt with Major Pride. They dealt with Sly Europe from what was quite a tricky spot at the end of the day. Circle moves up towards the north side, but Foot's already lost a player in the process. Kisyu has been a fairly strong player for MELİSE Esports, but now he's out in the blue, and MADBULLS happy to send FLUX up there. We'll have the information. Zerich will likely take shots.
Already getting that opening knock. MELÍSE may be able to sneak 1 or 2 shots back in, but I mean, these are the TDM champions right here. MADBULLS, they know how to get these trades on. They know how to profit on these small engagements.
Lewis takes shots up towards Tulika. It goes extremely low. Nades now pulled. They haven't had to use a lot of utility in this game, and it has to be for something here. Lewis again taking huge shots.
Lining up a little bit for Lewis there, but he can't quite tack on the damage that he needs to. FLUX wants the rundown. Will spot a player from Foot as well and gets him with the front bumper of the buggy. Not going to be punished for it. Hops out with the DBS. Nearly gets a trade, but Arwin falls to his teammates, and the MADBULLS rampage across the hills of Sanhok in our last entry from the jungle this tournament. But they have gathered steam just a little too late in order to catch up towards these top teams.
You know, I think they actually have got quite a few points, John. I think they've been able to jump up the rankings quite a little bit. I mean, I'm going to take a sneak peek myself. It's not a huge amount, but, you know, from where they were, it's still fairly good. And you'll get to find out more about that over on the desk when we head to them. But overall, I think the big thing that we need to talk about right now is just the performance from the top 3. It has been very lackluster today.
Yeah, where's it gone? It seemingly disappeared. FLUX, I thought they were going to shift further down south and try and control that hilltop. They were corralled in, however, by BRA, by the teams by that position, but they just didn't really look to leverage their outlook position that they had.
Look, at the end of the day, they're playing a spot that does not lead to a win in that scenario. They go to Watchtower, which is a high ground position. They look for scouting. just scout what's happening around them and then figure out where they can play after that. You head towards that southern edge of Quarry. It's unlikely you make it too far away from there. Where the circle was when they headed there in the first place didn't look to me like, again, they were looking for that win. And you know what? I think they have pulled off what they wanted to achieve this game, which is a high placement with a couple of eliminations. That's really all they have to find here, John.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. They got 6 points that game, which isn't a big bonanza, but it's still just
getting away.
Enough. Exactly. They are still very much in the lead. But we're going to head back over to the studio for them to gloat over the fact that I've had a terrible day of predictions. No points so far on the day. And I didn't predict MADBULLS there. You guys all did, and you got it right with a pretty solid win from them.
What a bonanza game. MADBULLS getting their second chicken dinner of the day, and they are slowly but surely climbing up the leaderboard because, as John and Blank said, it's been a little lackluster from the top 3 teams today.
Yeah, I mean, it clearly opens up the doors for the teams that were just on the bottom of that first page to climb up to the top 3.
Yeah.
It's a huge opportunity here. FLUX didn't get any points. We saw actually Gladiators and Nexus go out both first in this game, so there were so many points to be spread out throughout all the other teams, so the top 3 maybe not as safe as we thought after this.
Yeah, what a shindig. What an absolute festival we were able to witness there from MADBULLS. They got themselves the 22 points. I mean, the thing is that almost all of us, apart from John, picked MADBULLS. They had so much room on the West.
Yeah.
They had so much room to work with, and it did feel like they were feeling a little bit of momentum here, even though I don't like using the word momentum. They had already had some fights earlier on up north, being able to then move down west and have that much to work with. Yeah, it was almost a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, MELİSE Esports, though, this is the second time that we're seeing them with a good performance in a game, but the first time we see them get a podium finish throughout the entirety here of Champions. So definitely a little too late, unfortunately, for them, considering where they are in the overall standing, but we're seeing glimpses of why they're here.
Yeah, a little bit of a sneaky redemption towards the end, potentially. But good defense on the south. They had a good high ground position, and they were just clearing, I think, OZAROX at some point, even some players off FUT Esport, which needed some decent points here to try and hopefully remain in their current position. But yeah, MADBULLS, good showcase at the end, and were the team to actually eliminate all of Gladiators this game. They were playing Painan for the longest time, and because so many teams, I think, were scared of crossing that river, tried to enter through the northern side, it just allowed MADBULLS to have just so much free range to rotate and do whatever the hell they wanted.
Yeah, it was really efficient fights as well. Almost 1,500 damage, converting to, I think, 12 eliminations, that was. So just very quick about their execution on some of these fights, and then straight on to the next fight.
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting all these points in, which is quite important, especially maybe not that first place being within reach, but it's really the top 8 that we're looking at the moment. So they're in heavy contention of being able to push themselves up there, and it feels a little bittersweet because this is the MADBULLS that we've seen in PMPL EU, and it's the final day. We're like past the halfway mark of that final day. We have 3 more maps coming, and this is when they're really starting to show us what they can do. I
mean, despite them having a chicken dinner to open off the day and a good finish on that second Erangel of the day, I feel like this was their best Erangel, where they actually tried to be aggressive, go for the pushes onto that high ground position when MELİSE was a bit busy taking the fight towards OZAROX. I feel like this was their best showing of the entire championship, pretty much. And sure, it is a bit too late, unfortunately. But you know, if they make it in the top 8 and remain up there, maybe we can see what they can do in a cool LAN event.
Ooh. We keep mentioning this cool LAN event. Yeah, I feel like that's now like synonymous. Cool LAN event, and Kalar's going, you know? But all in all, this was a great game to watch. I mean, it's Sanhok, so we are going to be seeing Sanhok numbers in terms of the damage that's being dealt, but still quite the bloodbath.
Yeah, I mean, given the position that this game ended in as well, one of the main central compounds was taken up by, I think, 2 players of a team that were remaining. I can't remember who it was. Might have been FUT. But anyway, that kind of creates a weird situation where all of these 4-man teams don't really want to launch into the middle and try and take this away from a team because they know maybe they're going to get wounded on entry. That's not going to be conducive to be able to get a victory overall. So then you get a very edge-heavy game here, which then does result in the Sanhok numbers that you're referring to.
Yeah, actually, a lot of the teams that I think could have been able to compete at the end were all northwest of Quarry, pretty much. And it was next to RÜYA, you had Bra Esport, you had Excuse Me, and unfortunately the circle just shifted southwest, and it just made it so tough for them to transition from that point that they all had to fight one another, and only one team really came out on top. And there you go, MADBULLS closed off at the end and are able to secure themselves the win with 12 elims on top.
Yeah, and those are the Sanhok numbers that we're talking about. Not the highest amount of damage in terms of being dealt this game, but that's to be expected.
REGNUM CARYA, though, still consistent points in the background. We don't talk about them too much, but they're still there. They're always on this kind of graphic eventually. So, and with the 3 top teams not doing that good,
maybe close the gap. Maybe.
They're like slowly creeping up, and we're going to be finding it out. But we're going to be heading into the 4th map of today. Thank you, Monster.
Already?
Yeah, it's going really quick, eh?
Okay.
It's because we get all the energy from Monster, so we just got to keep it going. We're going to be heading over to our casters, Blank and John.
Oh, there we go. No breaks on this train. We're going straight on in to the next match. Blank, our final Erangel is up and on the cards. It's ready to roll, and we are absolutely raring to go for it as well. It is the last time we're going to see the grassy pastures.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be one of these. I hope that one of the 3 teams at the top can do well, and we do have a new contender there in REGNUM CARYA setting up to 3rd place. So they've done a very good job in the past 2 days to massively bump up their scorings. I think it was Kale who predicted REGNUM CARYA in his top 3, if I'm not mistaken. So he'll be fairly happy about this one. And honestly, they are a very good team. Loxy, Wild have done incredibly good jobs for the team. I think they are carrying slightly, but they do have still some very good backup from the rest of their squad. But some decent pickoffs, some decent movements, and overall, I've been very happy with what I've seen. On the other hand, I think our pack leaders at the start of the day have really slowed down in a big way. And I think FLUX is maybe feeling the pressure of taking this championships a little bit. It's still working out as they make it towards the end, but this could have been a very different tournament if Nexus had maintained that same kind of pressure they were showing us yesterday. FLUX could certainly be in trouble because it has just been Gladiators, Nexus Gaming, FLUX, all these teams really not putting up numbers. I will still say that FLUX have honestly performed quite well under the circumstances, but just don't feel like they're playing for these wins at the moment.
I mean, they're still head and shoulders above everybody else when it comes to placement points. They have 84 placement points. The closest is Gladiators with 60. That's a 24-point difference there, Blank, which is nuts. And when you consider that they're also 2nd place on eliminations, with only a 7-point difference between them and Nexus, who are by far and away probably one of, maybe not today, one of the most skilled combat teams, right, in this tournament. They have absolutely been just keeping things together. Taking a look at those players on the left as well, you've got Ketch as a very strong contender for that MVP title at the end. I think he's topping in both kills and damage right now. 2nd on headshots as well. The guy's a machine.
Yeah, I think he's really been keeping the team together when they get into these awkward spots. Like the fact that he's able to take down 2 eliminations, 2 knocks very quickly in spots where he certainly shouldn't be getting that has been helping FLUX get out of these terrible scenarios that they've been putting themselves in recently, just because they're a bit unwilling to take center a lot of times. And when they are taking center, it is just because it is a last-ditch resort where they have 2 players left remaining. We do get this circle heading down towards the south side of the map, and actually we are getting a change of pace here from FLUX heading down towards Primorsk way, perhaps looking to get further into the circle or catch off the guys from Gladiators up towards that top side. Either way, they're really not their biggest contenders at the moment. It will be Nexus and REGNUM CARYA, but again, Nexus have a long rotate to make here through what we now know is a very claustrophobic area of the map.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be heavily traffic intensive right now on those eastern roads. I wonder who's going to make a break southward first, right? Because you've got RÜYA holding the mouth right now. If they get across early, they can slow everything up on that western edge. And most likely we're going to see teams on the east move over to that western bridge if they don't want to get caught up in the melee.
Yeah, getting caught up in the melee is a pretty bad thing to happen in this situation, especially when you're so close to a lot of these other teams. Third parties can take place fairly easily. FLUX right now, they're on the run. Need to pick up some vehicles, head down towards a position where they can start taking some loot. ARR towards that northern side around Gatka, fairly typical position for themselves. And next RÜYA immediately sending from Ferry Pier down towards Sosnovka. This still could be a Sosnovka finish. There is a lot of water in this one, which could coax the circle down towards that southeast side. I think that is just a little bit more landmass up towards the northwest at the moment.
Certainly, I think, yeah, in general there is a higher percentage, but in terms of where the circle can close, the center of it, I think, needs to be on the land, so could be fairly even odds, I think, at this stage of north versus south of this river. Would be pretty tricky to make that call just yet, though. And this is the sort of circle where I think the Gladiators have performed on quite well, right? When they can take a slower approach to the circle, when they have a difficult decision and they can delay it, which can be quite beneficial to them. That is, I think, where we've seen them perform a little bit better, hopefully gathering some speed today. NEXUS on the east side have left Mill to Power. They're going for the boat, and they think it's going to go south to the island.
Yeah, down towards that side. I think either way, for NEXUS, this is probably the best play they can make right now. It's favored into the circle as well, making this botation. But similarly, they get out of that scenario where they don't have to rotate through that massive teams off towards that western side. So I really do like this from NEXUS. It's a great little bit of idea coming out from them, and a creative way to circumvent what could have been a big issue in this game for them. They realize they need to put up some big numbers in these last couple of matches if they want to overtake the guys from FLUX, and they have been lacking slightly. So this could be the start of something great for them. So we'll see what happens. In the meantime, Havlik does get taken off the vehicle by Becker, and he'll steal it straight away. And you're right, though. I do 100% agree with you, John, that these type of circles where it's very uncertain for a lot of these teams, that's where that experience from Gladiators comes into effect. Very good at picking out the rotation that they'd like to take in this situation. And we'll see exactly what they do with this kind of circle.
Becker stringing out the clothesline there in Gatka Fields, catching an player unawares. Seems like are moving south. They're currently now at the bridge. BRA have left Elvis back over on the northern shore after having evacuated to C block. Mandarin scrapping back and forth, can't quite get the magazine to empty in the right direction. Tenchik's there for a trade, but so have REGNUM. CARYA got their reinforcements to go in. Azelikon very, very low. They need to go right now for the res if they want to find it, but Savian has the overlook, as does Kairos, I believe, and the rest of Foot as well. Yeah, there's no way you can go for this res. REGNUM CARYA be happy to get away with 3, to be honest.
Yeah, very unlikely that they were going to get out of that one. And like you said, very lucky that they were able to make it out with just 3 players overall. And it looks like Foot Esports are going to go straight in here, look for a little bit more onto them. They are in the singular vehicle, pulls out the M4, we'll have to back off slightly as they take more shots. REGNUM CARYA, dear me, Savian, some incredible shots, and that's REGNUM CARYA being put down, which is actually a big storyline for us here, considering after that last game, they were able to jump up to 150 points, 3 points above Gladiators 147, so REGNUM CARYA are currently in 3rd place. Going down to 1 player here, this has just about ruined their shot into 1st place now. This is the worst thing that could have happened to them in this game, and again, this is what NEXUS wanted to try and get out of. Taking that rotation down to Sosnovka, you know, they're 158 points right now, sat behind 185 from FLUX. That was their best option at safety getting into this final angle.
Going down to 1. From the eastern side that was so packed with teams as well. They nearly were able to get out, but just drawn a little bit short. Now Loxy's going to have to go for a swim. Loxy, a player that is absolutely also in the conversation for MVP. A little bit behind on total eliminations, but his damage is up there with Ketch, with Dorian as well. So definitely knocking on the door of that accolade, but might have just been denied the chance in this game, with NEXUS still going strong, with FLUX as well, still active in the game. they have a lot better prospects to rack up that damage. FLUX currently playing over in Primorsk and Quarry Split.
Yeah, honestly, just getting looted up as much as possible. Major pride. Look over towards Sly Europe, who made the crossing to the beachhead. A lot of teams seem to be betting over towards Sosnovka as the finishing point here. Gladiators finally making their move downwards, alongside with SBG and BEŞİKTAŞ up towards Yasnaya, pushing down. MADBULLS also passing through Pachinki. But a lot of teams already in place. Stage 1 coming to a close now. The biggest shrink in the game, which is stage 2, which will really define where we'll be finishing off this map. We'll see if we do get a Sosnovka finish, because again, it's likely that we might head up towards that northwest side. Just as likely we'll see it head down towards Sosnovka. So it could be a very interesting game going forward, with a lot of decisions to be made.
Bridge finish, let's go. For the final Erangel, what do you think? Could be. The package is there, but no, that's definitely going to be a Sosnovka finish, but it's cut a lot of ground out of this one. Gladiators moving in. The good news for Gladiators is that ARR are over a kilometer away right now, right? Which is good news, because they have had so much trouble with this team in purple. Over these last couple of days, they have really come into contact with them a little bit more than maybe they'd like. But ARR, they found another top team to deal with.
These guys are the big game hunters of the lobby. They're not a scrappy team, they're just the big game hunters. They look for high priority targets and they take them down. Looking over towards one of the players from FLUX, just about gets away with it. But Solkate, a little bit unhappy with this scenario. And AR, they don't like to leave fights early. They just love to keep on trucking during these ones. The pickup is there. Solkate will move away, holds on to his first aid kit there, just bandages up.
No one right now holding the far side of the bridge onto Sosnovka. On the western bridge. On the eastern bridge is another story, because as we tune in with MELİSE, they have got such a chokehold on this rotation from Foot. The reload from Kissu actually allows 2 of their players to go through, but there's the shots he was looking for. Goes for the flush, and only 1 player from Foot's 4 rolls all the way through. I think Rip7 is still active somewhere, but certainly not going to be too happy. Hang on a minute. No, did get through as well. Kairos and Rip7 from Foot both made their way through, but slashed in half by MELİSE. A great hold on the east, but the western bridge not so packed right now.
But it is very close over towards FLUX, who are moving out in a boat at the moment. And they could probably take shots from that distance, and a boat is easy to explode a lot of times. I think they are lining up, but I don't think they've spotted this rotation coming through as Tixi goes down to look for himself a boat. It's been stolen. There's the shots. I think FLUX have now just left their boat there. Are out in the water.
I mean, as soon as you get spotted in the boat, it's a death sentence if you stay inside of it, right? Like, that you know that this team is going to just continue to explode and go and go and go, and you're swimming from there on in. The question is, do people on Sosnovka see it either? MELİSE continuing to hold out in the blue. And BEŞİKTAŞ on the eastern bridge with SPG at their back as well, or remnants thereof. 3 players from SPG surviving currently. Will be pushing in behind them, most likely, to try and get across here, because the blue zone is going to continue to close and close and close, and you've got to get all the way to the west.
Gladiators just send off the sides. The best they can do in this situation. Kitsune finds himself a boat of his own. Ooh. I'm not sure, because FLUX, if their boat is not destroyed, because we don't actually know, they could all get in, take shots towards Kitsune. He's got absolutely no one on his side who can take shots back.
I think they've swum away. I think they've swum away because it was just on the edge of the last one. And look at this, ARR actually taking shots at the players in the water. They've spotted FLUX. And they might just be able to find a boat. I don't imagine there's going to be too many left on the coast, but if they're lucky, they'll be able to grab one. Gladiators with 3 players yet to cross. Another 50% water circle, actually a little bit more than that. Blank, these teams are going to go down like flies, I'm telling you.
Excuse me, head up towards the coast. They hear this coming in. Luckily, Kitsune is able to get out in time, but he can feed that information back across the rest of his team that this is an unsafe drop-off location. Probably swim back to the rest of his team, but FLUX are also behind them and a little bit closer on the swim overall. Excuse me, do roll back out again, further down the coastal side. This is so amusing. 3 teams all looking to make the cross. And between FLUX and Gladiators, who are in the lead, right? I mean, whoever gets there first.
It's kind of crazy. Kitsune is in an advantageous position here because if they land on the coast a little bit further south, he can take a shot out their way. If they move up further north, they're behind Gladiators, right? On their beaching. So could be that FLUX might have just scuppered themselves on that boat rotate that they tried to take from Ferry Pier from a little bit further west, I think it was, than that in Primorsk.
Kitsune currently just passing that information back towards the rest of his team. And currently, it is also Gladiators in the lead of the 100-meter swim over towards the inland. MADBULLS, though, have moved out towards the beachhead, also looking towards both these teams. Oh, it's so horrible.
I think they're looking more at the bridge for MADBULLS, to be honest. You've got ARR trying to cross right now and making noise with vehicles that FLUX will be scouting. So maybe the Gladiators' emergence will be uncontested until they take those shots.
This is a nail-biting swim from both these teams. I'm not even sure if the Gladiators know that FLUX are so close to them right now. This is the real question. They are now getting onto the beachhead and will begin to make their run downwards towards, excuse me. I'm so curious to see what ends up happening here.
Let's think for a second about NEXUS, all right? They're on the southeast side with these two teams kind of trapped like this. Finally, Matic's out and Gladiators can start to move further south. But NEXUS have a much better position here. This could be their opportunity. We saw Gladiators throw one away earlier today. NEXUS might have just been afforded a lifeline in this tournament.
Yeah, the next circle will be coming in shortly. MADBULLS up towards that ridge side. AAR have made it in comfortably. Didn't have to go for that rotation and that swim all the way over this side. And FLUX are now swimming downwards and probably will swim over towards where Kitsune is currently playing. It's so unlikely both these teams make this cross, but Kitsune has spotted them.
He knows at least one of them's there. He's got to. The Gladiators are holding the other side of it. They know they're in the water. There's no other options for them to make this move. ARR, in the meantime, who slowed all of that down, did get across the bridge, and they're now on the eastern coast. The Gladiators, do they have that sightline? Have they spotted the FLUX players? The rest of them are going to cinch on in because you know they're not going to let this one go. The water stays in the circle, though, so they might just be able to use that as cover.
They still have to swim downwards and get some kind of cover. Kitsune, I mean, the boat is a dead giveaway, right? That's the big thing. Players now up on towards land. 3 nades downhill. Ketch already finding Meku, though. That is humongous.
It is a great opening. He's right next to this ridgeline, and they have their feet on terra firma now. Up the cliff, they scramble. Solke leading the charge. Matic wants to drop the nades down, and Meku's getting plinked away from Excuse Me along the coast. This is disastrous for Gladiators to try and hold this one down. The good thing they have is that Excuse Me will see FLUX as they try to crest this ridgeline. A nade downhill. Excellent trade onto Solus now as Tixi moves a little bit further forwards. Excuse Me not taking any more sightlines here, and they are isolated back into the water, lobbing a nade long over the top. Solke goes low, catches caught, and Solke falls next. Lutz is almost out of it, but not quite. Still a bit of his health bar left remaining. Tixi in the position where his teammate died, and they know that Excuse Me can spot that one. Moves forwards, does not want to let FLUX go here. They want to close them out now, and rightly so. Excuse Me again taking shots as Matic moves forwards to suppress the sightlines. Furia falls, as that is an excellent pickup from Matic. What a timely pickup as well.
Takes down Solus. I mean, Matic came through with the M24, hit the shot on the headshot with the sniper. Unbelievable. And also hits Zerich. This guy is a monster. Now just one player remaining here. Spots out
Such an important suppression from Matic onto the Excuse Me position. 2 players from FLUX. They might be able to see Matic from this spot if they peek out at the right time. The players up the top from the Gladiators aren't suppressing them right now. They are preoccupied, but Matic turns his attention back. Lutz is swimming out wide. He'll ping this out. This vision is there for his teammate now. Matic's forward position might just be his tomb if he doesn't play his cards right.
The rest of the team, though, are trying to get into position to hold these 2 players in line. Tixi takes shots over towards Lutz. He's knocked. Very much unable to get that player back up again now.
Lutz almost flushed out. There's no way you get that res. You're right. So 1 player now for FLUX. 11 teams remaining. They will not be able to get too much done, but how much can they stop Gladiators from doing? And beyond that, how much can NEXUS do from the southeast side, afforded so much space as they are?
Next RÜYA currently with an incredible compound and oversight down towards that south side. Circle moves over towards them. And the rest of the team, I imagine, will just regroup with Wolf and Yetka. There's not much point anymore holding that coastal edge. Swain, solo player from OZAROX, incredible player overall.
CEO spotted for MELİSE on this eastern side. The MADBULLS have a pretty solid spot on the north. Close to 2 players from Major Pride, but they have been handling their business today. The center circle compound, though, almost unassailable. Tulica spots Tixi. And Kitsune's going to have to dash back to be able to get 3 players alive. With the blue zone there as well, the MADBULLS still taking shots. It's treacherous, but you might need it for Gladiators.
Yeah, they just have to crawl this one in. Effect gets taken down by a nade. MADBULLS currently playing a really nice little 2-2. Kitsune has to take these shots over towards Furia from Excuse Me, but now Gladiators down to 2 players so far. Solkay not out yet.
Not done, but sliver of HP. A tick of damage from staying underwater too long will see him dead, though. You've got to imagine that isn't too long to happen. With the Gladiators forcing him underwater, the nade drips down the cliff and sends FLUX packing. NEXUS now. Their opportunity is at the door. Can they answer?
A tough crossing for them. We'll need smokes, we'll need vehicles. I don't really have too many more bits of utility left in the back pocket, but vehicles they do have should be able to make a good move out here. It's going to be a tall task for Gladiators to take it to the 3 from Excuse Me at the moment. This fight between MADBULLS and about 5 other teams.
OZAROX went down to just the 1 there, Swain. Left standing, Frozen pushed up to Major Pride. The MADBULLS have been doing a lot today. It's good to see them come alive, and not to mention they are just a little bit behind the Gladiators here. Ooh. After that last game, a lovely nade over the top from Kitsune, and Black gets spotted by Matic. They might have lost 2, but they have not lost power here. Furia last standing now for Excuse Me. If they could sweep down the coastline, they can get into a little bit safer of a spot. Swain last standing from OZAROX. 2v1 now as Kitsune pushes close. I think they know he's in this smoke or behind this defilade. Still on the deck, steps up for the spray, but Kitsune is able to take him down with minimal damage sent back their way as well. They can start to pick things up. Swain across the way might be their main obstacle, but they can crawl forwards.
Yeah, they quickly need to get as much loot as possible from these players that they just downed. But Gladiators as 2, still going strong. Kitsune and Matic, a dream team. MADBULLS will be taking shots at them, but they'll get themselves the coastal line. And again, getting some more points on board is really big here for themselves. I think it's going to be difficult for the Gladiators to end in first place today, but they can at least redeem themselves with a top 3 finish.
They started 31 points behind against FLUX. Actually, 30. No, it was around 31, something in that region at the start of this game. But they have to go and try and get a little bit more room. Having taken down FLUX, though, they do have that chance to close down. If they can get 15 points here, which isn't outside of the realms of possibility with their 7 eliminations, they will have a much better chance for the last one. Kale swapping up his prediction towards the end. I saw a next RÜYA clean sweep, but no, he went for NEXUS on the east side.
I like that. You know, he's throwing a little bit of a curveball into the mix there with NEXUS. Certainly could take this. I mean, it's going to be a very difficult game for them, but with this kind of circle, it really doesn't favor either of these teams because eventually it's going to send either up towards the northeast side, in which case next RÜYA has to leave their compound. and Nexus have the high ground to play around with. I think Nexus is mostly having an issue here because they will have to take an engagement between them and MADBULLS at some point. NEXUS take shots their way. They are now in vehicles. Gladiators have a vehicle of their own, sending Matic out as a solo. Now Kitsune to follow. Those vehicles picked up from Excuse Me coming in clutch right now.
NEXUS have spotted Kitsune's rotate, but he is through. And getting a little bit further ahead than Matic as well. They are playing split. It's reasonable, given that you'd think that these teams on the Northeast are going to try and take these positions. Nexus, with that opportunity. I mean, we've spoken so much about opportunity in these last couple of games. But it is Nexus's turn. They only have 2 eliminations here, though, Blank. A little bit too timid to be able to rack up those Mega Mondo points that they need.
I mean, if Nexus wins this, like Kalaris hopes them to, you know, they have a massive chance then to shoot up towards the top of the rankings, because FLUX, again, have been fairly lackluster today. That consistency has been there, but they have just not committed to the big games, and you need to absolutely do that. We said how close these rankings were, and yes, they set themselves up with a bit of a buffer, but it just wasn't gigantic. There was still an opportunity for these teams to catch up, and playing the averages game, in that sense, just doesn't always work out. NEXUS sends Frozen up, Gladiators, Kitsune, and Matic, both in a position to see this happen. Tolika taking shots towards Matic. He has to get back behind the rock here. That eliminates his vehicle, though, which is slightly unfortunate. And I think Gladiators are playing off the back of these players up towards the hillside. You know, the fact that NEXUS can't get out to them is because there is oversight from both Nexus and MADBULLS.
Octavian is being kept alive by the fact the rest of his team is stopping NEXUS from breaking out east. If NEXUS take a position on that east, they have got such a clear line up to Octavian. But maybe they want him there to suppress the MADBULLS spot because it is so treacherous. Kitsune, covered by terrain to his south. And NEXUS won't have the shots just yet.
And NEXUS is praying that we're going to get a southern shift on the circle. If it heads up towards the hillside, they are in deep trouble. Luckily, their compound is fairly in to this circle, so there is still a high chance they'll have a little bit to play with, and that's enough. That's more than enough for them to work with. Instantly, though, Nexus are rotating, looking to get further down the hillside, away from MADBULLS, who are being currently held out by NEXUS.
This stalemate on the northern side has been dictating so much pace in this game so far. Smokes to cover the angles from Gladiators. MADBULLS are preparing something. Which direction are they going to go? Most likely, they're going to have to try and roll straight over Nexus. As they move to their vehicles, they have to mount up. 16 seconds before the zone closes, Blank, but Nexus are moving as well. They've got ahead and gotten into this next circle. Those 2 crates by the road could actually be really important for whoever is able to win out on the north.
Absolutely, and a position to set up shop, basically, with a little bit of cover to play around. Gladiators desperately would like to steal some eliminations towards the end of this game. Ooh. Matic, though spotted, has to quickly hit the deck, but he is now down. Kitsune, last left alive, and a 5th place just won't cut it here. Gladiators need to hit something like a 3rd.
MADBULLS break away from Nexus. Instead, they opt to go up to this hillside. Kitsune, rather anticlimactically, swept aside by the wing mirror of Tolika there. And the Gladiators are out. FLUX left alone and up on the hill without a res. Might be a little bit of a mission to get that one back under control. NEXUS could start to unload these shots now from the rooftop. No MADBULLS on that high ground means they can take these rooftop positions.
Still just a little bit of ammo left back in the pocket, so Docker Machine certainly will have to keep some tabs on that. Nexus will be able to get both of these loot crates, I believe. Wolf just taking shots over towards Zerich as he backs away from this vehicle. Not able to thread these shots over the hillside.
Kapahala crawling forwards now. They don't believe that no one's on these crates, but it is the truth as it stands. Shots over to the NEXUS vehicles. Getting rid of vehicles in NEXUS encampment is such a valuable pickup. If the MADBULLS can slow that down, their run out is going to be so severely ganked. And will make it so much more tough.
But again, this is really a massive game for Nexus. And I think you can see with the way they're playing so cautious, they understand there's a lot on the line here. Only 2 matches left to play. They have to squeeze all of the potential out of every single match. And if they want to get that first place, this has to be a win. Only 2 eliminations so far. They need the chicken dinner to set themselves up for Miramar.
They are 25 points behind behind FLUX as it stands. That's without counting the placement points that they're guaranteed this game so far. If they get a chicken dinner, that's 10, which means that they would be 15 points behind. Currently sat in front of them are 7 more points that they could pick up. So they can potentially shrink this gap down fairly significantly, Blank. If they can get 17 more points here with a 19 total, that would put them 8 points behind the leaders.
Similarly, this is a big game for MADBULLS too. 138 points at the end of that last match as they take shots over towards Kapala and hit it. 7 eliminations so far. You know, they are close to overtaking not only Gladiators, but REGNUM CARYA if they can do more with this match. They only have 3 players, so they're certainly down their luck. Frozen takes a huge amount of damage, sidesteps it back into the smoke.
The MADBULLS getting forced forwards has allowed RÜYA to break out. Frozen, that outpost, but they're hesitant to leave the safety of the walls that have kept them safe for so long. But the next zone will close central. No one has command and control over it, but Nexus have got that roadside now under control. The buggy will go up next. Octavian taken down by Doka Machine. And under pressure from the rooftop still. Shots over the ridgeline, not quite just landing. Zerich forced out from behind the rock as well on the MADBULLS squad.
Just the Scorpion left for the poor lad. Really does not have much ammo left remaining. Again, it has been very fortuitous that we've remained over towards this compound for RÜYA because although this game is going to push everyone in, the cover provided by that compound for RÜYA has allowed them to push both these teams into very awkward scenarios. Wherever they go now, they're opening into space. Frozen looks to finish off the last players coming through from Nexus, but cannot make it happen.
Zerich now the last standing for MADBULLS. 2 players from Nexus across the road, and all 4 of RÜYA are alive. However low their ammo count, a body is a body, and you will put it into the fight. Zerich able to look for the spray onto Kapahala, but will get taken down by Doran. Now 1 versus 4 for Nexus will get shut down, and the off angle from the encampment sees RÜYA safe to that chicken dinner. Nexus falls short of the demand that was placed upon them, but they have managed to earn a lot of points this game. I think at least 10 went their way, maybe a little bit more. That will put a dent in their gap, but they need one hell of a match to close out this tournament.
I mean, not only that, but MADBULLS and RÜYA both join the top leaders at the round table. They all have very similar points coming to the last game, and it is a big jump up towards second place. It's, I think it's 14 grand up to 20, if I'm not mistaken. We'll quickly check right now. But yeah, 14 grand from third place to 20 grand in second. 26 grand for first place here. But overall, look, there's so many teams that could now take that second place away from Nexus, away from Gladiators, away from anyone who's looking for that spot. Who would have thought, though, that at the end of this tournament, with the way that MADBULLS have been playing throughout the league stage, slowly falling, that a TDM Championship, them winning it, would set them up for this. It's the confidence gainer. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been waiting to see this from MADBULLS this whole tournament, right? This is
a good team.
Because they are, yeah, you're right. They are a good team. They have got that strength in their wheelhouse, but it just hasn't been seen until now. And for the top spot, it might be a little bit too late, but definitely one for that top podium position contention. MADBULLS back in the fight. Gladiators and Nexus looking to try and stamp them down. With only 1 game left to play, they'll have to try and put their best foot forwards here. Can FLUX hold on to the top?
RÜYA is making it a little bit more difficult, but so are all the other teams. Your MADBULLS crawling up to the top. I mean, it's a fight down till the very bittersweet end. Where dare I say myself?
Yeah, I mean, a few comebacks. Really, actually quite a decent amount has been happening. REGNUM CARYA pushing himself up in third place before this game, then going out almost instantly at the start of this match. FLUX not only going out to the hands of Gladiators is so interesting. So the rankings are going to be an absolute shambles at the top.
Yeah, definitely so. So RÜYA is trying to challenge up there. You know, I remember a time a few days ago where MADBULLS was between like 11th and 14th or something like that.
Yeah, they were pretty low.
Look at how they're able to kind of step things up again. And, you know, we did say even when they were in that position, we were like, well, we know that they're capable of more. Here they are again. Another 15 points on the board. It's big.
Yeah, capable of more, and they've been showing us exactly what they're capable of. But it does bring the question as well in terms of, is the circle shifting in their favor? Are they making the right decisions in the right time? What has been the biggest difference between MADBULLS' performance today, because it's been phenomenal, versus the last 3 days?
I feel they've just been a little bit faster on their rotations overall. I'm sure they maybe not as aggressive as you would like to see, but it's still some good presence. So another player from MELİSE.
Yeah.
They've just been, yeah, there he is, yeah, he's there again. They're more present at the end. So yeah, MELİSE, good job. A bit late, but yeah, get some points on. Yeah.
All right.
Well, yeah, you're very kind. A bit late. No, but it is true. We've seen some signs of life from MELİSE, but unfortunately as well, the way that this goes is you had 4 days. It had to be consistency over 4 days. Could have maybe dropped 1, but really showing up here at the end, that is a little bit of an unfortunate situation for some of these teams to be in, because they're finally finding their footing. They're finding their play style. They're adapting to the lobby. But at the end of the day, we have 1 more map.
Yeah, and for that 1 more, obviously everybody wanted to go with RÜYA for obvious reasons in this game, because they had that compound. It was always going to be the strongest spot. I changed my choice to NEXUS for mere story purposes.
Storyline prediction.
I wanted a challenge up towards FLUX, up towards top. And you know what? They got 10 points from this, which actually does still keep them in contention for that #1 spot. Yes, you would probably need FLUX to really not get anything in this next game. But it's still alive. The potential is still alive here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, we keep saying hot drops towards the end of events. I don't think it's going to happen. It's still something to be a little bit careful about. Maybe FLUX are going to be like, let's change the drop just to be safe. You know, don't want to go out early. Don't want to have a 0-pointer once again here. But yeah, MADBULLS started fragging out early. Though the Gladiators rotation, having Kitsune going in the water, maybe you speculated Kalaris maybe for scouting purposes, while the 3 players go a bit further north of Sanhok Island, was an interesting approach, and it worked out. They got, actually, I think, 2 squad wipes pretty much.
Given that circle, given the nature of that circle, there is going to be an abnormal amount of teams on the edge of the cliffs, because there's not really that many places to play unless you've got RÜYA's compound or you've got MADBULLS Hill. Yeah. So sending 1 forward to get a little bit of information is probably the reason, as we say, that they did it. And it actually did work out in the end. They were able to kind of slow roll it a little bit on those cliffs, and then find FLUX, which they were keen on shutting down. As soon as they see the numbers of the players that's in that knock feed, etc., they were looking for them hard.
Yeah. Still, FLUX sitting at the top. They are 185 points. I mean, MADBULLS did manage to pick themselves up to 4th, so with another performance as what we've seen in the last couple of games, that could potentially push them into 3rd, maybe even into 2nd, but still realistically dethroning FLUX?
The theory is get rid of FLUX early, NEXUS gets a win with eliminations.
Yeah.
That is your theory, which is not out of the realms of possibility. NEXUS are good on Miramar.
Yeah, you need FLUX to get 0 points.
Yeah.
There's no other way about this. Gladiators, they could win it. They need the biggest game of this entire tournament to make it happen. We're talking like 20 elimination chicken dinner if they want to get even remotely close. If FLUX get 0 points, once again, the stars need to align perfectly.
It's not all about just the championship, though. Yeah. Getting top 3, obviously, is big. There is a lot of contention for that. Getting top 8 is kind of big.
The secret LAN event. Ooh.
You actually, you know, so there's a lot of teams still in contention for all these things. We're going to have to keep really close eyes on not only 1st place with the NEXUS and FLUX dynamic, 3rd places and top 8, very, very important.
Yeah, and as we said before this game previously, right, it is still so close for those teams in the middle, even towards the bottom of the pack. So many teams could initiate the comeback on this game to qualify for the secret LAN event. Ooh.
The secret LAN event. A secret LAN event aside, though, this one specifically, the championship here, at the moment, what we're seeing from FLUX is they got that very comfortable cushion that they built themselves over time. So even though today it's been a little lackluster, do we still think that they're the ones to be walking away with the competition with the win?
Well, at present, with what they've shown consistently throughout the days, they do look like the champion. There is no denying that. If NEXUS is able to wrestle it away from them in the very last second, then brilliant. Yes, please. I'm all for that cataclysm,
Yeah.
that going down here at the very end. But FireFlux so far have looked brilliant.
Yeah, I like seeing teams that have been consistent throughout an entire event be rewarded with the championship, and I feel like that is what FireFlux have shown throughout the entirety of this event. Sure, a bit of a rough day 4, but we knew that was going to happen because so many teams need to throw everything they have available in these last 6 games to hopefully keep the dream alive that they can make in first place. So tough times for them, but so currently still holding strong, and they can't afford to have a 0-point game. They need to survive this early game.
Tough times indeed, but that also brings us to the final map of PMPL Spring 2023 Championship. So far, FireFlux are up and in the running, but either one of these teams is still possible of taking that away. Thank you, Monster, for making it possible to go through every single one of these 24 maps, as well as a couple of TDM sprinkled in. We're going to be heading over to our casters, John and Blank, to close this one out and cover the last of the action.
With foot falling off in this tournament, FireFlux have risen to the top as the Turkish Titans. They have been topping the tables terrifically well so far, as I alliterate my way into the intro. But we're also seeing a similar story from the European teams, right? It's Gladiators, Major Pride. We haven't seen them at all, kind of being stepping up. Gladiators, sure, they're still there, but they have taken the L plus ratio plus you fell off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit sad. Realistically, I did not want to see any feet falling off this tournament. Unfortunately, that's exactly what we've had. But heading into Miramar, final match of the day, and the one where we'll crown the champion of the championships. Now, will it be FireFlux? Are they able to bring just a little bit of something to the party here? Because so far, they have been drab and boring in terms of their rotations. They've been consistent, that's for sure, but nobody likes a bland cake.
Unless you put something tasty on it. But then we're getting...
That's what I'm asking for.
Then we're nitpicking, you know? Get some marzipan out. Go on. Let's get it done.
Draw some icing on it here on Los Leones.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. I'll have 10. Gladiators, they are currently sat 28 points behind FireFlux. On tiebreaker, they would lose out. If they got a chicken dinner here, they would lose out. They would be even on chicken dinners, they would be lower on placement points. And because of that, they would lose that tiebreaker. So they need a 29-point chicken dinner and FireFlux to get 0 points to take that top spot. That's 19 eliminations on the game. For Nexus, they're on a 17 points behind position. Similarly, they cannot draw. They would lose that tiebreaker even with a chicken dinner. So they would need to be able to get an 8 elimination chicken dinner to be able to usurp that top spot if FireFlux gets 0. Every point FireFlux earn increases that ceiling by 1.
Exactly, it's difficult. Gladiators down towards the south side, FireFlux over towards the west. We have MADBULLS who are looking to try and take that 3rd place position, or potentially even 2nd if Nexus cannot be able to have a good game here on Miramar. Though, as the boys on the desk were saying, you know, this is one of their powerhouse positions. There is a knock and a flush, and it's on to FireFlux at the beginning of the game. And already we're starting out with a bang.
Oh, it's ARR as well. These guys are out for big game, like you called out last game. Blank, these guys, they're looking to mount trophies. They might not get the 1st place one, but they'll have plenty.
Dear me, they are cruel at ARR. Finding FireFlux right off the bat leaves them down to 3 players, so unlikely they're going to go for any early game engagements. And you know what the worst part about this as well is, John?
What's the worst part?
It's Ketch, of all people to lose at the beginning of the game. Why not your star player? And Ketch, you know, if Nexus, if Doran can have a great game this time around, perhaps that is MVP run of Ketch over. I mean, he was very far ahead, and I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not going to look at any of the stats. I just want to know how this turns out in the end, because Doran really has a chance now to try and take that lead, albeit Ketch being quite far ahead. MADBULLS down to Porto Paraíso. Nexus have a chance to get in with the circle heading down towards the south side and the south side playing path. There is a lot of teams still in contention for taking a chicken dinner here. No one is out of this one. It's not a nasty circle. It's not an evil circle. This is quite a kind one to finish off the day, and it favors everybody.
But once again, we have a chance at an urban finish, Blank. A lot of Los Leones, well, all of Los Leones in this circle, all of Picado in this circle. You've even got Chumacera in the mix there. I think Impala as well, just about is contained in here. So definitely big opportunity for an urban environment.
Oh.
Aces just scoops the bumper underneath.
What a horrible way to go.
For the flush. Early drops on vehicles. I mean, when you have these plane paths that land right next to the circle, not too many people are going to be going further away, which means that you're going to have more context for those central vehicles.
You have to be careful in these situations, especially with that plane path. You've got to realize that is something that could happen. Now, I've seen the average stats here of Miramar for Gladiators with 4.43 average eliminations. They need to top that by 15 this game if they want to get into that first place position. That's without Nexus doing well. That's without FLUX getting a single point on this game. Very, very difficult. On the other hand, we did see the stats coming through for Nexus on Miramar. 7.5 average eliminations on Miramar is unbelievable. It's not something you see every day, and it's quite a terrifying statistic that every single game on Miramar, you know, Nexus are averaging 7 eliminations. It's not an easy task to do.
That is a very important number as well, Blank, because they're 17 points behind right now. So if they can get 7, they would draw even on a chicken dinner if FLUX gets 0. They do need to tip the other side of the 0.5 if they want to get a clear victory.
Look, what we're saying is their average is good, but at the end of the day, all we're asking is for you guys to be average.
Oh, not you guys at home. Nexus. Right, I get it.
Just Nexus. Just Nexus. I'm sure you guys all at home are 100% above average. You're all cool and the best.
That is absolutely how averages work. I can confirm. Everybody is above average.
No, only the people who watch PUBG Mobile, especially the EU Championships.
You're casting your net wide, and then the sump. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Okay, we're going in for it. Foot on the southeast side. Sorry, no, wait, that's MADBULLS. Foot over in Montenuevo, close to ARR currently. They're both looking a little bit pink, you know, on the map.
I like that, you know, AR has just gone for every single top team in the lobby. I don't think they've touched MELİSE Esports. I don't think they've touched BRA. I don't think they've even shot a glimpse over towards Major Pride. It's just the big dogs that they're looking after. I mean, fair enough. They're getting 100% gains from this tournament in terms of practice, if anything.
Yeah, they're taking fights with some of the hardest teams to surmount in those scenarios. And the shoe throwing continues to go well for them.
Yeah, they're a weird team, but you can't get better than weird sometimes. And I'm glad that, you know, they have a very unique personality when it comes to PUBG Mobile. They've definitely staked their claim on a little bit of real estate in terms of my memory. So I will certainly, they're certainly an unforgettable team.
You know what's interesting as well? ARR, at the start of the game, sat in 9th place. They are just outside that top 8 boundary that they were saying on the desk is very important for spooky unknown reasons.
That we definitely do not know about. I am so uncertain what they were talking about on the desk.
Me too. I actually need to double check with them what they're talking about. I'll try and get the backstage goss.
In the meantime, we're waiting for the Zone 2 to come through. FLUX have headed over towards the eastern side, situated themselves just on that hilltop over towards the outside of Los Leones. They have, I believe, a 2-1 split. 2 players on the south side and 1 player up towards the northern edge.
Nexus have MELÍSE close by. Octavian moving up. Lewis and CEO ahead of them, but MELÍSE are on a rotate, so unlikely they pull up fully here. With Poser on the top side, you can see that just top right of your mini-map there. They actually might have a little cheeky side swipe. You could see Poser in a super important position. I think Nexus know about it. They are just getting the info on all of these positions. He's waiting to open fire, waiting for this team shot. No, he goes for Octavian. The spray doesn't quite connect, and Octavian's away. Into the vehicle, Nexus can stay safe.
Every single bullet expended there. Doran spots Poser himself and will take shots a little bit more successful on the spray, with Poser now sending out. Doran does not miss these sprays very often either. He was led away. He was given up. I think Doran could have maybe hit that, but opted to save the ammo. FLUX again very close to Gladiators, who skirted their way down on the eastern side. They did not drop up towards La Cobradilla, and the circle heads over their way too. So the first time in a long time, I think this circle does support the Gladiators. Though I've said that in the past, I think it was the last Erangel? Second Erangel of the day, where they had a lot of space to work with, and unfortunately it was AR to take them down, so it's a little bit of sloppiness. Now moving extremely close to FLUX on their rotate.
This could be the most important fight of this match. Right in the center of the circle, FLUX looking to take control. You can see how central they are, just on the north side of that road. Excuse me, are close to Gladiators as well, so they don't have a clear run at this, but REGNUM, CARYA have down shots on towards FLUX as well. Foot are looking to seal them in. Will it be a throne or a sarcophagus? Time will tell. BRA in the meantime going down to Sly Europe.
MELİSE Esports still cornering Nexus over towards its eastern side. They just cannot leave. CEO does not hit the deck. Finally, Doran's able to hit that shot of all the people to make it happen. They might just be able to get a free pass out of here if they can clean out the rest of this team. But even so, they are now so far at the back of the queue. Making it into a decent spot in this circle is going to become quite difficult.
Doran doesn't go down as well. Lewis not ready for the peak. As Doran goes out wide for the flush. Lewis hitting the deck. They're playing it real sneaky, but seems like Nexus don't want to give away anything they don't have to, and wisely so. But with the blue zone here, you're right. This queue is just forming so far over their horizon. And they haven't even managed to get to the back of it yet.
REGNUM, CARYA getting involved in an engagement between Sly Europe and BEŞİKTAŞ. REGNUM, CARYA have really started to bring things up in terms of pace when it comes to Miramar. And you got to commend them for it. FLUX right now, dead center. They are keeping well out of it, allowing other teams around them to take fights first before taking shots towards them. The fact they're able to find this position is very good for their standing. Still on 0 points so far, no eliminations found, and not many teams looking to crash their position as of yet. Very much out of the way.
Remember, Gladiators' only hope of getting that top spot is in fact to have a 19 elimination chicken dinner, and they have not started early, which means that they would need an absolute miracle to be able to pick this one up. But the south side of the circle, maybe there's a chance, but it is fading by the second. Nexus, they don't need as much of a standout performance, but they need FLUX to go down here. This building, though, very, very tough, and most likely not on the cards for most teams. That circle shift, though, might change it.
Yeah, heads up towards the northern side, and immediately you can see FLUX looking to get in towards vehicles. I think they know that they have to instant rotate up towards a position towards the center of the circle. They want to secure their position on this map early on. BEŞİKTAŞ coming through, find an initial knock over towards Sly Europe. In comes the Molotov to clear out the upstairs.
Shots from Mandarin through the window do not connect. No one's hiding there. Will be taking a little bit too much flak. Joy pushes through. No retribution from the outside angle here. And just Zashipa remains. A nade outside of the window bursts pretty well, but doesn't get as much damage as you would hope for. Zashipa with the DBS on the stairwell. It is dangerous to deal with. Sees the player flood out through the door. And now all of the windows are death sentences. Sun HP on the inside, though, deals with business, and Sly Europe are eliminated.
Gladiators moving into fairly big of a death trap here between MADBULLS as well as AR, but if they can third party into this position, that's where they could start picking up some big points to start off this game to try and pick up second place. I think that's realistic for Gladiators, especially with Nexus being in this position right now where they are so far behind majority of the pack, but with Tixi going down to a shot from MADBULLS, not a good start for them.
That should be resable, though. Matic is in a position to go for it, but ARR, the Gladiator Bane, have got oversight. If they are close enough, they will launch these nades. If they're close enough and see what's going on, they will want this fight.
FLUX gets down the hillside. Tixi looking for the res now. Drops the first aid kit. Now, Gladiators need to think about whether this fight is worth it for them, but I think they desperately know how much they need these elimination points. And just a knock and an elimination, even if it's not a flush, is really good for them. Tapok scarily close to Gladiators now. Looking over towards Tixi. I think for them a rotate might be on the cards. I think so many times Gladiators have been getting caught up in these engagements, and it has led to a very swift loss.
Nexus have swung to a position where FLUX's position might be in their rotational future. The east side, BEŞİKTAŞ and MELİSE both going into the fight with Major Pride as well. A third-party engagement as Major Pride can just cinch this one closed. But Matic sends out east and back over towards Nexus. They're going to regroup further east, and there's some pressure being exerted by Gladiators that maybe they shouldn't be allowed to do.
Yeah, this is the Matic Classic, a big old rotation, very unsafe, but gathers a lot of intel in the process. I think, you know, he might just be able to skirt over that top side, spot Nexus as they come through, relay that information back over towards the rest of the team, but all of them have to move now as we head further up towards Picardo. And again, FLUX are technically safe.
For the time being, if they can get 5 points on this game, it would be so secure for them. A 22-point differential between them and Nexus would be huge. With Matic, you're right. He is scouting. He's close. He's on the other side of the road from FLUX. Nexus have crossed already, so they do not have that third-party angle to worry about.
Kapahara, though, out in the field. The worst place to start taking shots, especially for Major Pride here. It looks like Gladiators are looking towards FLUX too.
REGNUM CARYA, a team that has stepped up in recent days. Now, the fight with Nexus. One player falls, Doran first, and the MVP candidate will fall. 2 players now alive for Nexus. Octavian in and isolated. Tron wants to push through, but there's sprays, there's third-party angles. A good suppression, and Loxy is able to turn the corner. Remember, Loxy's also in the contest for MVP, but will be looking for more. Finds the shot and shuts another one down. 2 eliminations on the cards, and with Nexus down, with FLUX already losing catch, there is a chance, outside as it may be, that Loxy could take MVP.
That is unfortunate there. And I mean, yeah, Loxy from behind. Nexus out now. Their position over in second place in stasis. And with MADBULLS taking shots over towards Gladiators, this is a team that is also looking for second place. Takes down Meku, leaving Gladiators at a set 3. Very impossible to get yourself a full 19 eliminations with 3 players.
The MADBULLS roll in. Zerich lines up for one. Kitsune holding strong behind the vehicle, goes out wide as their backup. Where is Matic? Matic needs to push in. They need to stay alive as 4 for any hope here, but Tulika shuts it down around the side, and the Gladiators' hopes are in tatters. 1 player now remains. Tixi nowhere to be seen, and he will be solo.
FLUX
alive. 3 players across the road from this, and they will enter into the fray. They will be unleashed here with Nexus out. There is no threat to them. The top spot for FLUX. Turkey can hold on to the title.
What a quick turnout. A nice third party coming through from FLUX. They realized that realistically they just need a couple of points here. And one is found. Right off the back, nades coming through, also Molotovs, Solke getting rezzed in the process, Fleek looking for a little bit more damage, MADBULLS down to 2 players. They would love to challenge out for that 3rd place position. 3 eliminations so far, but with only 2 players, it's looking difficult. And like you say, FLUX completely unbeatable at the top now.
Nobody there. Tixi, the only player who could change that, but on his own, would need to get 19, actually more than that. FLUX have managed to get it. They need to get 20 eliminations for Tixi on his own and a chicken dinner. And if FLUX are going to pick these 2 up, make that 22. Insurmountable. What a record this team has had. And I think it is a team that deserves this accolade. When you look at this tournament, this is how it should have panned out, given how they played. But Zerich, looking to take on Solke, wins out the duel. We'll get the flush. 2v2 now as Lutz is up on the roof. Looking for shots down.
Such a cheeky spot that Lutz is playing. You wonder if they have any idea of it. Smokes around the side. MADBULLS realize how important this game is to them as well. 4 eliminations found so far into stage 5 now. REGNUM, CARYA going up against Major Pride as they take shots towards them.
Loxy last. Sliver of HP. Up to the wall. Allowed to heal. Tixi is close by as well. He's under the staircase. And they're worried that this is the rest of the team because well, they've wiped out most of REGNUM CARYA. They should be aware that this is a third party, and maybe that's what they're more worried about. Loxy, allowed to heal. You do not want this guy at full health. And if he can keep going, if he can make it just a little bit further, he might be in with a shot at MVP.
Just maybe. He has to go a little bit further than this, like you say. And survival time all counts in for it. Right now, it's FUT versus RÜYA. They've lost 1 player, but there's only 1 remaining as Docker Machine finds Rip 7. And now they're in a very strong position over towards the western side. And this is coming off the back of another RÜYA win over on our last Erangel.
Blank, I just took a look at the top of the screen, and the MADBULLS are even with Gladiators, but because of the tiebreak rules, they are now ahead. They are in 3rd place, and the Gladiators are relegated to that 4th position. Tixi's aliveness, let's say, all important, but Zerich with the spray, equally so.
Locking down Solus, a little bit of a shot goes through the window, and he has to run back. Lutz finally jumps off the back of the building, and this backstab could be absolutely dastardly coming through from Lutz. Flique gets taken down. That's from Excuse Me Havlik, and Zerich looks to just run in. Zerich as a solo is ridiculously good, though.
So successful there. Wins out the trade and an extra point to see them clean ahead of the Gladiators. Lutz wants the challenge. Zerich to challenge off against a tournament victor here. Will go down, cannot weather the storm here. And Lutz will survive. 2 eliminations for FLUX adds to their tally in such a way as to make it impossible for Gladiators. There is no way. There is no chance in hell. Tixi needs to get another point, though. He needs to get 2, in fact, to get ahead of the MADBULLS.
Lutz off in the distance. Tixi only with a red dot on this Scarel, though. I think he's going back out that way, looking to finish the job, perhaps. But yeah, he needs to get more points. Because MADBULLS are on top currently. 158 to 157. He needs 2 points here, John. If he does not get 2 points, then it's curtains. They will be taking a top 3 spot. And I think for Gladiators, anything less than top 3 would be disappointing. They are such a good squad. They've been absolutely destroyed by some very weird circles today that keep going away from them. But same could be said for FLUX, and they've just had such a strong performance coming here through from Turkey.
Placement points at this stage important for Tixi as well. Predictions are in. RÜYA double. Excuse me, double.
She's done it on purpose. I hope Maxman wins, actually.
That would mean that I would win as well. And at minimum, I would draw level with Kale.
How would I lose the tiebreaker? Would I lose the tiebreaker? I have top 3%? Who knows?
I think it depends if we count. I don't know. I don't think we've actually got a full rule set for our prediction game. Because you currently are far behind on chicken dinner predictions. I say far. You're 1 behind on chicken dinner predictions. But way ahead on top 3. So is it top 3s or chicken dinner predictions that matter?
I mean, we love consistency here in the tournament. In the meantime, Major Pride rocking up towards BEŞİKTAŞ. 7 eliminations so far for Major Pride. They want to go out with a bang here in the finale of the championship.
Major Pride, a team that has lacked the luster that they showed before. You don't want to take a fight with a wheel, a tire, or the monster truck, I'm sure. Major Pride, you're right. They want to go out strong. 8 eliminations found now, as they will continue to wipe teams out and sweep on the eastern side. RÜYA, though, lining them up, trying to knock them down.
I mean, what's that coming over the hill? It's a monster, apparently, with Major Pride just sending it downwards. Up to 9 eliminations so far. A huge elimination count found for them, and still at 4 players total. Practically all the other teams really haven't found anything too massive compared to Major Pride. Lutz there off in the distance. Gladiators, just Tixi remaining. And Lutz has already gone, sending towards that loot crate in the center. Tixi might be able to pick himself up his own. And that will be Furia taking down Lutz. They finished their run. It has been bland, it has been dull, but it has done the job. And that's just the kind of tool that I'm looking for.
That is another placement point for Tixi. I think when you add them on, he might have just been able to pip out the MADBULLS. We'll have to wait and see, but the Gladiators trying to hold on for the time being. This is Tulika putting the Gladiators' hopes to bed against a team that was trying to vie for that third place spot. And they'll be lucky to hold on to it now. Nexus, we're a little bit too far ahead. The Gladiators would need, I think, over 10 points. And in the meantime, whilst we watch this replay of FLUX confirming their spot at the top, I think the Gladiators' run has been drawn to a close.
Yeah, I mean, it was such an incredible way for us to finish as well, with MADBULLS taking down Gladiators, leapfrogging them for the time being. With Tixi still being alive, we know just how good Tixi can be.
Oh no, he's alive.
Yes, he is alive. He's down towards this southeast side. He was just underneath the loot crate. But again, he gets a good resupply. And again, he needs 2 eliminations or 2 placement points. And already up into top 6, that is really big news for him. It's just unfortunate it's such open ground in front of him, with OZAROX in the way. RÜYA also here. He could maybe crawl up behind OZAROX, but even then he puts himself very much in harm's way.
Tough times, though. They'll never last in the face of Tixi. He is one tough cookie. Even when the team has been so down on their luck. Excuse me, trying to break out from that south side, have moved up to this ridgeline. Wolf, who was an important off angle before in their final zone engagement for RÜYA, will be shunted out by the blue zone. You can see, excuse me, are still worried from this angle. Tixi, a lone soldier, as, excuse me, answer with a volley back towards Wolf. He's going to have to reposition now. Has to fade away, regroup. That allows, excuse me, to get onto this ridgeline a lot more efficiently.
Yeah, it's a tough regroup as well. Dino sends a grenade through the side, does the job. But it's OZAROX from along the way. He's able to take shots and take him down. A bit awkward, with Akashi out of the way. Could be going a little bit further forward. I think Tixi right now is just really hoping that some of these teams slowly fall. Top 5 now. I think that might be it. I can't be certain. Does go down in 5th place. And as we look to the banner, we'll find out exactly if they have made it, but goodness me. Game and a half from all these teams in the lobby.
5th place should have been enough to tip them over the edge. It will tick around, and there you see it.
There it is.
160 to 158, just staying in the top 3. Behind Nexus on 169, and FLUX locked in at 188 on the tournament. What a show from FLUX that we've had. Incredible to be as consistent as they were. Today's games, not really representative of their overall firepower. They knew what their game plan was. They knew what they had to do. And they have achieved their goal, taking that top spot. We'll see them in PMWI. Next, RÜYA from the high ground now, trying to fend off 12 fragging MP right now, making up to 13 as well if they're allowed to. Excuse me, with all 4 of them alive, we'll have to fend off OZAROX from leaving their compound.
OZAROX is just not helping RÜYA whatsoever, just allowing this to go down. A great nade will put the stop to Major Pride for the time being. They can get the reses through, but it's not over yet, John, because RÜYA on this game, if they can go even further than this, they started, John, this game with 148 points. 12 points is what they need to leapfrog over the top of 160, and they're certainly going to get some placement points here. They're looking for a chicken dinner, so there could be a 3rd place RÜYA, or even a 2nd place RÜYA, if they really bump up their eliminations.
Didn't even consider that. They are a bit of an outside chance here, but from 6th, can they make the climb? 160, that barrier. To 3rd place. Currently 153, so they need 7 more points this game over the 5 eliminations they've got. With the placements from 4th, it won't quite be enough. They'll need a couple more frags.
Major Prize similarly looking to get into top 8 for that sneaky little secret tournament. Kenzie taking shots along the way, and Major Pride have really put in the shift here. With the amount of eliminations they're able to bring out, it's such an incredible final game for Monkey and the rest of the team. They do need to hit a big amount of points. He's in the grass.
He is
this
right
a Zuxi?
Sefir, nade in hand. Kenzie as well. He's in the bush. They aren't looking out this way. They have no idea. Nades from Excuse Me, pinching onto NEXUS. Nade over the top, and NEXUS crumble in the face of it. They might be denied. Here's Monkey. He steps up, goes for one. There's a second spray as well. He's got both of them. The flush onto Sefir as well, and OZAROX are left wondering what the hell just happened. 4 teams remain, and OZAROX thought they had the foothold. NEXUS were crumbling in their face, but it's just not to be. Wolf crawls forwards towards Excuse Me, and Storm and Swain trying to hold on to the edge of the zone, but Excuse Me have dominant spot now.
This is a huge play coming out from Major Pride. 13 eliminations this match. Beck looking down towards over on OZAROX. OZAROX needed a good game as well to get towards that top 8, but they just have not pumped those eliminations like Major Pride have. Monkey has done such a good amount of work, as is the rest of his team. Wolf is in a precarious spot right now, has to hit the deck instantaneously, just goes for the crouch and moves up further.
There it is. Swain finally seals the deal. Puts the point on the board. NEXUS are out. I don't think they managed to get what they needed out of this game for their overall 3rd place. Monkey will go down, and Excuse Me close us out with a chicken dinner. The final map is there. The final bell has been rung, and FLUX will take it home. Excuse Me, glorious at the end, but they will not be in that top spot. The glory taken away by FLUX. What a beautiful close to this tournament.
FLUX really just sent this tournament packing, man. Like, I cannot believe just how consistent they were throughout this entire thing. And I think they cruised through this last day. They cruised through it. I know I said it was a little bit boring, but if you could just calmly cross that finish line, why not? But there is so much more on the line after this last game. Major Pride with an unbelievable amount of eliminations. They might have made it into the top 8. OZAROX might have made it into the top 8. Whereas NEXUS finished on the leaderboard. Did they overtake Gladiators? We just don't know, and the desk will have all the answers, but for the time being, what we do know, John, is that FLUX is the double back-to-back championship winner.
What a legacy to have. Beautiful. It wasn't as powerful as the rest of their tournament, but FLUX, you're right. It is the back-to-back. What a way to close it out. The top 3 decided. Let's head back to the desk.
So many questions, and we do have the answers.
Oh
Major Pride, regardless of the fact that they have so many eliminations in the bag. Hands in your hairs, guys, or what's left of it. They are still placed 9.
This is supposed to be an intense moment, but 1 point difference for Major Pride.
Oh my.
Oh, Monkey was playing so well too. No secret LAN event for them, unfortunately, but AR Esport will remain up there.
Further, FLUX, as predicted by both Blank and John, they do manage to get themselves that first spot. They are your winners of PMPL EU Spring 2023 champions. They have 6 placements. I mean, they had an absolute banger of a performance here in the last 4 days. They just were consistent eventually when they started showing up, and as you know, maybe Blank and John said today, not as explosive as what we've seen from them before, but still they've done it.
Yeah, it's regardless. Of course, previously HVVP won the tournament. This time around, we've got FLUX being able to grab that, and what a performance they have put up. As you say, in terms of what they did today, it was a little bit more coasting compared to some of the other results that they had, but that does not detract from the fact that how they played those other days, it was clean, it was methodical. We saw FLUX absolutely banging out control.
Yeah, they were throughout every single point of their games. Even when they would lose players down to a duo, they would still pop off, get some placement points, get some eliminations. The kings of consistency very clearly in this championship, and consistency very rewarding then, of course, going into this and allowing them to make it into PMWI 2023. And I can tell you, with the amount of strong teams, the caliber of teams in that event. It's going to be a rough one, but I feel like FLUX could really have a strong showing there.
Yeah, they look like they are up for the challenge, but all in all, this last map, were the ones to take it away. And they've again shown us glimpses here and there, but it feels like it's a repetitive story of what we've seen from them at PMPL EU, and that is they strike at those final last moments when unfortunately it's still not able to close it out, or when they do, it's a little too far gone in the tournament.
Exactly. I'm not going to hate too much onto that, right? The fact is that we had a lot of teams for who this was their very first championship. And I feel like you have some taste of strong wins like this, and you can come back even stronger in the full season of your PMPL. And if you re-qualify for the full season championship, maybe also try and gun for those top positions, and who knows, maybe the title itself. So I'm impressed with a lot of the teams. Sly Europe had some good moments. Also, and even a lot of the Turkish teams that impressed me at some specific games.
Yeah, I have to echo that. It's not easy coming into what is effectively a truly international tournament and being able to take a podium position. So when you've got the likes of FLUX, when you've got the likes of Gladiators, when you've got these big names, Nexus again, even in terms of what they were able to show in terms of progression, all these guys have so much more tenure on their side compared to you on a truly international stage, and it shows when they're able to play it out on the battlegrounds.
Yeah, and it's also a great way of showing just how different playstyles match up against each other, and the adaptability, the consistency that we've seen from these teams. Because you're thrown into a server with so many different teams, so many different playstyles, so many different spots to drop, but still to be able to take in all that information and adapt your game plan accordingly, that is not a small skill set to have. That is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, and a lot of the Turkish teams, I mean, especially FLUX, right? We keep saying, oh, they're all about those eliminations. They love fragging out. Like, they were so good at getting consistently into those late game circles. Their macro was absolutely on point, and I cannot wait to see how that's going to go into PMWI, though Ketch did go out a little bit early, so I have some questions of like, what's happening on that front?
I feel like that must have been like a desk slam moment.
Yeah.
In your final game.
Throw the phone down.
There's a team where you're like, you get a little, not necessarily on your heels, but like, and you're the MVP of your team normally, and then you suddenly
get rolled over by ARR. They're just randomly there. That's the worst.
Bye-bye phone.
Out the window.
You know what else also happens? Max making comeback in predictions. Never thought that I would be saying that.
Never thought.
You did good.
You didn't have any hope in me.
You did good. You did good.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know what? Thank you to the entire Maxman team helping me in the background get those correct predictions. It doesn't happen very often, but it's a rare Maxman W.
We have a whole team,
but
we'll get into that later. We're going to be starting off with the daily winners instead. Just a reminder in terms of which teams were able to get those podium finishes. MADBULLS getting two of them today, and that is actually really good, because if they didn't have this game, they probably would not be in the top 8.
I have to reiterate, like, they came to the end of day 2, and I think they were between 11th and 14th, and we were like, where's MADBULLS, where's Major Pride, where are all these teams all of a sudden that we know that are so good? So to see them have that kind of bounce back, and again, I mean, even in this last game when we're looking at Major Pride and we're thinking to ourselves, oh, you know, they actually go out and show some of that power. It's good to see those names that we're familiar with that can do well actually go out and do so well.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I feel like you're looking at MADBULLS, you're looking at Major Pride from time to time. It felt like maybe not playing scared should be the word I would use, but I'm going to go with it regardless, because I feel like they were not playing as aggressive as they used to do in PMPL Europe. And I want to see more of that presence of play, just trying to push for positions, being hyper aggressive like in PMPL Europe. So we've got an entire season that's going to be happening again, so we can still see that comeback, but I do not want to see them have a slow start like this if they re-qualify for the full championship.
It's not easy to make it work, though, when you've got the top 8 of Turkey as well, a very well-renowned region, to be able to kind of show that kind of playstyle. Because when you're playing over in Europe, sometimes there's some teams that are clearly not as strong as some of the top teams, so you can actually kind of farm them a little bit. There was no farming really going on here. It was difficult.
Yeah.
No, but we kind of already touched upon a little bit the fact of Ketch getting taken out early. Was in the run-up for MVP, was between him and Doran. So in that regards, if I have to ask you guys right now, you gotta choose between A or B. Ooh, it's the
I feel like Doran is the...
Yeah?
You have to go for Doran, I feel like. That survival time is going to take a little bit of a
Shall I go for the other one? You go for Doran, I'll go for...
You know what? You said Doran first earlier in the green room, so I'll go with...
You guys want to... Wait. No, guys, rock, paper, scissors for it. Best of 3. Go.
Best of 3?
Just best... okay, best of 1. Go.
Best of 1, okay.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh,
Oh, well, no. Oh, it's a draw.
it's a tie. Oh.
Well, I'm going to let you guys know.
I'm going with Doran.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, there we go. The MVP of the tournament. Let's go. Oh, it's Doran. Kalaris, how did you guess?
Oh, I don't know. It was luck of the draw when it came to picking scissors. I don't know.
What a lucky guy.
Best of 3? You're crazy.
It's literally 1, 2, 3.
Let's do a BO7 right now on the broadcast. Let's go.
Sumo wrestle right now. Like, anyway.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Doran looked fantastic throughout this tournament. Looking at him, looking at the progression of him as a player, as well as this roster kind of around him as well. I think one thing's for sure, Mex and I were talking about it in the back, Doran and Nexo especially, roll on the next season. Let's get them in there.
Yeah, we keep on saying you want to hold on to your roster if there's been a success that's been happening on a pretty decent tournament, which is the case here for this championship. Please, I am begging you, do not do a roster change. Okay? Keep this roster. It's working great. At least Exo and Doran, because these guys have been mental from start to finish. So hopefully they're going to keep it going. And Romania looking the best they ever have in PUBG Mobile esports history, I'd say. Like, this is their best performance, period.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
That was good. Very great. It was amazing. But also, we're going to put that on Tombstone. Don't make any roster changes for yours.
For mine?
Very morbid.
Very morbid. What's
Louise, Ginny.
I don't know.
70 years from now.
Yeah.
I think he's got that in him. Okay.
I'm being generous, all right. I mean, he's been doing a little bit of walking around town, so he'll be all right. But these two players are really the ones that we need to highlight. The average survival time does come in clutch. It's not too big of a difference. It's a, like, 13... Do I do maths correctly? Probably. Yeah.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah, 13
She's
seconds.
mathing real hard.
It's maths on live broadcast. 13-second difference between both of these players, but still at the end of the day, average eliminations go heavily in favor of Doran.
Yeah, I mean, sure, Ketch does not get himself the MVP, but fair to say here, Kalaris, he still has it. Like, the guy is still as good as we saw him in the full season championship.
Yeah.
He's still up there. PMWI, he's going to have a fun time.
Let's just pretend the last game didn't happen and everything else is great.
If he had a good game, would he have been first, actually? I'm not sure. Like, seeing the stats...
13 seconds per game across
I'm not even looking...
games.
I'm looking at the average eliminations and everything. I'm thinking, even if he had... Like, he would have needed... If he had a really good game, like, I'm talking 10 eliminations, maybe. But I feel like Doran might have still had it.
Maybe.
Yeah, but don't try to do maths a little too hard. I can see the cogs just like in your...
Okay.
But like for me, it was the same thing. I was struggling. I didn't say it was easy.
We know you were
I was just here like...
We saw that. It was very visible.
I want to like pull out my calculator, try and put it all together. But all in all, great performances from both of these players, but also the support system that they have behind them in regards to the team has also really played off, and that consistency. So that's lovely to see. I mean, like we said, our champions are FLUX, so they're going to be heading to PMWI. So whee for them. But 8 top teams. They have this little secret LAN going on. Do we want to throw out like what teams we want to see more of in that competition?
I wanted to see more of Major Pride. But that didn't work out, did it?
Sorry to rain on your parade.
Take them there, great.
Oh, yeah.
Well, okay.
On their tombstone, not making it to Secret LAN event. Ooh,
What are we doing here?
Well, we're waiting for the interview to be set up, so we're just...
I want to see REGNUM CARYA. There you go. That's my secret LAN team that I want to see performing over there. I feel like they had good moments, and we saw them try and close off games a little bit more towards the end of the event. So REGNUM CARYA is going to be my team to watch.
I'd like to see MADBULLS kind of tighten the bolts a little bit, you know? Yeah. Considering what we saw from them, kind of the resurgence. If they'd had a better day 1 or 2, who knows? They could have easily been in #1. It's just kind of, it took them a little longer to really get the ball rolling at this tournament, so.
Yeah. But what about Gladiators? Because they're on the complete opposite side of that. Because MADBULLS took them a while to get rolling, but Gladiators started off strong, hit the ground running, and then just went...
I'm not sure what the game plan was with Gladiators. I clearly understand they were trying things out after that first day, but I couldn't... we would have to have an interview like with Kitsune to know what was happening internally, because sometimes they would slow down the rotations and just not get into the circle. Sometimes they'd speed it up in weird ways. Like day 1, I feel like if they had that playstyle and approach all the time, it would have been great. But I feel like teams also made it hard for them to execute that game plan consistently day to day.
Oftentimes, I think it's good to give a team like Gladiators kind of the benefit of the doubt almost in some of those moments. Like, without actually directly speaking to them, it would be difficult for us to decipher exactly what truly went wrong for them. you know, they just did not have as much room in days 2, 3, and 4 compared to day 1. Day 1, they had loads of room to work with. But beyond that, yeah, you really need to talk to them straight.
So we have an interview ready with Lutz. Let's do a question each just to get, you know, as much depth as possible. So hello, Lutz. Can you hear us?
Yeah, hello, I hear you right now.
Congratulations. How are you feeling after the win?
Thank you very, very much. We are so happy. We are so proud of ourselves. We are just so happy right now.
Absolutely. Max?
Yeah, I wanted to know, towards these last games, it was very close between you, Nexus, and of course the side of Gladiators. How was the team mentality? What was the flow of the games for you guys during those last 2 to 3 matches?
In the third matches is actually we really tried so hard to keep the points high, but in the last match, first kill it was catch and it was little broke our mentality, but we focus again and we try to reach hard points in this game again, and we saw in kill feed, we saw Nexus team is dead, and we always had to celebrate in the match time, actually.
I have a question actually on top of that. Did Ketch throw his phone out the window when he died in that last game?
Yeah, he reacted a little angry, but it's not a problem.
Okay.
So I guess towards the later games as well, the game on the game on Erangel where you're having to play the coastline, surely there must be fear given the situation you guys were in at that moment as well, I suppose.
Yeah, actually, I can't expect that much because that much is not planned that much. That much is for us. I think this is the end of the day just one match with our mistakes,
right.
But.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're now qualified for PMWI, so you've obviously had a couple of rough patches here as well. What is the main goal going into there?
Definitely for first place, but we try to do top 3.
Okay. Well, fingers crossed, okay? We're hope to see the best of you guys over there. Enjoy your win, enjoy your time at PMWI as well, and have a good evening.
Congrats.
Thank you. Good evening too.
Aw.
Awesome.
That was a good surprise.
You know,
Didn't expect that.
I didn't expect
he
either.
didn't throw the phone out the window.
Yeah. Did rage a little bit though. It was a desk slammer, as said by Clara.
Yeah. You know what I would like to know? I would like to know if John or Blank would have thrown their phone out the window.
Ooh.
Yeah. Whoa, okay.
They knew you were talking about them.
Would you have thrown your phone out the window?
What were you saying about me?
Please, Zordon, no.
Me and Blank actually.
Yeah.
We have to play scissors rock paper for our predictions.
Scissors, rock, paper.
We've already played the first.
Let's look at the
We've already
predictions,
played
please.
Is that what you called it? Scissors?
No, I call it products.
Yeah, so what we're doing is I'm actually going to give all my prediction points to John if he wins.
That's
Wait.
true.
Oh, wait, can we do
believe.
that? Can I
What?
wait? Let's put it in. Let's
I feel like production would do that.
Oh.
Hey!
Max, you won. Ha ha ha. Good for you. Anyway, let's go.
It's on your hairline.
Just on my hairline, it's hidden. Thank you, production. That's my gift. I'll have a nice little trip to Turkey at the end of the year.
Cosmetic surgery without having to undergo.
Max doesn't need a tombstone. He's already got one.
Can we get the pen marker out?
I don't feel like I've won. This is what winning is like. I don't want it.
That's what you have won. They've got the plane ticket ready. And I'll stop.
Is it Bully Max at work day? Like, okay, we're just like punching him while he's down. I mean, you did win, so we gotta bring you down a little bit.
I don't feel like I have any.
Let's look at the recap. Let's see exactly what we have experienced over the last couple of days. Clearly, a lot of emotions, especially from
Yes.
Max's side of things. Are you crying?
No.
Are you crying?
Funny, very funny.
Okay, do I say 1, 2, 3, guys, and then we're just all gonna like wave at the same time because we're actually closing it.
Are we?
We're gonna say
Okay.
goodbye, yeah. Okay, are we gonna wave?
This is the Teletubbies?
Wait, okay.
All right, come on.
All right. Have a good night, everyone. Have Have a good evening, good weekend, whatever it is. Thank you, Monster, for making all of this possible. It was absolutely lovely to be here. And take care of yourselves. We'll see you guys in the future. PMPL out.
Bye.